Through the endless daydream, I saw you on the way back.
일단 이즈한테 궁수는 그 녀석이, 해설과 신음을 오가는 그 녀석이
Through the blurry darkness,
지구보다 더 큰 질량으로
on the twilight, we've been far away,
나를
my fear.
끌어당긴다.
Somewhere else,
순간 나는 아리의 매혹을 맞은 것처럼
like a blossom
사정없이 현이에게로 이끌렸다.
around you. So
헐 대박! 이번에도 아저씨랑 같이 하는 거예요? 완전 신나!
I'll miss you. Your laugh like
쿵 소리를 내며
fading
쿵쿵 소리를 내며
of tears.
다가오는 건 또 저놈이다.
All around me is your light. With you, everything so shines. Through how endless daydream, I saw you on the way back. There I walk with you in my arms. Through the blurry darkness, who's veiling on the twilight. We've been far away from my fears.
일단 이즈한테 궁수는 그 녀석이,
See you
해설과 신음을 오가는
like a
그
blossom
녀석이
blooming
지구보다
all around
더 큰 질량으로
bright.
나를 끌어당긴다.
By and by I'll miss you. Your laugh like a sunshine, fading into shadow of tears.
언니! 응.
All around me is your light. With you, everything so shines.
완전 신나!
Now, come we'll leave all behind. Cause your love is falling on my heart. And I'm falling for you.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing. But I don't know if I can.
Today's matchup. ROX Tigers. Samsung. MVP. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
What's going on, OGN Legion? Welcome back to another day of LCK. It's April Fool's Day, as you might have figured out from the start of our broadcast. But good times and good games here with Samsung versus ROX Tigers starting off the day, and then SKT versus MVP. And that'll close out the regular season here for us at OGN.
Sadly, the English stream is losing out on Cloud Templar opening this broadcast in the hair.
He is completely dressed like a woman still.
He is. That is clearly something that we've been running all season, was that joke. And early in the season, on April Fool's Day, we got the full thing. The real life version, which is
wonderful.
Oh, so much better.
Absolutely wonderful.
He's looking radiant today, though.
He is. I'm I'll have to stop looking over there.
That's
I'm going to
true.
get distracted. So I
Straight
just
at the camera.
Focus in here
Barrel in there.
on you guys back in the Twitch stream so we can stay focused on the games. But now, ROX Tigers going up against Samsung. Obviously, they're not in playoff contention anymore. They fell just short of that objective, but they still have looked good. And at this point, it's really about proving themselves for the summer split. And a win over Samsung would be absolutely massive if they could manage it. Got pretty close to taking down SKT. Things fell apart in game number 3, but they did look convincing in game number 2.
And proving themselves is important. We talked about Kongnu Monster needing to prove themselves a couple of days ago, and they won that series against Longzhu. And the proving comes in the form of the lineup today, as it will be Linderung and Sungwon coming back. Shy and Mighty Bear have looked the better duo, so we'll see if they can prove themselves to still be worth a consideration in summer. As for now, look at the playoff spots. Interestingly, we may not have the top 5 settled as you might imagine, just because if MVP are 2-0'd by SKT in our second series of the night, there will have to be a qualifying match to determine seeding for the wildcards. That would actually be played tomorrow over at the Gangnam Stadium, so potential for 7 games there. You might say, okay, but MVP, are 4th. Are SKT going to 2-0 them? MVP have been on the downside. They have been losing in recent times, so certainly impossible that we will talk about more in our second series. ROX Tigers, they just want to finish 6th. If they win here, they are in pole position to finish 6th. That sad spot right outside the gauntlet. And Linderung and Sungwon are going to be fun to see because we haven't seen them in quite a while.
No, we have not. So we'll see what they're going to bring to the table. Maybe they have something new. Maybe that's what's kind of stemmed this roster shakeup here with Mighty Bear and Shy not starting in the top and jungle. We'll see what happens once we get into those pick and bans. But Samsung, the roster that's going to be coming out here. Not trying any funny, any funny swap ups here. Haru's going to be starting in the jungle for them. No Stitch, no Wraith in the bottom lane. So keeping it consistent, Samsung still want to look just as dominant as possible going into the gauntlet.
Which is a surprise to me, because if anything, you look at the ROX side, you're like, okay, they're running Linderung and Sungwon, who clearly, by second round robin, wasn't the starting 5 for ROX Tigers. Shy and Mighty Bear seem to be the duo, and they may come back in game 2, we're not to know. But for game 1 at least, they're going with what they were using in the first round robin. Also the duo that they took over to IEM, and then post IEM, they've only played a handful of matches. They are also rocking some cool new uniforms.
Yeah.
Umbro sponsorship is pretty cool there. And ROX Tigers are kind of the story of this second round robin in a lot of ways. Maybe Samsung right at the top, but in the middle, seeing ROX Tigers go from a bit of a shadow of their former selves. Certainly aren't going to be top 2 in Korea the spring season, but jumping forward from 8th, 9th, 10th place to pretty comfortable in 6th until recently still in competition for the gauntlet. So a lot to be proud of if you're the ROX Tigers about your second round robin. On the side of Samsung, as you mentioned, it is Haru. It is their first lineup. They aren't going to be trying out any subs, at least for game 1. And that's actually on an interesting anniversary, because it's actually the 5th anniversary of Ambition as a pro player. One of the first debuted right back in the first season of Champions. You might have thought, okay, they're already locked in second. Why not give them a run? Well, for game 1 at least, it's only going to be Haru.
Yeah, we've seen that Samsung is open to swapping him in and out. We have seen Ambition very recently. So very well could see him come out in game number 2, whether there's a win or a loss for Samsung. So they show that they are willing to go ahead, give him some more play time. But for now, it's going to be Haru kicking things off. And this is the last chance that Mickey has right here to try to tie up against Crown for #1 MVP. They need to win the series. Mickey needs to get both MVPs, and Crown cannot get any. Those are the parameters for that tie to happen.
And that's kind of the fun thing, is that the storyline for this series is more than placements. It's more than, okay, last match of the season for both. Let's see if they can make it to 4th, 5th. No, that's all settled. The MVP battle in the mid lane is not settled. And it's cool that it'll be capped off with these 2 players playing. Hopefully, whichever one goes on to wins an MVP. But I guess it's going to be a team interview either way. So we will get a team interview. And if you're on the winning team, then you are crowned MVP. You'd have to imagine, given how things go. Of course, ROX Tigers could win 2 games and Mickey not win any MVPs. But that certainly hasn't been the story so far this season. And Samsung come in on a massive win streak. 10 games in a row. 4 series, or 5 series, but crucially, lost game 1 to KT and then win since then. SKT have been dropping games, other squads have been dropping games and series. Samsung are looking great.
Yeah, they've been so dominant, and had they been able to reach this form early on in the split, you never know. We might have had Samsung sitting at first place. It was looking like a possible reality for a little while there, but are in that second place spot. So, lots of games that they don't have to play in the gauntlet. They can just go ahead, play that semifinal, go straight into the final, against SK Telecom Team 1 if they can come up with that victory.
And a lot of people knew that Samsung would be good. They kept the roster in general. You're like, okay, they proved so much towards the end of the year. How will they look in LCK? That much we knew, but if you were asked to choose 2 players who would be their stars, Crown would be one, but you didn't even know Haru would be playing. And he is pretty much the partner in crime for Crown as we look at that MVP battle in the mid lane. Mickey needs to win 2, Crown wins 0. So 2-0 ROX Tigers with a double MVP. It's obviously the cleanest way to do that, but looking unlikely. You see some picks between the two. There is some overlap, but there are unique champions. The Talon, for example, is a bit of a unique one. 80 Assassins, we'd love to see the Zed as well. Only been played once by Mickey this season, but the Ahri priority has been probably the biggest one. You can see there, 6 games of Ahri, and Mickey has been looking great on that pick in particular.
Yeah, the Talia definitely going to be something that kind of comes to a crossroad for both of these guys. Expect that to be highly contested, if not just banned away from either side. See what happens as we get ready to dive into that pick and ban.
Crown
But
playing
still
no games of
plenty of
Ahri at all this season. That's maybe the one blip in his champion pool. He's beefed it up. The Syndra in particular has become a core pick for Crown over the course of spring season. He still has his trusty picks next to it. I feel like the one gap is this Ahri that can be blind picked, that is very safe and strong in this meta. And even if he doesn't go on to become the season MVP, it's been an amazing run for Mickey, specifically after IEM, where he went over to Poland, had some great performances, and very noticeably, especially in the semis, had some weak performances, and now woken up, got rid of a lot of the derps, left them in Poland, and has been in excellent form in the second round robin.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing very defensively, not just with his performance on the rip, but also with his itemization. He's been going for those early Seeker's Arm Guards, the Negatron Cloaks, to try to mitigate as much as possible in the laning phase rather than trying to go full glass cannon like we've known Mickey to do in the past. So has been changing up his play style. That said, still does have the most deaths in the league, however, but those were established just a bit too early on for him to try to get away from that statistic.
But we still don't really know what ROX Tigers will see today. Having Linderung and Songwon for the first time in 5 best-of-3s does change their identity quite a bit, because you'd say the second most impressive performer of ROX Tigers has been Shy recently, who has been beasting it in the top lane, even in losses, has been dominating lane on picks like the Renekton in particular. So bringing in Linderung, who's been out of the side for a very long time. They actually played 1 game of Songwon a couple of series ago, but not this completed duo that was there on the Afrika Freaks, now there on the ROX Tigers. So, you know, when you do change 2 members, specifically members that have a lot of history with each other, it can change how the team plays. But ROX have been on the up, and we'll see if they can continue that today.
Yeah. I suspect that if we see a loss here from the ROX Tigers in Game 1, we probably just see Shy and Mighty Bear swapped right back in immediately. I think that that's going to be the game plan should that happen, but you never know. If they can come up with a win, then maybe Linderung and Songwon start making a case for themselves to remain starters on the roster. I don't know. It's been so much back and forth between these guys.
No Jenna being crafty. We still have about a minute and a half till we tick over to the hour, so more chances to get Cloud Templar on screen are probably good.
Yep. You can see him up in the...
You can keep watching him. That's okay. I can talk to the OGN Legion. You can admire the beauty and majesty happening over there.
I have to ignore it. I can't look at it. It's just too distracting.
Well, they say not to look straight into the sun, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's about as radiant as the sun. Now, who would have thought Cloud Templar makes a wonderful woman?
And who would have thought, in terms of how we feel, that it's the last day of the regular season for us?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been such a long season, but kind of deceptively quick as well. You know, haven't been covering all the games, so a couple less match days for us, but at least in terms of the passage of time, already getting right to the end. We've got a bit of a notice. There might be some issues that need to be adjusted, so I have to deal with our luscious faces for just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, it seems like we might have a mouse issue in one of the booths, so we're just going to get that squared away, and then we will be able to get into that pick and ban finally, and we'll see what these guys
What is with
have
the
to
mice
offer.
this season?
I don't know. That has been the issue. Back, I mean, during Summer Split, when we were doing the piggyback broadcast, it seemed like they were having a lot of audio issues. It was audio issues all across, you know,
now the mice.
ULCS had a lot of issues with audio and whatnot. And then it was never the mice, but then all of a sudden this split, it's changed up. So somebody's installing some viral firmware onto the computers that just
I know
destroy
SKT
mice.
in this series. They're playing the second series. They're the team most known for those mice issues. So
Yeah, Peanut.
it's generalizing.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, if there's a mouse issue with Peanut, maybe we could just swap and bang. Maybe that could just be the solution from now on. We're just like, okay, well, you're out.
Fair.
So,
I'm okay with it. Whatever.
Learn to use a new mouse, or just you know, get out.
Okay. Well, I'll let you. You can go and give that proclamation.
All right.
Your Korean's getting there.
I'll talk to Koma. I'll pull him aside and be like, hey, look, you got to do this. It's too much.
hoping with the dramatic music and no longer being on screen that we'll be able to load in. Looks like the players are ready to as well. Fun best of 3 in the works. Yeah, I thought Samsung would be bringing in the sub squad. I thought it would be Stitch, it would be Wraith, it would be Ambition, because they don't have anything to play for. But
Pride.
there's pride, but there's also the mind games, Achilles, because we won't see this team until the 15th of April. They'll be waiting in the semi-final to face whoever advances through the gauntlet, and there is always that mind game. You remember a couple of years ago, just before we hit the gauntlet, Faker started playing the Zillion that Fly had only been playing back in spring last year, and was like, hey, this is a pick you have to consider. So there's 2 schools of thought. You play Ultra Standard, actually, I guess 3 schools of thought. You play Ultra Standard, you run the subs, or you start showing new things to try and warp future pick and bans. So can be a lot of mind games, even if the immediate result isn't of great consequence to Samsung.
Well, so far things are going to be pretty standard here. Shen coming out from Samsung, banning that one away from Linderong.
Sungwon is not known as a massive Rengar player, has played it some this season, actually one of his better win rates, but Haru is definitely the best Rengar we have in Korea, channeling a previous Samsung Rengar in Dandy on that particular champion, so we'll be banned on blue side. 2 strongest junglers banned on blue side has not been a trend we've seen with any regularity. It's usually been traded or 1-for-1 in general, so the jungle champion pool is now shredded in many ways. The top 3 junglers are taken away. Lee Sin jumps up in priority here, and I imagine Haru will be visiting that one on the red side, but the Tigers get access to the Malzahar. It's been a popular pick for them.
Well, this is interesting to see. I mean, Malzahar sure makes it through sometimes, but the Nautilus is something that's available. We haven't seen Linderong since their series against KT Rolster, and he played Nautilus both games of that, so big comfort for him, and also for Cuvée, so a bit of a takeaway.
But how's his Rumble? Is kind of the question there, because Rumble is available as well. Linderong's played it in the past, not necessarily really been a massive pick for him. It hasn't really necessarily convinced us. He's not one of the god tier Rumbles in Korea, and Cuvée is new to the Nautilus in many ways, at least in terms of competitive. Only played the 4 games of it this season, but it was very easy to see him plug and play Nautilus given his tank playing ways. Still a lot of power available, and yeah, you saw Haru did take the Lee Sin where available to try and beef up the champion pool. We know about his Graves and Rengar. Peanut knows about his Graves and Rengar as well. But more picks is always good. And Songwon is right next to Bless as a Rek'Sai player in LCK. Feels like no one else dares to play the Rek'Sai anymore.
Well, Kha'Zix is something available. It's fallen off, but still can be relatively good, so they might just go ahead and lock this one up for themselves. So still have that dueling potential out of the jungle. Yeah, and they will go ahead and take that one out. So we're not going to be seeing the Rek'Sai, not going to be seeing another Kindred. Just going to be moving to the one that kind of eluded our brains there with the Kha'Zix.
If they want Zyra here, Samsung, and Zyra by far the most picked for Core JJ, this would be the time to take it, but 80 carry is also as well, and wow, they actually skip over both, and they may have actually blinded both their solo lanes in the same way we saw from a Freak of Freaks, the first game of their last series. Crown has become a preeminent Syndra in Korea. I did not think we'd be saying this from the early weeks of the season, where Syndra once again didn't look convincing to any great degree. He also was very clearly not able to play this back at Worlds last year, the last time Syndra was a big prize pick, and had to ban it on blue and red side, but his Syndra is strong, and now last picking it on the red side and first banning the Echo, looking for a good matchup against Mickey.
Yep. Tom Ketch banned away here by the ROX Tigers. Ori and Echo out of the mid lane, so targeting Mickey here is Samsung with these bans. A couple things available for him.
You can already guess from the Tom Kench ban exactly what ROX Tigers wants to do with the rest of the comp. Pick comp with the Ashe. Kha'Zix try and mop up. Big tank in the top lane. Probably the Nautilus if I was to guess. Sorry, the Maokai if I was to guess.
Give me an assassin, Mickey.
It's possible. Shen already banned, so they can't go for the Shen Z strategy that we all love.
The ban Varus. Trying to take something out here from Ruler, but I mean, one of his big comfort picks from Summer Split, the Echo.
It's Echo.
Available.
It's going to be Ezreal Jhin. I think those are.
Or Ezreal.
That's okay. Echo, Ezreal.
I was reading it.
Renekton,
Echo.
Rengar. You know how it goes.
Yep.
We could probably see the Ezreal
Picking
here.
up on your mistakes.
Could still be the Jhin that he's played a lot this season, but obviously on 7.5 with the changes to Warlord's Bloodlust and also the Deathfire touch, it feels like people have moved away from that pick. Looking to ROX Tigers, I don't know if we're going to see a Pantheon again. I'd love to see the Zed, Mickey. I was saying this to you pre-game.
He's been teasing us with this so much, constantly hovering it. We saw him flip several picks against Faker in the mid lane, but they're really hovering over this for a while. But yeah, damn it. All right, last second.
Oh
flip over to
no!
Twisted Fate.
I mean, you still got to be hyped about Twisted Fate, and it's the biggest self-counter pick you could ask for against the Syndra. That is a really, really painful laning phase for Mickey, who somehow went the whole season not playing Twisted Fate and has now got back to spamming Twisted Fate, which I'm happy about.
As long as this is better than their Game 3 versus SKT.
I mean, it's set up to be pretty much the same.
Oh, okay.
Linderung loved to play the Fiora, third game of the season for him, so comes back into the lineup. Certainly a pick you can take into the Nautilus, and they varied what I expected them to do. I expected the pick comp, but they've changed it into sort of a pick comp, but very much 1-3-1 here, wanting to focus on the Twisted Fate Globals and also getting Fiora into good side lane matchups, and now Samsung's going to have a different style of game to play than we've seen in recent times, and this really is remnant of the Africa Freaks in 2016, where they love to run these Chaos-style comps with globals. ROX Tigers bringing it back.
We'll see how they're going to pilot this one. I mean, Linderung not having played for a considerable amount of time. We'll see how practiced up he is with this Fiora from his solo queue. Maybe he's been doing it in scrims as well. You never really know what happens behind the scenes.
Played it twice early in the season, then played it and looked good on it in IEM, admittedly against weaker opposition. I believe that was against M19, but my memory might fail me. ROX Tigers in their new garb, going up against Samsung Galaxy. A mismatch on paper, new roster as well. But they've got some craziness going here, and we've already seen a massive snowball draft like this when the ROX Tigers lead to a victory against admittedly softer opposition than Samsung Galaxy. But you get 5 kills on this comp, and things can go really to the headaches for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, looking a little chaotic, but it's controlled chaos from the ROX Tigers that we've come to expect, as opposed to that of MVP.
The moment that you lock in Twisted Fate against Syndra, there's no controlled chaos. This game's going straight to the races, one way or the other.
We'll see. Mickey has to be confident if he wants to take that into the matchup, so we'll see how he's able to do as we get ready to load in. But overall, it's interesting from both sides. Fiora versus Nautilus. We'll see how that one fares for Linderung.
But coming off the rift from ROX Tigers versus SKT, where he went 10-0 on Ari into 0-7 on Twisted Fate, and I feel like we're getting a polarizing performance, and that's exactly what I want here on our final regular season OGN day.
We'll see what we get. Maybe we'll land smack dab in the middle for the Twisted Fate. Let's go ahead and jump onto the rift for Game 1. ROX Tigers versus Samsung Galaxy.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, well, plenty of fans here to celebrate for Samsung, their second place spot, and also Ambition's 5-year anniversary as a pro in Korea.
Happy anniversary. You get a game off.
Yeah, you get to sit in the back room and watch your teammates. It's the best prize.
Kind of been Ambition's role for a long time, but I'm honestly of the belief that having a jungle sub is the most powerful sub in. You know, we're now a couple of seasons into having squads of 6, 7, 8, maybe even more. We've seen as much as 10 here in LCK, and I really think there is a lot of value in the jungler because you can watch the pathing and then come in and adjust. And because Ambition and Haru are so demonstrably different, Ambition a defensive early jungler, Haru a very aggressive early jungler, you get to know the enemy's tendencies and then have realistic options to sub in. Ambition certainly is no chump. He is a great jungler. He made it to World Finals not 6 months ago. Having him in the squad in a best of 5 could be an ace that not many other teams can establish, because look at SKT. They had a jungler they didn't play very much. Came to the World Final. Bengi came back in, did Bengi things, and they went on to win. So certainly a lot of value for Samsung there, and hopefully we'll see him sometime today.
Maybe we will. Could very well happen in game number 2 regardless of a win or loss here, but also same could be said for ROX Tigers. We might actually have the first time where 2 teams swap members at the same time, so we'll see what happens when we get to that point. For now, though, just going to be entering into the standard laning phase. Didn't have any wacky invades from either side, so there's no deep vision really acquired inside enemy jungle, so I think it's going to be a bit dark for both teams.
Well, Mickey saw the Syndra, started with exhaust, and was like, whatever. Goes flash, don't need exhaust. Honestly, though, if he walks up and needs to exhaust the Syndra, he's dead anyway. No chance the exhaust will be enough for him. And ROX, this is the ultimate snowball draft. It's go big or go home from the ROX Tigers when you go Twisted Fate into Syndra and also draft the Fiora. I spoke to some pros in Korea earlier in the season when other regions were still playing Fiora and we weren't seeing Fiora in Korea. And basically the thought process was the game is best played around bot lane. We've seen so many textbook ward behind the turret, teleport down, dive, take the turret plays with a tank from the top that playing around top lane was of limited value and wasn't as reliable as running a tank in top. And that's why we haven't seen Fiora since probably the last time Linderung played it in the first round robin in Korea.
Hasn't been here for a considerable amount of time. Mickey was trying to recall, got it stopped by Crown. Spotted that one out on the mini-map.
Wants a bit more CS. Double Doran's Ring. Usually the way forward for the Twisted Fate as the first purchase. And Double Doran's Ring into Rod of Ages has been the build of choice for both Ian and Mickey. Our only two Twisted Fates we've had so far this season.
Haru sitting around and spotted out by that ward on the ramp. So Mickey going to be all right. Won't get jumped on yet. Core JJ is also roaming up from the bottom lane, but likely not going to be able to find any entry onto this Twisted Fate.
When we hit the mid game, when we hit one or two items, being started, the piecing together of the Black Cleaver and probably the Ravenous Hydra, and we'll have to wait and see and judge how the vision is for ROX Tigers around topside. See if they really do set up Linderung for a jolly good go at the split push. For now, though, he's losing trades to Cuvée.
Yeah, I mean, Cuvée already had gone back, used the TP to get to the lane, so it does have that extra Doran's Ring up. So just that much more damage coming through from the Nautilus, but this will be the first back coming in. Linderung, we'll see what he's going to be able to pick up. Going to be a call, actually.
Oh, interesting. That's. I would have thought either the parts of a Phage or a couple of longswords, but that's something different. We've seen the junglers meet on the red side here. So just walking over.
Going to be the Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike. Yellow card down on the ground. He's going to cleanse that one off. Stun comes through. Songwon, one more hit will do it. Haru picking up the first blood. Is getting a little bit too greedy going for those Raptors. Now firing back, blue card out on the crown, chunks him down. He's got a couple potions to keep himself healthy. Now Haru maybe trying to sneak his way in from the back. He's not level 6, so won't have a Dragon's Rage, so looks like he's just going to go ahead and clear out the jungle.
Yeah, welcome back to competitive play for Songwon. It seemed like they were trying to see who would blink first. Invading onto a Syndra is always risky given that Syndra has complete lane control over a Twisted Fate, whether they've bought or not. Used the cleanse instantly, knew they had the damage, couldn't get close enough to the wall to flash over, so Songwon didn't pass over a buff, so that's about the happiest you are. But Mickey does not need the enemy mid laner getting extra experience in what is a super tough straight-up matchup for the Twisted Fate. So early advantage Samsung. And Mickey having to play even more defensively or creatively to get through the lane.
Yeah, and now you're just going to have that first blood going over to Lee Sin. Looks like a little bit of a tussle in the top lane. They trying to trade back on the Linderung. Try to deny him as much CS as he can to delay that Cull cash out.
Looks like Lee Sin has largely replaced Kha'Zix for most junglers in Korea. Looks like the Kha'Zix after the last nerfs got a little bit too risky, even though we're seeing it in this particular game. So it feels like the tier list is definitely Graves, Rengar into Lee Sin. For jungle picks, Elise as well. Feels like those are the top 4. We can never have more than 4, that's just how it works. What did I face check someone?
Has that polymorph, so he'll be all right. Takes just a little bit of damage. Songwon got a kite likely into the pit, hop over the wall, keep himself safe.
Crown hears stories of a level 4 Kha'Zix and wants to go bug splatting. Doesn't have Ghost, we already saw him cleanse, so not able to get there.
Let's see what kind of build Crown's going to go for, whether we see that Haunting guys come out early again, or if he's going to just opt into a more quote-unquote standard build, I guess, for Elanomicon and go from there.
I feel like you probably need Merc Treads against Twisted Fate even with Cleanse, but Ash Arrow as well, but it really depends, honestly. You could see an argument for Double Magic Pen, which has been his reliable build in terms of Sorcerer's Shoes into Haunting Guys, then Liandry's very early, usually second item, but sometimes even before Merlinomicon, and then buy a QSS. Or you go Merc Treads and then just kind of have to rely on the Cleanse only. When you have someone to spell Cleanse, you don't often go QSS, but Syndra really wants to be fishing for those stuns in team fights to be profited on by the Nautilus. My guess is the double magic pen just to try and kill Twisted Fate every time he dares enter mid lane.
We'll see where he wants to go. So far, just has the Lost Chapter. So keeping things standard. Mickey, of course, with Catalyst for that Rod of Ages, as he's been doing every time he picks this up. So nothing too shocking coming through for anybody in particular. Ash, of course, with Blade of the Rune King. You see Ruler actually opted not into the Tear of the Goddess. Wanted to go for the Sheen and those early trades.
Give you more lane presence. Haru, given that advantage in mid lane, can play around both buffs of ROX Tigers, and they really, unless they have Linderung teleporting in, have no way to get the drop.
Looking for a way in onto Mickey here, but it's spotted out. Sees Songwon coming around the side, so he'll just go ahead and peel back and take out the Scuttle Crab. Mountain Drake is here to start us off. Pretty limited vision in the area for either side. Haven't seen Haru try to start that one up yet.
Very deep control ward has been placed by Samsung earlier, just to see if they can spot Sungwon's pathing. Likely to walk over it now.
Nope. He's just gonna recall.
There you go. Makes me look silly. Mickey will be happy that because the last time he played Twisted Fate, it was that explosive 0-3 in 8 minutes laning phase. Things quiet here at the Seoul E Stadium. Nice crowd starting to filter in. Even on a Saturday, fans find it hard to get here for 5 p.m. starts.
Day jobs, etc., you know. Got to make money to afford those expensive tickets.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, they're getting more expensive for the playoffs, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Just another reiteration. If we have a moment. Well, there's a lot of level 6 bottom, so we could see an engage in just a second, so I'll hold that thought. Isaacs. I think he was spotted as top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be the depth charge coming out straight into the dredge line, but Linderong's going to flash away. Flash forward by Cubase to get the root down as Haru arrives. Kicks him in, gets the Sonic Wave, goes into the Resonating Strike, and gets rid of Linderong. A second kill on the board for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Haru was not going to play around with the repose, just went for the kick into Q to guarantee the damage coming through the mini stun on the displacement. Nicely done there. Now death over to Linderong, and if you start getting armor items on Cuvée, the split push gets delayed further and further, and with no map control, split pushing isn't even something you can do, so definitely a worry for ROX. They still haven't had any setup at all around the top lane. You'll note there's a safe control ward, red control ward in the brush, and also red wards. You need vision to make the Fiora split push work, and for now, been no team utility or team assistance for the Fiora counterpick.
Gonna be a nice start here for Samsung, finding themselves about 1,500 gold up. Flash forward in the bottom lane though. So Nethergrass comes through straight into the Ash Arrows core. JJ will get locked up. Gold card comes down onto him, but the Wild Growth is doing enough to keep him alive, at least for the moment. But with the Malefic Visions and the firing coming out from the Ash, they're able to take him down. They get 2 kills as Mickey finishes off Ruler. And now ROX maybe poised to get first brick.
Yeah, good trade tanking of the bot lane turret. And yeah, we will see the race. There's 4 members here, so you'd expect that Samsung would not be able to win this race, but they already have a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, I think that ROX has it. It's going to be a game of inches here. Wave is bigger, and there we go. Last couple hits come through, so they do get the first brick. They will lose that mid-tier 1 turret, though, which is probably the worst one that they could lose in an exchange. But still, going to be a nice turnaround here by the ROX Tigers, and they close up that gold gap considerably.
Sort of trade that's really hard to evaluate. We're seeing Crown and Haru walk over because they know that Fiora is very low. No flash on this Fiora.
Dashing in, gonna be looking for it. Dash away by Linderong. Throw down the challenge, but won't be able to go in on this one. Bit of a botch there, trying to get the stun in. So
Strange
miscommunication.
Kick. The only time you kick there in that direction is because you want to ult at the same time and just have damage into execution. Not to come through, as we're seeing a replay of the dive, well orchestrated. When you have Twisted Fate, it's not about the tank teleporting in. They have a Fiora top lane, so there's brute force it even before Kha'Zix is in position. Because for once, Samsung had rolled down the bot lane, were relatively overextended for that situation. So, nice use of the ults there from ROX Tigers.
A really deep TP coming through from Linderong, way behind Ruler and Core JJ. They don't have any summoner spells. Hawkshot coming through. Mickey getting ready to collapse with Key on the sidelines. Ashero comes down, finds Ruler. TP being completed now by Cubase, but will he arrive in time? Dredge line's forward, just trying to get himself out of dodge, but it just does not matter. There's so much damage available from the ROX Tigers. 2 kills picked up, a double for Linderong on the Fiora, and now Samsung gonna be fighting on the back foot.
Yeah, I think Samsung are just surprised that we see a second dive almost instantly, despite it not being a tank. The Ash Arrow registers on Ruler, and from there, the burst was still available from Linderong. So even though he picked up Cull, even though normally it's about setting up the Fiora to win the 1v1, it's been a team game by the ROX Tigers, and it's a different type of chaos, but still a successful one, as ROX actually do wrestle back the gold lead at 12 minutes.
Really good turn of events here for the ROX Tigers. Two-shot barrage, oh, barely gonna miss that one. 175 is what the Mountain Drake falls to. But it is picked up by ROX Tigers, so turn in the bottom lane, multiple kills, gold lead in their favor, now Mountain Drake.
I'm ecstatic, Achilles. We're seeing a new build from this Mickey. He's going GLP
Oh boy.
on the Twisted Fate. I'm a fan just because Twisted Fate's always been, all right, how can I get more ratios? I don't have them that high AP ratios, Lichbane for an extra ratio. There was even some Deathfire Grasp Twisted Fate once upon a time, and GLP's another ratio, even though it's quite slight.
That was the true assassin one, the Deathfire touch. Straight in off Destiny, card ready to go.
GLP Merc Treads Twisted Fate. Now Mickey has stayed true to form. The last time he played Twisted Fate, or the last time he won on it, you remember he had a post-game interview where he was surprised that he took Storm Raider Surge. Second game in a row he's gone Thunderlord, so he did really just misclick Thunderlords with the other blue keystone.
It could have been worse, you know.
I mean, I can understand, but I guess it's just Ghost plus Storm Raiders is like really getting towards the cap of movement speed too much. Thunderlord's more damage, and the Fate's all about making those ultimates work.
Hardcore JJ going to be spotted out by those wards. Going down into the river. He's going to pop the Ghost, just wants to sprint away, knows that Lee Sin is lurking nearby, and does not want to get caught out.
And just coming back to the previous point, when it was first brick bottom lane against mid lane turret going down, mid lane turret going down for Twisted Fate first is such a big cost because you can put down much safer deep vision and make it more predictable. The Destiny in particular also, it gave a lot of easy access.
Ash Arrow coming down. Oh, nice little step back there by Crown, keeps himself safe.
It gives easy access for Samsung to the blue buff and top lane, which was already losing, but the game has changed very quickly since then. Really nice plays, and Linderong teleporting to bot has meant that Samsung, which for a second looked like they were in complete control, are now on that back foot. And so we're really waiting to evaluate what happens in the mid game. It'd be a big statement from ROX if they could make such a snowball chaos draft work against, at least in the second round robin, to me, the best performing team in LCK.
Definitely be a major statement here for ROX Tigers to win this. So 4-2, find themselves in a bit of an advantage there. 600 gold. It's the only thing separating them from Samsung, but considering that that was 1.5, almost 2,000 gold a couple minutes ago, it's been a really good turnaround by them. They just need to keep up that pressure.
Yeah, only 4 CS for the Cull Cash in to come as well, which will be another 300 plus gold over to the side of the ROX Tigers.
I mean, when's the last time you saw a rush on a Ravenous Hydra?
We haven't seen too much Fiora, so a long time, and even then Fioras were considering the Titanic Hydra.
I think we've seen one Renekton.
Yes, there was one Renekton go Ravenous Hydra, and it was a late game Ravenous Hydra where it was like, wait, why not Titanic? You've got all this health. I forget who that was. Could have been Shy, who's been our biggest Renekton player recently.
It was an intriguing purchase for sure.
Yeah, plus 350. Gold lead does grow to 1,200. Not enough for the draft they have, but certainly welcome.
Cube having to walk back here now, sees 3 members of ROX Tigers. He can't get up to that turret, so just has to concede this over to them. As long as they can kill before the wave gives out, which they should be able to do. Haru coming in, gets a flash kick in onto Mickey's, knocked into ground as the Wild Growth comes through. Ash Arrow onto Haru to try to trade one back. One more hit would do it, but they just can't find it as Songyun gets stunned up. The heal comes through, keeping him alive, but barely so. Haru will be able to retreat with his health as Mickey goes down.
Yeah, Mickey walked forward. He made one movement forward when he could have just completely disengaged from that situation, and no hesitation on the kick flash whatsoever from Haru does get them a pick. But the pick only matters if it translates into objectives, given that the wards are coming down from ROX. They're playing aggressively. As we say this, Samsung made a nice rotation to bot lane. Should be a turret here for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, Songyun way too low to try to push up to clear out the wave. He won't be able to offer up too much, so they just go ahead, lose that turret. So Samsung trading back, making that gold lead almost non-existent. Infernal Drake's going to be spawning in just under 2 minutes. If they can net that for themselves, be very good for the squad to try to get themselves into a comfortable position yet again in this game.
ROX just desperately needs Linderong to have Black Cleaver and Merc Treads basically now. And it's far too early in the game to have that many items, but he needs to be comfortably 1v1ing and also potentially able to turn around 1v2s to make this draft work. Mickey is obviously going to be playing in the other lane, especially when the outer mid lane turret goes down. The Chaos only really makes sense when Fiora is a raid boss, and that's 2 items for the Fiora. Control wards, but pretty defensive ward line if you think about it from ROX Tigers. When to make a 1-3-1 draft work, you need advanced vision to cut between lanes and start threatening inner turrets.
Double control ward, just for the most vision. Key, meanwhile down in the river here, actually gets clipped by the orb, but they can follow up for the kill. True shot from Barrage though, that can do it. Sniped from the bottom lane. Ruler comes up with the kill, now the TP's coming in. Songyun gets kicked by Haru, gets taken out with the resonating strike. Juve just in range for that depth charge, will pop up the Kha'Zix, lands the dredge line. They'll take him out for good measure. 3 kills suddenly here for Samsung, a double over to the Lee Sin, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
That's exactly what the 2017 meta has looked like. Teleport plays with hard CC, all facilitated from a nice pick, and even the from downtown play from Ruler. There will be an inner turret taken as an answer to that, and the mid lane turret, although 1 hit away. Mickey's just trying to not flash to get this last order. The GLP fade away. Oh, Mickey.
Oh, well, Orb connects. He might pay for this one with his life. Gets stunned up, flashes over the wall. Juve nearby. Destiny has popped. Mickey just trying to get out of here as best as he can. Ground is hot on his heels. W's not going to connect. Now they're just going to go ahead, turn in onto this Fiora. Wild Growth coming through. Unleash power. Takes Mickey out. Just steps way too close. Ground going to flash away off the backside of the Nethergrass. And Linderong is actually turning this one around for his team. Is very low on mana, but now Haru and Ruler are both arriving. Dredgeline connects in onto Key for the passive. Stops him from getting pulled back in, but it won't stop him from going down. 2 more kills picked up here for Samsung, losing ground in the process.
Well, we asked for Chaos, we got the Chaos. Mickey getting far too cute trying to take out the outer turret. Why not just wait for a future time? Did you really need 100 gold? The answer is, I guess yes, as he picks up the Zonias.
That was classic Mickey.
And Key was fishing for an ultimate, but didn't know that he was on a ward. They tried to disengage. Very nice from downtown, doing his best bang/faker impression was Ruler. Sniping down Key, but Key would have died one way or the other. Really nice teleport spot for Juve to come in, well called. Juve's teleports, you know, for a season where he hasn't been killing people on Kennen like he was towards the end of last year and at Worlds. He needs to hit the teleports, and that has been what Juve has been reliably able to do, and also what the draft from ROX Tigers categorically can't do. That is the sort of gameplay we've seen so much this year, but when you go for the Fiora, is nowhere near as possible. So Samsung getting more immediate gold once they can set up their vision, and Core JJ is one of the best coordinators of vision we have in the LCK. I find it hard to believe that the Chaos will continue to succeed for ROX Tigers.
I like that fight started with Key dying, and then the second one ended with Key dying. He just kind of ran back in, just get taken out yet again.
What are the Moby Boots for other than dying, Achilles?
I don't know. Core JJ is definitely making better use of those so far, as his 6 assists coming through. Some of these Wild Growths have been really on point as well, keeping people alive, if not just delaying their death, so drawing more resources out of the ROX Tigers as the fights go on.
Fans at home are wondering why we see so much early Liandry's. Another reason why we're seeing it a lot is that Play the Ruin King plus Liandry's equals very early Barons. 20-minute Barons have been very reliable and very regular since 7.5, so any more damage to those neutral monsters is highly prized in basically every role, because when Play the Ruin King and Liandry's are strong, Baron is not, regardless of where the numbers are on Baron.
Well, we'll see where Samsung is going to pay their attention to next here on the map. Tier 1 turret in top is still standing. You see Crown has rotated his way up there. Will be joined by Core JJ and Haru, which is his second. So it seems like they want to be able to take this objective out, but they will be answered by Key and Songwon in the vicinity.
Kifei's gone for QSS early. Now, of course, that used to be something great against the Grand Challenge, but that interaction no longer works, so only for the CC. Does mean that he doesn't have a third armor item, and even a chain vest would be helpful, as Linderong is just the Merc Treads short of being an utter nuisance and already very close to that territory here. All QV can do is buy time. We'll lose turrets over time in the bot lane.
Yeah, just gonna try to hold on to that as best as he can. Still does have some decent wave clear.
It's basically Linderung is fighting QV's health bar and QV's fighting the minions. He's not fighting Linderung. Knows he has absolutely no chance in that particular regard.
Yeah, he's gonna need some assistance. Try to hold on to this one for much longer.
It's hard though, honestly, taking inner turrets and certainly taking inhibitor turrets as a split pusher. Doesn't really have vision, does Linderung, so Linderung will go for a walk, create some vision of his own.
Well, he's got it, so now it just feels comfortable to go ahead and come back down to this bottom lane, so likely going to start going for some of those hits onto the turret now.
Now, ROX with a pressure draft like this, Baron is something they can be looking at for certain. They do have Play the Ruin King rush on Ashe. Kha'Zix's also good at taking the Baron, and with the Destiny, they have the ability to check for the members of Samsung without committing even someone walking up and warding, which against a Syndra this strong is going to be very much a risky proposition from a no-tank lineup. That seems to be the battle right now, is how much 1-3-1 pressure can they apply while also trying to retain Baron control. The answer for now is a standstill, but again, you give ROX Tigers 10 seconds with the Baron, and they're certainly going to do it pretty damn fast. They got a Mountain Drake as well.
CQV just steadily getting chipped away here. Linderung will get some free time with this turret. Might even just be able to take it off this push. Yeah, you can see QV says, well, you know, I can't do anything here. I'm just going to go ahead and heal back, not lose my life. That's 2 inner turrets that have been taken by Linderung alone.
But you have to keep revisiting what is the trade? What is the trade? Because Samsung are doing things on the map while QV has to lose objectives. There's nothing else QV can do but buy time, and they've got some Baron control. They took an outer turret, certainly not a great trade in terms of the turrets, but it's all on Samsung trading up elsewhere, as unless Linderung can actually solo kill QV, it takes a lot of time to take these standing objectives.
If he could break that inhibitor turret, it would be absolutely massive for the ROX Tigers. Create a ton of pressure on that bottom half of the map away from the Baron. Now, though, be eluding him. I mean, he's picked up so much gold you'd have to expect from just sitting in that bottom lane, soaking up those waves, keeping them shoved in. So his next back will be pretty substantial. We see who comes in. Going to be a BF sword into the inventory.
And there are those Merc Treads as well. I wonder where he'll go with the BF sword. Bloodthirster was the old build into the Spirit Visage for just the most lifesteal, and then also the Grand Challenge healing for just, well, I guess I'm fighting forever. Probably expecting there to be that Bloodthirster next.
Samsung are in a prime position to go ahead and start up this Infernal Drake, so they go ahead and engage this, so we'll be double going over to them.
I see the pings onto Baron, as ROX Tigers will assume this is being taken.
And they're cheating their way up there.
Double Infernal, and now there will be double Mountain coming on. Keeping it fiery here in our first game of the last day.
Definitely are, which means that we're going to get all Cloud and Ocean next game.
Samsung have very little force outside of QV, and now QV's group. So this is Samsung saying, we will make a Baron play and force the teleport, because we know otherwise we'll lose an inhibitor.
Ward in the back of the pit. It's not going to be spotted. It's not going to be denied.
How big is the commitment going to be here from ROX?
Hawk shots coming through. TP now going to be engaged.
Too late?
By Linderung. Baron's going to go down. Haru spikes this one out. GoreJJ flashing out of the pit. Pops a wild growth onto himself. Will stay alive at least for the moment. And
Watch
it's going to be
Linderung
coming through for Samsung. They take out Key. They take out Songwon. Linderung goes down. Can't do a damn thing. Songyu firing away, but gets stunned up by the Scatter the Weak. Big crucial play coming through for Crown. They'll be able to finalize this ace as Mickey comes out of the stasis. They take him out. 5 kills for 2 for Samsung plus the Baron. And now they have jumped forward with a substantial lead.
And you have to wonder, was that the right decision to send Linderung there? The fight almost turned. If Linderung could have got the healing field out any earlier, might have been able to stay alive, as he's the only pseudo frontliner. Songwon died instantly. But fighting 5v5 around a Baron is never what ROX Tigers drafted for. And you look at where the minion waves are and where Linderung is, they would have been able to take an inhibitor, maybe even, at least the inhibitor turret, but definitely the inhibitor. As you watch the replay, if Linderung stays alive, you see Linderung starting to lifesteal, one man going down. If the healing field comes down 3 seconds earlier, there's a chance ROX wins this fight, as they couldn't turn onto Sungyun and Mickey as fast. End result, though, is going to be the 5-for-2 trade on the side of Samsung and no inhibitor going down. And Baron buff can end the game when you have a 1-3-1 and can also end the game against 1-3-1. And suddenly split pushing is not going to be as fast as brute forcing with QV and a 5-man Samsung group.
We'll see just how much Samsung can take out here. Now we're going to have a very comfortable 2,000 gold lead while being down 2 turrets. So if they can net some of that standing gold, it'll really surge them even further forward. Crown's going to come over the wall. Interrupts Linderong, but this might have been a bad idea. Core JJ is nearby. Wild Growth comes through, the shield thrown down. Crown still goes low, throws out the Scatter of the Weak, and they will be able to take him out, but that was almost a 1v3 kill coming through for Linderong.
Needs to be winning those, because so many resources and time was put into getting him big that almost just means that Samsung still have 5 members, still will push down with Baron. Multiple objectives will go down for ROX Tigers. Looking to break the base and maybe even through the bot lane. Normally it's just the mid lane front door, but got a big minion wave here to Samsung Galaxy.
Well, they got QV ready to go, bringing up the wave in mid. Two-shot barrage comes out from Ruler, not going to find any damage on anybody. We'll be able to pop that passive off of Key with Mystic Shots as they start whittling away at the turret.
Triple QSS as well, not a lot of risk from
massive
this.
stun coming through, but they can't follow up.
Only person who can be Malzahar ultimate is Crown, who's going to be very far in the battle.
They rotate over, they get that inner turret in mid, so just the one standing in top, and then it's nothing but inhibitors from there for Samsung to take out. Rotate over to the mid lane as they wait for the wave to crash in bottom. We'll come back down. Turret's going low, a couple more shots here from Ruler. We'll be able to take this out. Turret's down. Can they get the inhibitor is going to be the question. Dredgeline coming through, connects on the Songwon. He's going to lead the way, keeping himself out of the fight. Full card comes out, locks up Haru, but the inhibitor's gone down, and now Samsung should be able to just exit the base.
When the leap is down, they know there's no real reinitiate potential from ROX Tigers. ROX just watch them take down an inhibitor. It feels like the Baron is the straw that broke the camel's back. It doesn't feel like ROX can actually execute 1-3-1 again in this game, barring a really big rebuilding phase and no further objectives being taken for Samsung, which seems very unlikely. Also, the frontliners are getting stupidly tanky. A lot of armor and health onto QV, and Haru will soon have a Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah, and that's just going to make him even more unkillable. Goes in, takes away the red buff, Songwon not able to find it. But it's going to be Haru dashing in. Going to be looking for the engage, but good minions coming out here from Key, going to be body blocking any Sonic wave coming through.
I mean, Haru's nothing if not a man. He's going to go in 6-0-5. He's quietly also accumulated most of the kills in this game. Doesn't want Crown to get any more MVP points.
Certainly plays like a man. He's a bit of a boy himself, though.
What a season.
I'm actually not sure how old he is, but he looks like he's a little bit younger.
We don't have our player information sheets. I believe he's 19, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So young compared to most of us, Kilios.
Yeah, maybe 20, something in that range.
Scouted out of solo queue by CJ Entus for the summer 2016 season. Did not perform well on that team, but no one did. No one put up their hand. They were relegated, but been an amazing season for Haru in spring.
Asher comes through, QSS off by Ruler. Keeping himself safe, but the wave is not here, so they can't stick around. Got to knock down this turret. It's good wave control, actually, by ROX Tigers in the bottom side of the map, so the super groups are still very far away. Just now hitting that midpoint of the lane. So I won't be pressuring out those Nexus turrets anytime soon, so this does allow them to stick around and keep defending this turret in mid.
I mean, Nautilus is the real go button. When you have no front line, he ults Mickey or he ults specifically Songyun, and this should be the mid lane turret going down.
Couple more hits.
Big
Triple
stun.
yet again coming through for Crown. Second time in a row that he's been able to do that one. Haru going to get locked down. Nethergrass bin onto QV. Makes it out of that one. The depth charge comes through, pops up Songy into the back line, and Ruler going to arcane shift forward very aggressively. Another stun coming through from Crown, locks him up, and a double kill immediately goes over to Haru. Looking for the triple, will get stunned up by that gold card. The damage just isn't there from the Twisted Fate to hold him off any longer. No one dying on the side of Samsung. I think they're going to go for the win right here.
This game all hinged on one decision. Credit to ROX, kept themselves competitive till 25 minutes, but we'll never know if taking the inhibitor or fighting around Baron was the right call. In the end, Samsung will take game one as QV dies. Why not?
Well, yeah, just taking a little trip into the fountain. The dredge line connecting onto the wall, definitely not what he had planned, but Nexus goes down. Just under 32 minutes, Samsung come up with a victory in game number one, but it definitely was not as easy as you might have expected on paper.
And a really cool game one, because it was just a different type of game than we've seen in a long time. First Fiora of the second round robin, first truly chaos-style draft. It's not Twisted Fate Shen, where at least Shen can back up, be a frontline tank. No tank on the side of ROX. KT-esque, but in a different way than KT have been executing. That's usually the rumble in the top lane. And it worked to a point, or at least they were even to a point. But one bad decision when you go for these gimmicky comps often means the game ends. You can't just still make the same reliable frontliner engages on the backline plays because you haven't drafted in that way. New shirts, new lineup, no victory in game 1 for ROX Tigers. Doesn't mean Mickey can't be MVP. He can still win 2 games if Crown doesn't win MVP here. So even though this game isn't really about placements in the league, still some drama to be played out in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And then we'll speaking of that, we'll have to see who comes in for game number 2. Maybe we see Ambition just for the hell of it. Maybe we see Shy and Mighty Bear coming back out. Not sure what to expect here from either team with potential roster swaps. I'm just going to find out in a couple minutes after we go to that break and come back.
Might be ROX Tigers' last game for a very long time. Probably won't see them till the first week of summer season. Let's hope they go out with a bang, win or loss.
Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully Mickey's got something prepared for us. Keeps teasing us with that Zed, then swaps over to the Twisted Fate. I'm ready for it. I think it's time for the Zed to make a return in Mickey's champion pool.
Zed, Callista from Songyun. Let's see all the greatest hits.
All right, we'll see what they're going to do. We're going to go to that break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with game number 2. We'll see who closes this out, ROX Tigers, or if it'll be Samsung with a 2-0 victory.
Swerving in the cold rain.
So grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The duffel bag and let's roll.
또 나가야? 멋있어. 이게 라이브 버전. 그럼 비욘드 또 쳐다보겠네? 아 비욘드 비욘드님 빨리 마요. 아! 우와
맛이 바로 뺏어온 것 같다.
그냥 웅장해. 바론 뺏으러 왔다. 그랬더라. 적을 존중해야 훌륭한 프로게이머 아니겠어? 맞아. 최고의 승부를 가립시다. 보고 있잖아. 부끄럽게. 흐뭇하다 흐뭇해. 상대팀하고 이렇게 사랑스럽게 대화할 수 있어.
피노이 3명이야.
나도 어제 그런 거 있었는데 나 코치였는데.
뱅이 2명이야.
야 피너지 3명이라.
훈이가 2명이야.
끔찍하다. 안 되겠다. 2판 이기려면 그러면 블루버클로 쩍블루부터 줘요. 잠깐 먹다. 잠깐 먹으니 잠깐.
아, 그러니까 블루 들고 있는 적경블루를 잡아달라는 얘기지?
그치? 아니 적정한 걸 해주겠지. 일단 내가 블루를 주면 적블루도 먹어줄게.
질리언은 3위를 뜨는데 3초잖아.
질리언은 3일 안 뜸.
질리언 얘기하지 마.
왜? 난 질리언 좋아하는 개인적으로. 나는 옛날 질리언으로 솔로 1등 찍은 거야.
옛날 질리언이 더 좋아 보이긴
브라질 가서 질리언 하면 브라질이야.
여태까지 곰곰이 생각한 게 그 정도 드립밖에 안 돼. 진짜 드립 수준 하고는
이거 빨간 상태일 때 있잖아.
이래 죽어요.
물 하나만 주라.
빨리 특히 빨간 거는 더 세니까. 형 오늘 보험 없죠?
난 언제 왔지?
저번에 있었던 거 같아. 보험 들지 마라.
에어컨 잘 열리지. 듣지 마.
그렇게 말해봐. 어디서 말 될 거야?
우리 집 다 미쳤어.
원서.
네.
미쳤어야 돼. 너 진짜 기함 잡아?
네.
엄마!
야 엄마.
가만히 있어.
동빈이 형도 미쳤다. 그래.
니도 미쳤어. 뭔 소리야?
저 안 미쳤는데.
너가 요즘 제일 미쳤어. 경찰서 가고 싶어? 경찰서 가고 싶어? 뭔 소리야?
SKT
얘네도 은근히 한 판씩 많이 졌네.
젠구가 승률 1위인 이유가 있잖아.
젠구 나와서 다
아 또 먹혔다 오늘도 얘들아.
근데 원래 1위 팀들이 KD가 좋을 수밖에 없어.
저 안에 생크림이 안 갔는데 안에가 꽉 차있질 않네. 아 이게만 할 것 같기도 하고.
편하게 하자.
아 편하게 하자 편하게.
편하게 가.
한타이롱주.
야, 좋지 말지. 이거 뭐 없다. 야, 이자! 할 수 있다! 파이팅!
이 휴가를 위한 파이팅입니다 여러분.
네.
알겠습니까?
뭔 소리야? 승리전을 위한 화이팅이지.
너무 쟤.
왜?
휴가.
아 진짜 말하지 말고 이기 생각을 해.
조용히 형. 휴가 받으면 어떻게 해? 이겨야겠어.
누가 말할 생각 말고 승강전 생각해. 승강전.
얘들아 뛰어? 싸움 나면 뛰어. 알지? 안 뛰면 맞아.
준영아, 싸움 나면 퇴사.
아 그건 볼게. 야 싸움 나면 무조건 와라. 라인 버리고.
왜?
안 오면 맞는다.
아 긴장된다 갑자기.
눈 아파.
편하게 집에서 패티만 입고 게임한다는 생각.
진짜 나 떨어지.
승강전 무서워.
이번엔 승환이 없이 좀 편하게 쉬고 싶다.
봐야지. 용준이 갔다 왔다.
그거 안 했잖아.
안 해도 갔다 왔다. 적팀에 하신 분 있네.
적은 너무 멀어.
그러네 못 보내드리네.
아프리카도 인지알고 하겠네.
승강전과 플레이오프서
우리가 이겨야지.
우리가 더 간절해. 우리가 더 중요해. 아닌가? 우리가 더
아니,
간절해.
우리가 더 간절하고 중요해.
안녕하세요. 인사하지 마라. 더 떨어진다. 프로 형님한테 인사 드려야지.
인사 받아주지 마. 받아주면 긴장 풀려.
긴장 풀리게 하.
페이콜.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can take a look at this graph right here and see that Crown did all of the damage. 26,947 with his Syndra that is becoming more and more of a staple pick.
I mean, it's becoming a god-tier Syndra player, Kilios, and for a guy who, was known to Western fans for his Victor play, feels like if they make it to MSI, you have to update that meme, but replace the Victor with Syndra, because that is exactly where you would position his Syndra right now. Very strong, adaptable, roamed well, may even pick up the MVP here, but nope, it will go to Haru. 8-0-6, made the crucial ganks, and also denies Crown the guaranteed MVP, at least for now.
That's very true. If we see the ROX Tigers victories come in, if they could close out this series and Mickey wins them both, then he would find himself tied with Crown. Seems a bit unlikely, but yeah, Haru getting things going off the bat here, level 4, coming up with that first blood, and then just get the ball rolling from there. It's a bit of a rough road, though, you'd have to say, for Samsung. Definitely some stiffer opposition than they were expecting or even used to in this game here from the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that ROX was able to make their Chaos Draft work so well, but when plays like this happened with the teleport plays that are afforded by running the likes of Nautilus in the top lane, it did feel like ROX had made one mistake too many. This is the one that they'll probably have to recreate, where big minion wave in bot. Linderon could have, with double items, extra gold, been able to take an inhibitor in this scenario, but you could argue, okay, Baron goes over to Samsung and you lose the game anyway. In this case, Baron and no inhibitor went down, so the double whammy meant that ROX never really had a realistic chance back into the game, and shortly afterwards the game was closed by Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah. Do have to give that shout out there to Crown, consistently coming up with multi-man stunts. I mean, setting up for that double kill.
I've never seen an E double kill. That was plus 600 gold. Looks so good.
Just really nice cripple coming through.
Well, we've got some new players coming through, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely do. We'll see which side it's going to be on. For now, it's going to be Samsung. So they will go ahead and plug in Ambition to the roster. See if we have anything else coming out.
Fans have a lot of those cheerfuls up. We mentioned in the pregame it's going to be a double substitution at minimum for Samsung. Hello, Stitch.
It's going to be a big shakeup here. So yeah, just wanted to get
one
win
on the board. Can we have some Wraith as well? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. So I know there's a couple people in the chat who always are asking for Wraith to play, and they will get their wish here today.
I mean, Wraith has a lot of fans. Is a pretty boy in his own right, and was a great support throughout the course of 2016, then got robbed of being able to play in Worlds. So cool to see Wraith back. Every time we see Wraith, he's playing something new. The KO support probably not coming out today, but you never know with Wraith.
Well, last couple times we did spot him out, as you saw in the graph there. Karma Thresh, some big pickups for him, but we know that he's got those weird ones. The Leona that can come out from time to time, as well as that Kale that we did spot. So he's got some interesting stuff up the sleeve. Maybe we'll see some today.
No changes for the ROX Tigers, so we will not be seeing Shy or Mighty Bear for Game 2. As ROX Tigers, again, mostly fighting for pride, but also fighting for Mickey winning MVP. For that to happen, would need to win MVP in 2 consecutive victories for ROX Tigers. Looking remote, but it's not decided till it's decided. We get into Game 2, and with Ambition coming in, it is a fitting celebration for his 5-year anniversary as a pro player. One of our OGs played in the first ever OGN Champions Tournament, not the Invitational, that's when Score, and just to eclipse him in terms of playing competitive games in Korea first, and Ambition still a stalwart of the Korean scene.
Yeah. You figured with the 5-year anniversary we'd get some fan service here for them. Well, maybe not. Maybe fan service isn't the right word. Cloud Templar gave some fan service at the start of the broadcast, but the fans are definitely happy to see Ambition back in the booth. But now with Stitch and Wraith coming in as well, 2 players we haven't seen for Samsung in a considerable amount of time. We'll see how this is going to impact their draft. So far, it's going to be pretty standard here. Malzahar and Shen will be banned away this time, so no Malzahar for Key.
So the Tigers double jungle ban on blue side, and so far 1 jungle ban from the ROX Tigers on red. Elise was banned against Sungwon by Samsung in Game 1, so will we see the 3 jungle bans like we did there? If not, Rengar could certainly be first picked. Ambition has played it pretty reliably this season. It's banned. I want to see Ambition's Lee Sin super bad, Achilleos.
This might just get your wish. See, he's got that wry smile on his face at the moment. Try to figure out where they're going to go with this. For now, it's going to be that first pick, Ashe, here for Stitch. So getting him something that he's comfortable on.
Lee Sin takeaway. Does feel like we have codified our top 4 junglers, which would include Lee Sin around the Elise tier, below Graves and Rengar.
haven't locked it in yet, but seems highly likely that this will be picked up by Songwon.
Big priority on the Ashe, given that everything else was up, even the Varus, for example, that other teams like MVP, who will be playing in our second series, have traditionally valued above Ashe. Yeah, denied away the Lee Sin that I was hoping for, and Zyra made it through picks and bans, surprisingly, in Game 1. But every time you see outside sources of magic damage, the dream of the Talon coming through gets greater.
Yeah, so not going to be seeing that one. And no reason to ban the Zyra since Core JJ isn't in the game.
It's true.
It's been his big one, so they will go ahead and pick this one up for Key.
And if we don't see a support in this round, Wraith might be getting something crazy in the second round.
We'll see where they're going to go. For now, will be Kha'Zix for Ambition. So just going to get a mirror match here. Songwon moving over to Lee Sin. We'll see how Ambition pilots that Kha'Zix.
Is a fun throwback. He played it in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's how long he's been a pro player. When you've been around 5 years, you've played that Kha'Zix at some point.
He gave Faker his first kill while playing Kha'Zix.
Nidalee, Kha'Zix, mid lane. Now they're both junglers.
Nidalee's hardly a jungle these days.
Hey,
I don't see her too much.
You see it in Europe, you see it in other regions. I've only seen, I believe, one game in Korea, but not an OGN day, that's for sure. And the Nautilus makes it pretty damn far. The picks and bans, whenever it's not first picked or first rotation, you have to be a bit surprised.
I mean, do we just see a Fiora come back out for Linderong? We know that that's available for him, but they're actually going to go ahead and pick up the Jhin. So something that we haven't seen a whole lot of as of late. The Jhin gets snatched up here for Songyu. Now going into the second half of bans, do Samsung feel threatened enough by Fiora to ban it away?
I'm going to guess no, but I'd love to see the Tigers just take Talon in the next round, or Rumble in the next round, and consider the Talon pick. I think Talon, for a similar sort of chaotic style, but also having some backup options, might be a good draft for ROX. We'll wait and see what Samsung want to do. Juve's probably pretty irritated about the Fiora matchup, and they do ban it out, which to me is a big respect ban towards Linderong, but it does stop there being quite the same level of chaos there was in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was like seemingly the biggest cause for the ROX Tigers having a lead for a period of time. There was that Fiora. Linderong playing it very well, which goes to show why he's not swapped out here for game number 2. Songwon, bit of a lackluster performance, but I mean, Haru just kind of ran all over his face.
First mid lane ban finally comes in as Syndra. No other bans towards the mid lane. Means champion pool is very strong. Talia has been a big pick for Mickey when he's not been playing something like Talon. So I think Talon or Talia are the likely mid lane drafts unless we see a last pick counter pick. Looking for top lane as well. Could be a Rumble that Linderong again has shown in the past. Not necessarily been super stellar on the pick, but good against Nautilus, and it will just be the Talia blind. So maybe Linderong the counter pick for last pick.
So if you're Crown, what do you want to take into this one? The Rise is something very big for him. Just see this come through, and they're just going to go ahead and lock up the Rise and hover over the Lux.
It's another pick that Wraith has played in support in the past. It's going to go for it.
They lock it in. So Lux support, not something that we've seen for a considerable amount of time, does get locked in, and Wraith just keeps delivering with the oddball.
And people have talked about the Lux into champions like Malzahar and Zyra because she outranges them so severely with her harass. So this is a pick.
Damage is also pretty bad.
Wraith was also just practicing this in solo queue a lot the last time he was playing, so we do see it locked in. It has been played around the world maybe just once, but it was a pick that was discussed, and we see it locked in. So it's cool to see Lux support out, and when we didn't see a support in the first round, you had to know it was coming, Achilleos.
Yep. Well, that feel on the last pick is going to be Maokai for Linderong, so nothing too exciting. No Rumble going to be coming out for him. So just going to have that big wet noodle fight going on in the top lane.
And Samsung still have a pick comp for Kha'Zix. The teams know to draft a lot of reliable CC, and then have the Kha'Zix potentially come in and profit from that. It comes to some degree on both sides, though. Maokai and Talia have a lot of innate synergy as well, so it seems like compared to Game 1, where it was chaos versus control, we're getting control on both sides. It should be a snowball game from whoever gets the early lead, as Samsung want to have the last match before they play in the semi-final on 15th of April, and it could be ROX Tigers' last game until they play in summer season, so an extended vacation brewing for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, as you said, want to go out with a bang, and picking up a win here would definitely contribute toward that, even if they can't have a series win over Samsung. But also, you know, Samsung, they want to come up with a win. They want to give Stitch and Wraith a bit more playtime. Ambition on his 5-year anniversary. To lose here would be pretty disappointing.
And also in general, if they 2-0, it's a 12-game win streak riding into that semifinal. The most momentum possible for the matches they've played. So it'll be a big statement game for Samsung, even though they've brought out the B squad.
All right, well, let's see if they can close out with this, or if we'll just see some more swaps going on as we enter into a game number 3 if ROX can pick up a victory right here. Let's go ahead, jump on to the rip for game number 2, see if Samsung can close it out, or if ROX will fire back. Well, they're excited, to say the least, here for Samsung. Major cheers coming out from the fans.
Lux support, perhaps one of the most interesting parts of this game, too. Most competitive game for Wraith. I tell a lie. The Korean player I most closely associate with support Lux is Madlife, actually, who used to play it quite a lot at the start of the competitive scene. And there are the cheerfuls for the 5 years of the Dragon, which is Ambition.
Even the foreign fans jumping in on the celebration here.
A true legend of competitive play. Debuted as a mid laner, of course, way back when. Was seen as the preeminent Korean mid laner before Faker even debuted. Remember Faker's debut in 2013, and Ambition was very well respected in 2012. Solo kill, and history changed a little bit as Ambition did go to struggle in his next couple years in the mid lane. Could never really put himself next to someone like Faker. There's some great interviews with Ambition where he talks about being compared with the likes of Faker when it came to the mid lane. And then went on to have a very successful role swap, if you think about it, to the jungle role. It looked a bit risky back in 2015 on CJ Entis, but on Samsung, he was great in 2016. No other way to put it. Hasn't got as many opportunities in 2017, but true legend of the scene. So cool to see him being celebrated, and cool that we will see more commonly 5-6-year anniversaries for our players. You know, think of Double Lift. It's probably around 7 years now. 6.5, if I'm doing my math correctly. Cool to see that some of these players have been on a very long time.
Yep, the numbers are reaching higher and higher as time goes on. And North America may be absorbing one of our old veterans as well with Madlife. I believe Goldcoin United picked up their victory today. Not sure yet. Well, it's going to be the heal already out of Songyun in the bottom lane. Just a lot of pressure, forward pushing there from Stitch and Wraith. Forces out that summoner spell.
Correct. Goldcoin United did beat Goldcoin United did beat Team Envious. We'll be playing against Team Liquid for that first spot back into the LCK.
That's a nice little salty matchup there.
Oh, I mean, it's all over the place. The coach, the mid lane.
Phoenix versus Piglet. It's going to be an interesting one to track.
They do have double chance, though. Just like when we do our relegation matches, there is the winner's side, which is that matchup between Team Liquid and Goldcoin United, and there will be loser's bracket to play through as well.
It'd be great if Loco Doco does a tweet again that says ready for 3-0.
I mean, I want some crushed hearts and broken dreams, personally.
Let's just get them both going.
Meme game on point. Well, we want to watch the bot lane, so if OGN could please show us the Lux vs Syra trades, that'd be fun. Notice there's already big CS advantage, which is to be expected given that Jin does struggle with being pushed in.
Yeah, not going to be fun times for him. Of course, going to be starting off with the boots there. Crown going to find Mickey over the wall. Gets a lot of damage down. He's going to go ahead, pop the Ghost, chase into his face, try to force out that flash. Mickey goes low. Flash just doesn't make it over the wall, just goes to the side, and Crown comes up with the solo kill. A major misplay by Mickey.
And a statement also from the man who looks more and more likely to be firmed as the MVP after this game. First blood between the MVP mid laners, feeling pretty good. If you're Crown on comfort on this rise. Strange, but the champions he's played the most, the win rates are not there. Amusingly, the Victor and the Rise, his lowest win rates. Rise at 50% with many, many games played, admittedly. And the Victor sub 50%, but still, he locks them in the playoffs, and you know to respect those picks. There's certainly power picks for him, but it's the Syndra, it's the Tilly, it's what he's added on that makes him even more fearsome a player. And by the time World Finals came around, we were thinking of him as a top 3 mid, and It's right there again.
Yep. Definitely is. Top 2, you'd have to say.
Top 3 in the world, top 2. I can't say 2 definitively because LPL fans will point at Rookie, and I'm like, yeah, I'd love to see Rookie playing here too. So, a bit hard to evaluate how strong he is, but he is a superstar.
We'll get a taste of that with some international competition, perhaps.
I don't think we're going to see IG in international competition, sadly. Rookie likes streaming and doing some sick outplays in competitive play. It's the Rookie way, sadly.
Well, maybe one day. We'll
KT Rookie one more time, please. That's what I would love. But you can't have everything you want.
No, you can't.
We got pretty close. Action. We got pretty close this year, though, with all the players returning from China.
That's true.
Getting closer and closer to the dream of what would have been if not for any Korean exodus.
We got the majority of them back.
Kind of Mickey going for the man mode trade again.
Out. Crown's going to get wrapped around on here by Songwon. No way for him to get out. He goes down. Going to wrap around Ambition, just arriving a little bit too late to try to turn the tide of that fight.
And the reason why that worked so well is there was actually a control ward in the brush they were playing around already, so they knew that Ambition wasn't there to react on that side of the map and would always have the 2v1 advantage.
Seismic shove barely missing. Most certainly would have forced something out of Ambition there. He's going to lose his Raptors for now. Songwon pulls these out.
I wonder if Lux is just going to be going for something like the Redemption after picking up the AP Sidestone in chat.
Death Cap.
There was certainly a time where you built a Death Cap on support. Probably not going to happen like we assume, but...
Wraith's a little crazy, but I don't know if he's that crazy.
I mean, he did play the support KO.
Yep. I'd like to forget that.
I just love that, you know, let's say Wraith, for whatever reason, doesn't have his contract renewed, and you're like, all right, we need a support for some. Let's get a Korean import. We'll get Wraith. What did he play this season? It's like, Kale, Lux, Leona. He's got a whole 2016 to show what he could play standard, but this season's definitely been, all right, oh, I'm playing today? Okay, well, yeah, pick me the Lux.
That's why the team's just like, man, we had no understanding of the meta at all. That's why we lost.
He was on Samsung. They were really good.
That's why we didn't make it to Worlds. We weren't playing Kale bot.
There was some way
Wraith
to
joins Team Liquid.
I was going to say, I now really want to see Piglet Wraith bot lane.
God.
That would be something.
Oh, dear. No, the one you want is, like, Arrow. Just bring out his Draven.
It's true. To be fair, if the guy next to you is getting Kale and Lux, you're playing Draven every game. You're like, whatever.
I don't care anymore.
Game has been very standard in the first 8 minutes. It's basically game 1 for Samsung, given they've changed so much. You can't really ride a lot of momentum when you change 3 out of 5.
Some pressure building up here in the mid. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Kurt comes out. Wraith goes low. Mickey, in the meantime, also going to go low. Warpstone down. Crown's going to come in, but can he find this kill? The answer's going to be no. Now he's too far forward. Pops a Ghost will be zipping himself out to safety as Ambition goes down.
And Mickey not able to participate in that at all. Couldn't walk up. Flash still up on Crown, so had to respect another all-in.
Still find the kill, so they make it a 1-for-0 exchange.
Yeah, if he's in a minion wave, there's very little kill pressure for Crown, even with Flash, so able to stick around. And Songwon in the alpha. Lee Sin has certainly been on the winning end of these Kha'Zix Lee Sin skirmishes, and he's going to come over and be a jerk, though. Take some little Raptors.
Yep, going to have to try to get back to that top lane before the minions crash into the turret. Looks like he'll arrive just in time. Miss out on a few of them, but overall, get the bulk of that wave.
We're going to see the replays of Crown. You know, he knew the control ward was there, went to clear it.
At least he got it.
Yeah, he got the ward, as you say, but Songwon got the drop, didn't commit early. But when you see Elite from Kha'Zix, as you can see, even though he had the flash available, it was enough of a window for Songwon to outplay him, take him out, got out as well. Nothing to be gained there at all from Samsung.
Yeah, and that just seemed like some disjointed communication there from Ambition and Crown. Crown wrapping around down into the river, come back into lane, and Ambition going forward. So definitely not the cleanest of plays.
And it's been, a big topic in interviews with the Samsung players. What does it mean to have Hara in the team? What does it mean to no longer have Ambition? And the interview with Core JJ that went out from Invent Global recently basically said, look, Ambition was our crutch. We relied on him for team-wide communication, shot calling, and we've been trying to rebuild with him no longer in the lineup. And you saw at the start of the season they had a lot of kinks to work out, even though Haru himself was looking impressive. They've definitely started to work them out, and now, you know, kind of depressingly, or just with all the amount of time they put in Haru, it feels like they're more disjointed, if ever, with Ambition, which is the kind of surprise there. But a lot more time put into Haru than Ambition over the course of spring season.
Yeah, I mean, why would you have it any other way, really, with how Haru's been playing?
It might have changed quite a lot coming into 2017.
Sure.
But the first thing that happened after Worlds was that junglers became really overpowered, and what that means is if both teams have artillery from the jungle, which just meant, in this case, well, not a Cogmore pick, but like just having a champion who had more gold, who was a strong skirmisher, you needed a player with aggressive mindset who had strong mechanics, and that's what Haru brought the team. And Ambition is defensive-minded, and his mechanics aren't necessarily the best in the early game especially, so they kind of needed Haru to work out to keep themselves relevant in the chase next to Peanut, next to Score. And he's been able to do that and then some. They've evolved into an even better team with Haru, and it's kind of sad it's at the expense of one of the true legends of the game, but the game does eventually pass everyone by. Not to say that's Ambition just yet, but that seems to have been the tone of 2017.
Well, definitely going to be slowing things down here. Samsung still inching forward with a lead, but that's mostly due to that CS discrepancy that's built up in the bot lane here for Stitch, as he is quite comfortably ahead with about 24 CS at the moment. Other than that, it's been slow pace. Mountain Drake went over to the ROX Tigers, and a second one will be joining us in about 4.5 minutes. Here we go, some action finally going to come out. Stitch going to flash away. Will not get locked down by the grasping roots. Stranglethorns as well, not going to find him popped up, but that's going to be the flash forward into the Twisted Advance to lock down the Ashe. They find the kill eventually. They take him out. They trade one back as they get rid of Linderong. Now Cuvée arriving, trying to take up in the front. Still takes quite a bit of damage here from Mickey. Goes in with the dredge line, immediately has to flash away, trying to stay out of range of these dreaded volleys. So far, just going to be a 2-for-2. The bottom lane with a jungler on top of ROX Tigers. They still have pretty healthy members. They have pushing power with Mickey. Do they want to try to get some damage down onto this turret?
Crown still has flash. Wasn't able to look aggressive because there were so many members of ROX available. He's going to try and hang back and look for as much wave clear as he can. I want to give up first brick.
Or his rooted, seismic shove back in, and Mickey comes up with the kill. Threaded volley taking him out. Now Ambition going to have to play carefully. A couple hits from that Talia will finish him off. They might not have the first brick, but they come up with yet another kill, making that a delayed 3-for-2.
Yeah, Mickey's been on point with the seismic shoves this game. He's able to get them the kill, even though Crown dies with flash available. The moment that you take the seismic shove, you're dead regardless. This Wraith wants to stop the back.
Yep,
we'll do it.
Out the singularity there, stops up Songyun, but won't be going in for any sort of kill, even with the final spark available.
So going to be a nice timer on the Rod of Ages, despite dying twice, 12 minutes and a half or so. For Rod of Ages, it's a big engage by the ROX Tigers. Great teleport ward again for Linderong this time. Wraith is squishy, not able to fully channel his ultimate. Get the turnaround kill on Songwan. You're like, okay, maybe Samsung can salvage this, but Crown gets no involvement in the fight whatsoever. Mickey flashes away. Crown sticks around, and even though Cuvée and Ambition got out, we know that on the backside of this, Crown died as well to make it a very one-sided trade for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, for sure. They go ahead, they swing themselves very barely into a gold lead. Ambition sitting in the brush up top here, looking for Linderong. There's no flash available on this Maokai. He's going to pop the Maelstrom, trying to mitigate as much as he can, but Dredgeline pulls him back in. He won't be able to do enough. Ambition can't get the kill. Gives it over to Cuvée. 2-0 on that Nautilus.
Clean stuff, you got to say. In general, nice, smart gank.
Be a nice push onto that tower. There's no TP available here for Linderong. Crown now going to try to defend this red buff. Sungwon will just go ahead and dash out to safety.
I just like little things like that. Crown's so smart. He knows that on the other side of the map, that's what's likely to happen.
Sonic Wave coming through. Key going to get locked down as the Ash Arrow comes out. Mickey, seismic shoving Crown in yet again, but he takes a lot of damage in the exchange. First brick goes over to Samsung. The ROX, do they want to just posture forward, try to get the trade here on this turret? Looks like the answer might be yes, but the wave clear is there. They might just have to peel back.
Yeah, you still have Final Spark. Rise has another rotation of spells. Quite a lot of long-ranged wave clear. Looks like they're going to stay around. ROX desperately want to answer with a turret of their own. No Drake to take. That will be an easier objective.
Oh,
there's the Weaver's Wall. Crown still has flash.
Thrown down. That's going to be the curtain call coming through. Will Opens up, helps find 1 kill as they take out Stitch. Wraith getting seismic
Oh.
shove, then he's low. Mickey almost goes down, as does the turret, but both will stay alive.
Really close there, but they keep the turret up most crucially. Looks like Sungyun will be recalling. Still low. We'll be able to tend to it later, but Samsung don't end up trading the bigger objective. But again, the coolest thing I took away from that play was right at the start. It wasn't a sick outplay. It was that after getting a successful gank, Crown pathed over to his red, knowing that was the easiest objective that Songwon could actually pick up on the other side of the map as a trade. You know, taking the red, then visiting bot lane. So for Crown to be smart enough to just navigate there, not just run straight to mid lane, but to navigate around bot and try to relieve pressure is the sort of thing that separates a good mid laner from a great mid laner.
Good game sense there from Crown, but now not enough to keep him alive, maybe here, as we see the Twisted Advance coming through from Linderong, locking him down. Seismic shove to follow up, and Mickey finds the kill. Now chunking out Wraith, threaded volley coming through. Linderong just waiting for the cooldowns, but actually doesn't even matter. Basically a solo kill from the Talia, coming up with that on a Wraith.
And complimenting someone's game sense apparently was the kiss of death by Crown.
Game sense, not Spidey sense. He's not, you can be aware of everybody.
I thought they were the same thing, but now I know officially they are not.
Nope. Well, how embarrassing.
Wait, which game is that from?
I don't know. Some obscure one.
Forget which League of Legends character that is.
I think it's from CS:GO.
Oh, okay. We can talk about that game. Inside the map, ROX Tigers do get the turret they prepped earlier in the bot lane. It is the 1-3-1 versus 1-3-1 though. Talia and Ryze probably going to be meeting in a side lane before too long.
Oh, TP going to come out here. Ambition locked down. Gets kicked away with the Dragon's Rage. There's no follow-up. Sonic Wave already been used. Durong coming in, takes a bit of a trip. So lead a couple turret shots there, but still a very tanky Maokai, so he'll be okay. Get the TP out here. But now ROX are going to be looking for a second Mountain Drake. Ambition's not in the area. He's trying to heal back up. Uses a smite to do so. Might not have it here for the fight. Yeah, will not have this.
He's going to look for the steal over the wall.
Wraith throws out E, locks down Songyun for a little bit, but that's about it. Cube taking up in the front line, still relatively squishy towards this Talia, and you can see the lockdown comes through onto Songyun, gets popped with the final spark. So Ambition takes away the last blow. So going to be a 1-for-1, but the Mountain Drake goes over to Tiger, so now they have 2.
It's actually one of the lowest value Mountain Drakes in a while because they don't have a Blade the Ruin King AD carry. The only one in the game that's still considered is the Jhin, so double Mountain Drake and a Blade the Ruin King to go along with a true tank like Maokai was massive Baron threat from just 3 minutes when that Baron spawns, but that threat is much lower just because Blade the Ruin King is not a natural itemization for the Jhin. So going to help with the turrets in the 1-3-1, so not lost stats for sure.
Still be lead here over to Samsung, unless Tigers can utilize this. Knock down those remaining outer turrets in top and mid. Get rid of that standing gold. Find themselves in a lead. The Mountain Drake won't be contributing too much to them. Ambition finding Mickey, slows him up with the Void Spikes, flashes to the other side of the threaded volley, so he doesn't eat the damage. Nicely done. Comes up with a solo kill.
Yeah, crowd loving that one as well. Solo kill in a mid laner in a different role this time for Ambition. At the same time, Ryze was 1-3-1, split pushing in top lanes. They kind of get everything there. Does Samsung Galaxy. We talked about how these drafts are pretty similar, both with a similar identity. So having the gold lead early is very important. Not Mountain Drakes notwithstanding. They can move their vision line up. So much pick CC. Basically every member of Samsung, short of the Kazakhs.
Songwon just trying to stop this turret from going down. Cube's gotten quite a few swings in onto this, so steadily chunking away at it. We'll have to wait for that next wave to crash in, though.
Won't want to play solo queue today. So you're going to see some more Lux supports than you normally would. As we see a replay of the solo kill, flashing yourself into isolation is what almost always happens when you get dropped on by a Kha'Zix, and happened once again there.
Uh-oh, Root comes through, another one to follow up. Stranglethorns, they really want to kill Wraith. They will get it in the end.
Yeah, Sungyun's best performing champion this season has been the Jhin. He's 10-5 on Jhin, his most played as well, so even out of meta to some degree. Accuracy certainly was clear on the curtain call. Advanced Vision's not there. The pick CC still available. Good wave clear from Samsung, but you see Lee Sin around the back, and now Mickey as well. Wait for the Weaver's Wall.
See if they're going to toss this one out. Could just use it to try to cut Samsung away from the turret and get a nice push in onto it.
First idea was to push in a minion wave bot. Now they will reevaluate.
Crown is currently all by himself up top. Weaver's Wall comes out. Ambition and Stitch will just go to the other side of this, so the turret should get conceded.
That was really clean, though. Taking the minion wave into bottom lane, Cuvée has to react, then riding through to mid lane meant the tempo of the push in both mid and bot lane was identical and guaranteed them a turret. Really clean stuff from ROX. Sort of stuff you couldn't imagine them doing in the first round, Robin. To me, it's a shift of the whole squad, because remember, this is with Linderung and Sungwon. This is not just, you can't just default to, oh, Shy and Mighty Bear are helping the shot calling. That was a clean team macro move of a squad that's gotten better and better as the season's gone on. They're kind of wishing it was a 3-round Robin situation, not just the duel, because with another set of games, who's to say what the ceiling would be for ROX Tigers?
Oh, we might just find out when it comes down to the summer split. We'll see how they perform after their long break that they will have. To just practice up, watch other teams, watch international competition, what with MSI going on in May, so plenty of time for them to research and, you know, theory craft some more bottom lane picks for Wraith.
And it's definitely the too much time, right? It's definitely too much time when you have 6 weeks off, when you're watching other people play through the gauntlet, then through international competition. But maybe they can hit #1 solo queue. That's always a fun thing on the Korean server.
Said for Wraith, I meant for Key.
I mean, Wraith's still going to have a long break, let's be real.
Yeah.
He's not going to play too many games.
This is true.
Maybe Key will find a new way to play Bard.
That's what I'm looking for. Bring that back in. I don't even know how many Bards we've had so far this split. Maybe 2?
We had quite a few in the first round, Robin, but really fell away quickly. It felt like week 3 we'd had a couple by then, and then...
Maybe I'm just not remembering them because it was so long ago, but it felt like we barely had any at all. Key pushing forward, trying to get the lockdown here on the ground. Won't be able to find it. Overload won't connect, so it will be okay. He doesn't have to use the flash or the exhaust to get out of there safely.
Well, we've had 4 Bards, Achilles, and the reason why you don't remember them is that none of them won.
Ah, okay. Well, there we go.
Not the sickest of win rates. It took a ban as well for some reason.
All right.
I'm guessing it was probably Key. He's the most famous Bard player, even if I would say he's the best.
Snowflower's up there as well, I guess. A little bit. Songwon on the backside of the pit. Final Spark comes through trying to clear out the wave, but there's just not enough AP on that Lux to actually kill the minion, so Turret will go over to the ROX Tigers. They tie up the golds for now, but Cubey's looking to change that as he just trucks away at this turret to the best of his ability.
He's ahead in gold because of the 2 kills, so expected to be able to shrug off all the damage coming through from the Maokai.
Could have done that almost regardless of the kills.
That's fair. No Iceborne Gauntlets to separate the damage slightly.
Kill him 13 seconds faster.
Hey, man. 13 seconds can be the difference.
It's still like an 8-minute battle.
Oh, yes. That 30 seconds is a very small percentage of the actual amount of time.
Yeah. I wonder how long it would actually take them just strictly auto-attacking each other for there to be a kill.
2 to 3 minutes, maybe?
Somebody
just no skills even?
Somebody, yeah, that's what I mean. No skills, strictly auto-attacks.
That seems like a custom game mode.
All right, Vanderul, if you're watching, I got a homework assignment for you.
Not really one the practice mode was made for, but sure.
It's just morbid curiosity.
Well, what's kind of similar on both sides means that we're not seeing the sort of picks we'd expect at this point in the game. Most of the vision for Samsung around the Drake. Vision for ROX Tigers. Even more defensively, and now mostly around Baron's side, as you can see.
Oh, Ward comes over the wall. Songwon.
Misses
Toss out the
the
Sonic Wave, not going to connect. Ambition coming in, looking for Mickey. His ground pushes forward. He's going to go down. Ambition finds the kill. Big pop-up comes through from Key as they try to exit up through the jungle. Looks like they'll be able to do so, but now with Mickey dead, Samsung kind of have their pick of the litter. Could just try to force up in the mid lane. Or just rotate and just try to get the waves pushing in their advantage in the sides.
Yeah, Mickey thought he was safe to walk up because his flash and cleanse were up, but the moment Sungwon jumped over, placed a control ward and cheated upwards, they realized, oh wait, we can see the other 4 in vision separated from Mickey, so just kill the Squishy Talia. That's exactly what Samsung did, so disconnect from ROX Tigers does cost them a lot of time when it comes to tempo, and it means that Rise is free to just walk top lane and start pushing. getting their minion waves in line. Samsung been one of the best teams at getting side minion waves controlled in the second round robin. And Nautilus will also hope to ride this particular minion wave in to finally take down this outer turret.
Well, he sees Linderon coming through, so could just go ahead, lock him up in time for the minions to finish off the turret. So get, yep, just did enough. Arcade Smash, not going to clear him out, so that turret does eventually fall, just keeping Samsung's head above the water as far as the gold is concerned.
Look at this. Beautiful parity in items between Cuvée and Linderung. Only a refillable pot to separate them.
That's going to make the difference.
It will. Think of the extra regen.
All that HP.
Probably will be sold for a control ward in about a second's time.
Yep. More than likely. See, though, Linderung walking his way up from the bottom lane. Doesn't have the TP, so wants to be with the team in case a fight breaks out. ROX going to go ahead and start pressuring down. They have the fast track on
Weaver's Wall also to stop Samsung from walking in. They will require a Realm Warp.
They could cut this off, so looks like they might just be able to take out this turret. They're going to commit in hard to this one. Finding, not going to find anything. Weaver's Wall thrown out, but Ground and Wraith can still walk around that. Ambition. Cuvée poking in from the backside. Depth charge comes out. Key going to go low already as the exhaust comes down onto the Kazakhs. Trying to chase in, flashes over into the Raptor Pit, comes up with a kill. Wraith getting kicked to the side, but still is alive, has the barrier to keep him up. And Songyun is just getting picked off on the backside by Ambition, who comes up with a double kill. Will be a triple as he goes over the wall, finds Songwon, and Linderung is going to be made into mincemeat here by Samsung. 5 for 1. And they're going to go ahead and attack a Baron onto the backside of that fight.
And on Ambition Day, Ambition leading the way. He was on the other side of the fight and picking up low health members left, right, and center. Pick CC plus Kazakhs can often lead this way. A trade tank around the Baron, take it down. No ROX Tigers there to stop it. Samsung, and this is probably the separation to cap off a 2-0 victory.
That was a close one there. One more hit would have taken out Ambition, but they are able to finish off that Baron in the end. 14-11 now. Bit of a bloody game, you'd have to say. Bloodier than we're used to seeing, but we'll get a replay of this one. So Mickey kind of botching that Weaver's Wall very slightly.
Honestly, the Weaver's Wall was fine. It was just that Cuvée had backline access in a way that you wouldn't have expected, and Ambition could do the Kazakhs thing. Able to skulk around the backline. Doesn't need to be involved in the fight as Cuvée gives up his whole health bar to focus fire. There's no exit route. And Ambition, as strong as he was, and he needs to be so selective because remember, doesn't have the evolved wings to make it around the field of battle till level 16. So smart pathing, good stuff from Ambition. 7-1-3. Doesn't even need to be a narrative MVP. Might just straight up be the MVP, Achilles.
I say he botched it, but I just mean because Crown was able to walk around it.
Sure.
I think that not having that, locking him into the jungle, forcing out the Realm Warp might have made things transpire a little bit differently for ROX Tigers, but either way, the pinch from Cuvée and Ambition was very key to them winning that fight.
Yep, some of that standing gold as well, answering the turrets, 6,000 gold ahead. Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, and that kind of came out of nowhere. Just before that Baron, we were pretty much dead even.
Comps were pretty even, power spikes pretty even. We talked about how there was no separation between Linderung and Cuvée in terms of items, but that data point, that talking point is completely gone. Samsung with almost an identical comp in terms of playstyle is now items ahead, which just means that if they 5v5, which both the comps are primed to do, Samsung will come out in advantage. And if they 1-3-1, all the map pressure they have from Baron buff, from being able to put down vision and roam confidently, will also be the separator. So barring the most magical of Weaver's Walls, it's very hard to see ROX Tigers winning any sort of skirmish or fights in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, this Baron buff is really helping to nullify that wave clear that Mickey is able to offer up. The threaded volley will not be clearing out that front line of minions anymore. Back in mid, Cuvée getting locked down underneath the turret. You can see negligible damage here as the Ash Arrow comes out, locks up Key. Wraith throws out the final spark. Won't find too much damage yet. Zyra will have to back off. Cuvée by himself should get popped. Has the shield up from the W, but multiple members jumping onto him. He will eventually fall. So far, it's going to be a 1-0 in favor of the ROX Tigers. Can they find more is going to be the question. Crown is locked down by the deadly flourish to Grasping Roots. Won't be able to reach him. But this might have just halted Samsung's push.
Halted the Baron buff as well. Death time is pretty long at this point. Cuvée just wanted to disengage and teleport back in, but that teleport will have to wait another 30 seconds. Because of the Baron buff, Samsung are still going to walk up. They still want to take at least the easiest objective on paper, which is this inner turret, but ROX get some time to back. Samsung able to move top, but probably going to be no major objectives claimed during this first Baron buff power play.
See, they're rotation up to the top side there from Linderong. Not having that tanky front line in the Maokai to stop the push means that the turret does end up going over to Samsung. So just hacking a little bit more gold onto the board for themselves. Now they can rotate down and pick up this Cloud Drake. Would be a second one for them. And we'll see that Elder spawning just a little bit later if Samsung can't close out the game before that.
Be 2 apiece. 2 Clouds certainly, in most scenarios, are outshined by 2 Mountains, but we already talked about how Mountain Drake doesn't give ROX the Baron threat they'd want. For pushing, for turrets, absolutely, but Baron threat still pretty minimal on the side of ROX. Not really a relevant point, though, with Baron off the map for now. There's Samsung piling on items, still very comfortably ahead in terms of gold. We saw that Cuvée is mortal, but Guardian Angel comes in, and maybe we'll have to reevaluate that point.
Having to deal with the Nautilus basically twice is going to be big pain here for ROX Tigers.
And Wraith, you know, he found a way to build AP. He can pretend it's for the cooldown reduction, but he's got Morellonomicon, which is even more greedy and much more expensive than it was last time I remember Lux support even being considered a thing.
Yeah. As that with the Sork Boots and then a Dark Seal for good measure.
If he had any more stacks, I bet he would build a Magi's, but
almost certainly.
Hard to justify it right now.
No. Sonic Wave comes out onto Wraith. Don't find anything. Weaver's Wall thrown down by Mickey. Cuvée going to be cut off here, but there's just no way for them to chase. And now Samsung maybe can look to re-engage. Depth charge is still available. Cuvée can find Songyi in the back line. He'd be damn sure that he'll just go ahead and toss that one out, but they're just buying time for Crown to go ahead and get the split push going in the top side of the map.
Yeah, the pings were on for Crown to go top lane. Collapse can still come through from both teams. See Ambition face-checking Songwan.
Yeah, jumping in, slowing him up. Cuvée trying to get in range to lock him up. He's able to safeguard over the wall. Flash away by Mickey. Takes him out of range of that Ash Arrow. He's not going to get stunned up, but they lose that last inner turret.
Now it's Samsung playing expertly the game between 2 lanes. So ROX Tigers do that really well earlier in the game when they rotate to take the outer mid lane turret, but game is snowballed away from them then, so action onto Samsung, who are being able to do just as good a job as to rotate between these 2 lanes.
Yeah, things are going to get a bit rougher here for ROX Tigers as double Guardian Angel is getting ready to come in here for Samsung.
The game
has the makings of his.
The game will reach this cadence where we wait and play around Baron unless Ambition goes to Rambo.
See, Songwan has that 2-level advantage, but just wants to leap away instead.
Brown's showing himself top.
He's really far forward. Does have a Realm Warp to try to get him out of here, but you can see the collapse is coming through from pretty much every member of the ROX Tigers. Linderong going in, gets the root down to start things off. TP's coming through from Cuvée, but he's still very far away. Crown flashes to the side, trying to get out of here, gets the shield in from the passive, but will fall. And now Samsung will be a very crucial loss here on Crown, just 50 seconds away from that Baron spawning.
It felt like Crown was disconnected from his team. We already talked about one disconnect before. Big TP.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming through. Mickey just trying to close the distance here. Get on top of Samsung. Linderong comes in. He's all on his lonesome for the moment. Throws up the Maelstrom, still taking plenty of damage, however. As Songwan goes in off that resonating strike, has to safeguard back to keep, trying to keep himself alive. Thorns popping up multiple members of Samsung as the curtain call comes through. Songyun firing off from a distance, looking for Wraith, finds the last shot, but not going to do enough to take out the Lux. So still just going to be that 1 kill picked up. Crown going to be spawning now in 15 seconds just after the Baron does, but it seems like ROX will not be in a position to rush it down.
And Linderong teleported and used his whole health bar, so we'll have to walk back, so won't have the ability to just face check and put down aggressive vision, and Cuvée already back on the map.
I mean, honestly, as soon as he shows the bottom lane, Samsung could consider just trying to rush down that Baron.
Do have a lot of Baron damage, specifically around the Ashe by the Ruin King and the Infinity Edge, and Rise no slouch either. You're right, there is a window here. Neither of these top laners have their teleports, so multiple ways you can play from there. They don't have a lot of control wards in their inventory, so for now we'll back away, and I'm guessing Cuvée has enough gold.
There it is.
The Guardian Angel, yep, there it is.
Gets that, gets some control wards. Help out the team, so that'll be pretty good for Samsung as they try to get control over that Baron area. Just have 1 control ward thrown down inside the pit itself, 2 on the back side, but there's plenty of vision available for ROX Tigers as well.
You can see that if you check the item string, Cuvée and Linderong, he's basically up a Guardian Angel.
Cuvée going forward, finds the Dreadline in on the Linderong. They'll pull that one up with the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow to lock down the Maokai, but a big heal comes out from the Redemption, keeping him topped off for the most part. Base chunked out pretty low. Dredgeline going to get denied by the plants. Still has that Guardian Angel, but will definitely be looking to heal up before another fight comes out.
The levels between Samsung actually makes the gold lead bigger than the 8,000, given they have 2 level advantages on multiple members.
Things are coming out. You can see Songyun rotating up to the top side of the map and clear out that wave. Make sure that it can't be pushing in onto the inhib turrets. Keep as much HP on those as they possibly can. But Samsung, there's no way for them to find an isolated member of ROX Tigers in the meantime, so they're just going to be hovering around the mid lane.
Using this chance to allow Cuvée to back, and now Ambition to back as well on top up.
Cuvée poking forward. Finds the
Really
line
nice
in on the
one.
Song One. Going to safeguard away immediately. Seismic Shove comes through, keeping Cuvée right in the front line. Redemption tossed out by both. Tunnel Spark not going to find much damage. Cuvée will have the Guardian Angel pop. Stitch flashing away, keeps himself safe from that Dragon's Rage kick. It's now suddenly they're going to be trading this one back. Cuvée has not lost the Guardian Angel yet. They take out Linderong, 2 members dead, one of them the Smiter. Samsung, they have just found their window for Baron.
Yeah, the ROX thought they had the go button. They didn't know that Kha'Zix wasn't grouped yet, but they couldn't get the pick. And now they're turning on to Baron, but with the curtain call, Baron's low.
And Cuvée trying to body block up in the front lines. Fourth final shot comes through. He finds the Dredgeline in onto Mickey, locks him down and takes him out. Ambition finding the kill. They follow up swiftly with one onto Key, a double kill. Going over to the Kha'Zix with the Baron on top. That's the ace, and that might just be the game for Samsung.
And pretty outstanding tank play from Cuvée as well, being able to get the hook and the pick on the backside of the Baron claim. His Guardian Angel pops, but it's not going to matter. Rushing through the front door, no respawns on wave clear for at least another 30 seconds. Should be a swift 2-0 and a 12-game win streak for Samsung going into their semi-final on April 15th.
A very nice run for these guys. See if they can carry that through into the playoffs, keep it running, and maybe find themselves in that grand final in just a couple weeks' time. ROX going to try to buy some time as they get rid of Wraith. The Nexus is exposed. Sitch still full HP. They'll fire away, take out Linderong. They'll take out the Nexus, and the 2-0 is completed. GG over to Samsung Galaxy.
Samsung Galaxy are finally vindicating a lot of the expectations of analysts. When I was interviewed before the season started, I gave Samsung the benefit of the doubt. I said, look, this team won IEM Gyeonggi. This team stayed together. They should be the favorites over SKT and KT, whatever you can say about powerful rosters. At the start of the season, it didn't look like that was the case. And with Haru coming in, with them fighting between Ambition and Haru in terms of starter, it looked like the team didn't really have a coherent identity. But in the second round robin, they go 8-1 in match score, 12-0 in game score to end the season, and have only lost twice to the Afrika Freaks, the only team that actually has a conclusive record over the side of Samsung Galaxy. Now that might still be second versus third. That could still be the semi-final in a couple of weeks' time. But Samsung Galaxy and SKT look on a different level, and Samsung looked excellent against the ROX Tigers.
That they did. Still some stutters here and there. ROX keeping things competitive even with Linderong and Songwon starting. Samsung ultimately comes up with a win, and that's why you can see so cheery there from the side of the ROX Tigers. Not going to be distraught over this one. They do temporarily fall into that 7th place spot as they swap up with Longzhu, but you know, this was just them basically, the only thing they could win from this was maybe giving Mickey MVP.
And you look at the schedule of ROX. First round robin, 3-6, relegation fodder. Second round robin, they turn it around, 6-3. Sort of pace that will take you towards the playoff spots. So even if it ends with the 2 losses in a row, the 2 losses against SK Telecom and against Samsung Galaxy. It looked good against SKT, a couple of moments against Samsung, but looked like they were outclassed overall. A lot of things to be happy about if you're a ROX Tigers fans, and extra things to be happy about for Samsung, because I think you'd be a betting man to say anything other than it being SKT versus Samsung at the Incheon Samsung World Gymnasium in just about 3 weeks' time.
Yep. Definitely seeming like that is going to be the case. But now, you know, with their victory, we're going to get to hear from Samsung with that MVP interview, the entire team, which means we probably have to cram a couple more chairs onto the stage since they brought out every single member of the roster here today. We'll see how that one goes. We'll see who's going to win this MVP, because honestly, it seems like Ambition made a pretty good case for himself on his 5-year anniversary.
The most damage in the game as well.
Damn.
So we got the cursory game for being a big day for him. Obviously nothing to play for in terms of match score for Samsung. They could afford to take a loss, but no loss to be found. Another 2-0 for them, and Ambition could still play a pivotal role in the playoffs. Bengi already showed at Worlds that there is a lot of upsides in having a veteran jungler to be subbed into a best of 5, and let's see if they give it to Ambition. I think he probably will earn the MVP in this game. I really liked Cuve's game, who has probably been the big sleeper in terms of spring season. We haven't talked about Cuve in the same reverence that we did during the course of the summer season, right at the end, and specifically around Worlds. And Wraith got to play Lux, so that's all you need to say about that.
Yep, he's got a 100% win rate.
There's eclectic champion pools, and there's Wraith's 6 games this season.
I don't know. It's just such an oddball. He's just trying it. It's so hard to be Max. But unfortunately won't be having the MVP nominations to try to match that one out. But Ambition will, in fact, win it. 9-1-7 on the Cosmic, 76% kill contribution. And only his 2nd win, considering just how few games he's actually played this split. It's not too surprising, but it gets things rolling early on for Samsung. There's some bumps in the road, but overall, Ambition, he puts ROX in the submission position.
And it was kind of vintage Ambition. Died needlessly in the early game, gave up not first blood, but if not close to that, and then turned it around from some very smart pathing, good team fighting.
Really good 1v1 here.
The 1v1 into the triple kill in the next team fight. The other cleanup he did, we're seeing that cleanup now. Catching on to Mickey as well, when Mickey thought he was safe in a 5v5 wave clear battle. Ambition turned back the clock. You know, this guy is a legend. That much cannot be debated. The best player never to make Worlds, made it all the way to the World Final in 2016, and now nothing to prove for him, so good to see him still coming in when his team needs him, putting in a big performance, and putting up his hand to say, well, if anything goes wrong with Haru, guys, I'm still around.
Oh, we'll see. For now, he gets his time, gets his moment in the spotlight. Haru as well in game number 1, certainly showing up. So, good wins coming through for both the junglers here on the roster of Samsung. But I think we can still expect to see Haru starting things off for us when we come to the playoffs.
And you have to smile that we're getting an MVP with both junglers. That doesn't ever happen, having both the starter and the sub in the same interview.
I mean, like I said, we're going to get the whole damn
That's
team
true.
up here on the stage. So
now I really wish it was just the 2 of them for the Hyung and the student, you know, the teacher-student thing going on there. But we'll get the whole team, like you said, and probably going to be a lot of smiling, bubbly faces on the side of Samsung because, yep, the maximum momentum has been achieved. 12 in a row, feeling great, and hoping that they're going to be in the grand final in just a short amount of time.
It seems like they very well could earn their way there. But we also have to say congratulations to Crown, who now takes sole possession of MVP of the Spring Split 2017. So good job to him. First mid laner to win that award. But now let's go ahead. Let's throw over to the team themselves. Let's hear from these guys from Dongjun and Cloud Templar. So Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations for today, and we're here with Samsung Galaxy, who pulled off a 2-0 victory against ROX Tigers, and we're here with the entire Samsung organization to do their interview with them. Ambition, how do you feel? You must feel something different today. It was the last game, and we really wanted everyone in our organization to play, and it was a really ceremonial stuff for us. Today is your 5th year anniversary, and you pick up an MVP with it. How do you feel? You must feel extra special in that one. Yeah, there was a little pressure going into that because it is my, it is a day that people remember me for, and I really wanted to perform well. And I think I got a pretty clean carry with today's game. And in the early stages, I was actually kind of nervous. It wasn't going the way I wanted it to, but ever since collecting 1 kill at a time really got me going, and got me to literally carry at the end. So I was really proud of that.
역시 뭐 그런 좋은 플레이가 있었기 때문에 또 앰비션 선수의 카직스가 활약할 수 있는 그림이 나왔던 것 같습니다. 하루 선수와 이제 주전 경쟁을 하면서 선의의 경쟁 모드다.
And Haru, with being the starting jungler for most of these games, it seems you got a little competition going for that starting role. But how does that going right now? And Haru, you have to compliment him for doing the plays that I can't be able to do. And everything that I don't do well, Haru does well. And I think a lot of people do think that, so it's a competition that I have to overcome. And hopefully, we can have a good synergy in the same team.
네, 겸손하게 말씀을 하시네요. 그래도 MVP 받으셨는데.
워낙에 이번 시즌은 좀 한 게 없는 것 같아서.
And I think you saying I'm humble, but I think it's all due to actual results of this split, and I really wanted to do better.
하루 선수도 세다 뭐.
제
지금도 아직
생각에
발언권 건재하시죠?
발언권이라기보다는 그냥 뭐 약해지긴 했는데.
But I think I have to say that I did get weaker, and I did lose out a little bit, to be honest. I have to agree with that.
네, 알겠습니다. 그럼 잠시 후에 다시 한번 또 얘기를 나눠보기로 하고요. 크라운 선수, 네 마이크 받아주시고.
Crown, we want to talk with you
오늘
next.
또 멋진 승리를 거두셨습니다.
And you showed another
어떠세요?
clean performance and a clean win.
일단 이겨서 좋고요.
Yeah, getting a win is always nice.
경기 중간에 긴장이 풀려가지고.
But I think in the middle of this series, a lot of those pressure kind of went off, and we were just trying to more enjoy the games more than anything. I think that actually led to a better result for us.
그래서 오늘 이제 경기 깔끔하게 승리하시면서 MVP 정규 시즌 1위가 되셨어요.
And with today's series, you confirmed that you will be the season MVP for today, and all these people are here cheering for you.
나누는 건 좋은 플레이가 아니죠.
And I think sharing the honor is not the best thing to do, but
저도 뭐 원래 어릴 때는 이제 돈보다 명예.
when I was younger, I really didn't look for money, but I kind of really looked for the fame. But I think the older I get, I start looking for that cash, and I think it's getting these kind of rewards and awards to boost my game. It really realistically it just does a lot to me, and I have nothing else to say that I'm other than I'm happy with all the benefits that I'm getting.
아까 중계하실 때 예전에 중계하실 때 그런 얘기를 해가지고 그런 질문이 나온 거고요. 어쨌든 선수 표정 좀 매섭습니다. 참고하세요. 어쨌든 MVP 단독 1위 로 마무리 지으셨고 그리고 그 과정에서 보여준 활약이 정말 엄청났어요.
So you are confirmed as the season MVP, and some of the performances that you've shown throughout the split was really astounding. And getting a lot of solo kills and all of that stuff. But doesn't it seem like you're being overly optimistic sometimes? Performing so well. Yeah, well, today's solo kill, it was a situation where after I got the solo kill, I think I kind of let my guard down, and I took it too easy and gave a little bit of advantages to the other team. And I think the lack of concentration could have been more crucial, if my teammates, didn't contribute the way they did. So after getting the third death, I kind of woke up to see that I need to play better and kind of finished off the game.
탑으로 쪼이는 걸 알고 있었어요. 그래서
Yeah, we were aware of the fact that top lane was getting camped, and we wanted to try to somehow contribute to it, but we were thinking about either walking up there or either using the ult up there, but we were always aware that top lane was being camped, and we were trying to do something about it. But sometimes, unfortunately, it didn't work the way that we wanted to.
그래서 지금 시즌 막바지가 되면서 삼성에 대한 평가가 계속해서 상승하면서
And the more that it nears the end of the season, the ratings of Samsung is just going higher and higher with time, and it seems like you guys are reaching your full status near the end of the season. But how do you feel about that?
자신감은 항상 있긴 한데.
I think we always did have the confidence, heading into the matches. But result-wise, you have to always think about whether it turned out always the way we wanted to, and it necessarily didn't. But I think it's just turning out a lot better nearing the end of this season right now. And we want to just continue on this progression and hopefully get better results regarding the playoffs. And I'm just really happy about it overall.
실력 좋은 선수들의 단골 매트인 것 같아요. 맞습니다. 운이 좋았던 것 같다. 크라운 선수는 MVP 포인트가 얘기해주듯이 정말 이번 시즌.
And I think your MVP points really do the talking. That it was more than luck that you guys performed so well.
얘기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 큐베 화이팅 지금 관중석에서 얘기가 나오고 있는데 오늘 승리 기쁘시죠?
Are you happy with the win today, QV? I'm very, very happy.
네, 기쁩니다.
Yeah, I'm happy.
최근에 큐베 선수가 예전에 진짜 다재다능.
And recently, the talks of QV has been that the old QV of last split was really jack of all trades, doing everything that he's supposed to do, but result-oriented wise this season, it doesn't seem the same way. Yeah, I do get better win rates during scrims.
선수는 공격적인 거를 더 좋아하세요?
Do you really like the offensive style of top laners or defensive style? Yeah, I like to be aggressive, but you know I always have to fit into the composition of the team. They really need the tank most of the time.
선수들이 뭐 여러 가지를 겪다 보면 큐베 선수도 거의 뭐 밑에서부터 올라왔잖아요. 맞습니다.
And Cuvée is one of those players that rose from the bottom up, and Nautilus is something we want to talk about. You know, going against the Fiora, you were really struggling throughout most of the stages. Yeah, Fiora gets the advantage over Nautilus from level 1 to the end of the game, and you just have to be careful you don't get side pushed and split pushed, and you just have to watch out for that. And Fiora always does have the advantage. And the whole story of Samsung is really truly astounding. The fact that you guys were around that 8th place spot in the LCK in the early part of the season, but you guys were shooting up, and now you're solidly in that 2nd place spot. But do you feel that your team is really improving with time? Yeah, I think the way that people view us is changing a lot with time.
예, 어떤 말씀을 드려야 될지 잘 모르겠습니다. 그러면 앰비션 선수가 큐베보다는 아무래도
And we want to talk about Ambition as well. That
이 얘기에 대해 어떻게 생각하세요?
how do you feel about Ambition in the jungle? I think he can think what he thinks.
네, 뭐 여러 가지 의미가 담겨 있는
We'll leave it up to that.
여러 가지가 담겨 있는 것 같습니다.
I think we went through a lot together and want to leave it up to that.
마이크를 이어받아서 룰러 선수
And we want to talk with Ruler next.
얘기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘도 멋진 활약 보여주셨어요. 기분이
And another great performance from you. How do you feel?
세트에 좀 특패 생각이 좀 많이 안 해서.
Yeah, first game I think we weren't fully aware of the twisted fate that it could come at any time. And I think other than this mistake, I think I did okay. Well, with the April Fools, you posted on Twitter some of these interesting tweets, and do you have any ideas on that? I wasn't trying to be too greedy with April Fools, but try to be pretty decent and pretty solid. Are you kind of just acting shy just because all the hyungs are around? Oh, not really. It's just And you showed another good performance with Israel. And it seems like Israel's still the top tier ADC right now. But what is it with the matchup against Ash going up against that?
일단 저희가 이즈 룰을 했는데
Yeah, we were going with the Israel Lulu comp, and we were trying to get the advantage in the early game and hopefully transfer that over to the late game. And I think with that composition, it's really not that hard to do that. And you showed a lot of good performances, killing off the solo kills. Yeah, I was trying to put off a good plays, but all my teammates, they were focused on something else, and so they didn't really see what was going on, so they didn't comment too much on that.
동생이다 보니까 좀 많이 아쉬워하고 있는 것 같네요. 그렇죠. 뭐 동생으로서 어떤 형이 제일
As the younger one of the team, which one of your older teammates do you like the most? No answer from Ruler. Is there anyone that really, takes care of you a little bit better? Well, Ambition's not the most comfortable person to be around, to be honest, but he is very nice when he needs to be.
용인이 형한테 많이 기대는 것 같아요, 제가.
Yeah, I think I rely on him a lot.
애교가 많기로 또 소문나셨어요. 누구한테 애교를 제일 많이 부리나요?
Who do you like to, talk to more often than not?
제가 애교 부리는 성격이 아니라.
Well, I try not to be too cute around the youngs, but maybe that's a little misunderstanding.
다 엄청 좋아하는 것 같아요. 선수 이렇게 얘기하는. 룰러 보고 있으면은 참 뿌듯함을 느끼실 것 같습니다. 네, 웃음으로 마무리하고 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 스티치 선수.
Next, we want to move on to Stitch, and you showed another appearance with a decent game again. Yeah, if you see, I cut myself, while I was shaving, and that's kind of what the Band-Aid is for.
연습 과정에서 뭐 예.
노코멘트 할게요.
아 예. 그럴 수도 있다.
Was it your teammates that had that band-aid coming?
뭐 라인전.
I have no comments on that.
사실 저희가 이거 뭐 재미로 하는 거지 진짜 착해요 엠비전 선수.
We're just kind of joking. We really don't think that Ambition made that band-aid come on.
넘어가서 스티치 선수의 연습량에 대해서 또 이제 좋은
Stitch, we get a lot of compliments regarding your practice hours and how hard you put your time into the practice.
잦은 출전을 보여주지 못해서 좀.
But you know, you haven't made any nearly as many appearances as you would like. Yeah, I think you know it is pretty disappointing that I don't get to make too much appearances. But I feel like I do need improvements in many parts, and I want to improve on that until I can show a complete part of myself. And you know, with the few appearances that you get, what kind of self that did you want to show? Yeah, I wanted to first of all win the laning phase, and hopefully you know be a contribution with the vision and the team vision that we can have for our team. And I didn't want to necessarily be the carry, but you know really help out my team, you know, get the victories, and that was kind of the role I wanted for myself. And Ash is really good for that. And it seems like the comments are that, you know, with Ash, that you are better than Ruler at it. And with the laning phase and just everything in between, a lot of people have been complimenting your Ash. Well, how do you feel about that? Yeah, I think during practice and scrims, my confidence on Ash is very high. But in competitions, you know, I really try to be try to show more performances that I was satisfied with. But I think I had mixed results here and there. So I really wanted to redeem myself today, you know, when I had the chance. And I think I did okay, so I was pretty happy with that. And Wraith shows that, you know, he can come up with very variety of champions. But I think that is actually helpful because, you know, this is kind of how I say it. When he picks up a weird support, and when he picks a Sejuani, for example, during practice, and I feel like, you know, at first when he picks something like that, I feel like that's a little overboard with that. But you know, when he does play, he gets good results off of it. So I can't really complain. And I think that actually just lets me, you know, have more advantage, you know, kind of putting the concentration more on those weird supports, and it gets a little less attention from me, which allows me to be more free with my plays. Yeah, Kayle Leona is just a starter of Ray's support pool. What do you prefer the most? Do I have to pick between the two? I think I would go with the meta picks, you know, if I had to choose. But you know, if Ray plays it, I still have no complaints. And we want to talk with Wraith next. We do have a lot of things to talk with you about. And first of all, congratulations on the win. And you showed again that Wraith isn't normal by any means. Yeah, today I really wanted to pick a normal-ish support, and I really did. And I think, you know, if Zyra was open, I think I would have picked that. But you know, Zyra was taken away from us, and you know, the only option that I had was to play Lux, and that's kind of what I did. And you know, I tried to be normal, I promise. So you know, my teammates were suggesting, you know, do you want to wait till the later stages to make your pick? But you know, I was kind of already pretty already decided by then. And you know, and with Stitch, you know, being pretty agreeable with most of my picks, you know, I didn't have any doubts of picking out the Lux. And it seemed like it actually went to good effect, where, you know, bot lane, the CS difference was actually about 45. It was a pretty big difference. Yeah, I think but Lux is really for the laning phase most of the time. And even during practice, that's what we were mostly focused on. But I think, you know, I wasn't really confident with the pick overall, that how much it can contribute to the team. But I think, you know, I turned out to be more fortunate than not.
그런 걸 가장 활용하는 선수가 맥스 선수도 있잖아요.
And another name that comes up with you that's similar with Max. How do you feel about that?
정석이 아니긴 한데.
Yeah, Max isn't very conventional with his picks either, but I think the range of supports that we tend to pick are pretty different if you look at it detailed.
여기가 멀리 간 것 같은데요.
And who went farther? I think you went farther with that one.
서로 다른 이해가 있으니까.
I think we have a different understanding of what support is supposed to do. I think that's where we get the different. I can't really say who went further on that one.
네, 뭐 앨리스 서폿이나 사이온 서폿에 대해서 좀
Well, we have to comment on the Cyan and the elite supports of all likes, so we can't bash on you too much on that.
선수 마이크 받아주시고요. 네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다.
So we want to move on to Core JJ. Congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. I feel very good.
네, 언젠가부터 이제 팀의 그 주전 역할을
And it seems like you have been the starting support for this team for a while now.
엄청난 활약을 보여주고 계세요. 네, 오늘 경기에서 저는 뭐 이즈 카르마 하지 않을까.
In today's game, we were really expecting the Israel Karma combo, but you went with the Lulu. What was the decision behind that?
혹시 있으면 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단은 룰루가 카르마보다 더 장점인 점이
Well, first of all, the positive Lulu has over Karma is the trade you can make.
챔피언들이 약간 그런 거에 특화된 게
And it's one of those things you have to look at the matchup, and the matchup we had, Lulu benefits more from it, and that's the reason why I picked it.
이제 바텀 쪽에서도 다양한 시도가 이루어지고 있잖아요.
And a lot of variety of attempts have been made in the bot lane, trying to do very creative things.
여러 가지 특성이라든가 이제 열리고 있는데 코어장전 선수
And do you have any specific masteries or different kind of item combination that you like to go with?
근데 실제로 저도 이제 솔로 랭크 하면서
Yeah, when I practice in ranked, I really try to practice a lot of melee champions, but it doesn't really fall out well with the laning phase, and being more confident in the laning phase is very important. So that's why I kind of like to go with the range ones. So I think I need more practice on that one.
잘 다루신다는 생각이 들어요. 특히 자이라로 템플릿 획득하고 뭐뒤
And it seems like you're very talented with the Zillion support and the Zyra support of all likes. But do you have a reason for going for those range champions most of the time? Yeah, I think with Zyra, I think the nerf really went to the early laning phase. But I think because I wasn't really afraid that with the weaker laning phase, that I wasn't really afraid of Zyra, so I was feeling pretty confident going in.
다른 쪽에서 이슈가 많이 되는 특히 삼성 같은 경우도 미드 정글이 굉장히 핫하다 보니까 그런 팀의 경우 서포터들이 되게 소외받는 경우가
And another thing that we have to concentrate on is that with mid and the jungle getting so much attention, a lot of attention has been taken away from you, and that sometimes might be a little bit disappointing for you.
전체 시즌 이제 끝났는데
Well, now that the regular season is over,
한 번은 받을 줄 알았거든요.
but I think I would have received one MVP by now.
죄송한데 한 번도 못 받으셨나요?
Have you never received it once? Yeah, I haven't received one MVP this season, and I think that's my bad. So my apologies.
활약은 늘 보여주셨는데 언제나 경합을 치르다가 마지막에 조금 모자라셨던 게 아닐까. 다음에는 또 이제 다른 픽으로 멋진 플레이 보여줄 수 있겠습니다.
So we can hope to see a more creative pick from you. Yeah, I think I have to go more creatively to get the MVPs.
에이스 선수와 또 시너지가 나면 어떤 혼종이 나올지도
And you never know, if you get a synergy up with Wraith, something might happen. Have you thought of anything like that?
요즘 제가 서포트하면서 느끼는 게 그냥 뭘 꺼내도 서포터로 쓸 수 있는 거 아니에요?
But playing support, I kind of realized that you can play anything as support as long as you do it well. I think that's kind of what I ended up with.
허정전 선수 멋진 인터뷰였고요. 그리고 마지막으로 이제 하루 선수.
Lastly, we want to go with Haru with the last part of the interview.
하루 선수가 또 이제 말하는 거 굉장히 좋아하잖아요.
And Haru does like to talk.
1세트 리신으로 MVP
And first game, you picked up the MVP with Lee Sin.
리신을 잡았다 하면
And just every time you pick up that Lee Sin, you just blow off on it, and that confidence you have on the champion seems indifferent no matter what games you face. And scrims and practices, they end up in good results, and that confidence just seems to be always there and just never goes away. And that confidence really does help with the actual play and really results into a win. Do you feel that kind of confidence during game? Yeah, I do think about that often, that that I don't really lose with Lee Sin.
말씀을 하시길 이렇게 인터뷰할 때나 이렇게 보면은 정말 순박하고 참.
And one of the fans wanted to comment that, you know, when you're doing this kind of interview, you seem very soft and quiet, but when you get into the game, you just become a bashful monster. What do you feel about that? What's the true Haru, do you think? Are you a beast or are you a soft head? Well, I mean, if you die in those situations, you know, I think, you know, with my games translating to my confidence, you know, I always feel that, you know, even in disadvantaged situation, that I can always get the win, and I think that's more of a confidence thing more than anything else. Yeah, I think that confidence really does well for you, Haru, because, you know, beginning down doesn't never help you. And you did join Samsung organization this season and doing really, really well. And how do you feel about the overall split that you had? Did you ever feel that you would get up to this level, you know, joining the Samsung organization in the beginning of the season? I really didn't expect as this much, to be honest. But, you know, I was just adjusting with my teammates, and, you know, because of their talents complimenting me as well. And I think just really outside of the game factors as well, you know, being friendly with my teammates and getting along well, all of that really contributes to a positive performance. There are so many Lee Sin players worldwide, and, you know, and it seems like all the stylistic differences are definitely there between the different players. And there are a lot of people who doesn't get the RQQ as much. And I think it really does come with experience. I think if I, long time ago when I used the ult and tried the Q, sometimes I do miss. But I think, you know, with a lot of practice comes perfection, so I think I just advise those players to practice a lot. Do you have anything else to say? Not really. And I'm sure you've learned a lot by playing alongside Ambition. And, you know, you've been around him for a while now. Do you have anything to say to him necessarily? Well, recently, I think Ambition is working a lot harder for some reason, and I want to really compliment on that. And lastly, we want to hand it over to Ambition for the last comments. And you have confirmed second place in the regular season. And, you know, we have KT, Africa, and MVP. You guys have to face off potentially. I don't know how other players might feel, but personally, I would like KT to come up. Do you have a reason for that? Well, realistic reasons, and just everything about the other teams that, you know, there's more to fear from the other teams than KT is. But I think it's a complete personal opinion and not really anything else. And I think the other expressions of your teammates are kind of iffy with that comment. But lastly, do you have anything else to say regarding how you're going to prepare and how you're going to go into these games to come? Well, first of all, we have to say that we've, you know, been eliminated in the face of the final stage, and, you know, with the finals is something that we really want to get ahead to and hopefully take it all, and that's kind of our goal. But I think we're really almost there, and we just need to make one more effort, you know, a few more, not just to the here and there, and I think that's what it will take to get the finals. In addition, thank you to everyone here, and thank you to all the fans. And we thank you, everyone. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Well, good job, Joel, because that was a bit of a marathon as far as interviews are concerned.
He earned his paycheck today.
Yeah,
Holy.
definitely did.
That
so
was an interview.
Go ahead and treat yourself to something
Wait,
nice
if
after the
SKT
broadcast.
win, I bet we even get to talk to Sky, because that could be a long one as well.
That's true. Hear from Sky, Prophet, as well as Blank, so we might just have some long interviews today.
But the games weren't long.
Yeah, no, they
Samsung
will
Galaxy, 12 wins in a row, and now in uncharted territory. They've never made it past 4th spot. But the rebuild has been successful. A team that bottomed out in LCK Spring 2015, 8th out of 8th, finished 7th, 6th, 4th, and now 2nd in the regular season. 2nd by a long way too, as KT can only get to 12 wins if they are to win tomorrow. Lot to like about Samsung Galaxy, and I'd love to see them finally make their grand re-entrance to an LCK final.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens in just a couple weeks' time. For now, though, we still have one more match to close out the regular season here for us at OGN. It's going to be MVP versus SK Telecom T1. So first versus 4th place. MVP been on a bit of a dip as of late, but SK Telecom, recently suffering a couple losses in their matches, as well as that shattering 0-2 loss to Samsung. We'll see how much of a fight MVP can put up. They've been trying out some really wacky stuff. It's kind of been costing them, so we'll see if they continue with that trend or if they'll have something more standard for us here today.
A really strange momentum game as well. SKT not going to play again till the final on the 22nd, so a very long break. Want to have a nice goodbye to the fans with a big performance. And MVP, they're going to play real soon. In fact, if they lose 2-0, they're going to play as soon as tomorrow, potentially. So a lot on the line for MVP and SKT. And guys, it is only 20 past the hour, so we will have a decent break. The interview stopped at being an hour break.
We bought a good amount of time with that interview, so it tacked another 15, 20 minutes or so onto the clock. So we don't have as long as a break as we normally would, but still going to be about a half hour or so here. So just keep your eyes out for that timer in the bottom of the screen. You'll know when to be back. I'm sure you'll be there. We look forward to it. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a half hour with our second set of the night. We'll see you then. They're not done talking yet. I didn't check out Caster Jun.
No,
he's still blabbing away.
Failed really hard, Achilles.
I did.
But you've got one more makeover, one more series.
All right. We'll see you then.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, but this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
In a world so shallow, we got a shot at something by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, but this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold.
Coming up next, MVP. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
matchup. MVP. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back from the break. OGN Legion now are ready to dive into our final set of the night of the regular split here at OGN. It's going to be SK Telecom T1 versus MVP. Just joining us, I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action to close things out here. Now, big upward battle for MVP to try to find a win.
Yeah, and you could call it a preview of finals, but given the gauntlet system, an unlikely one, given that MVP has been waning recently just after they've already secured their spot. So if you're going to have a downtime, now is arguably a good one because you're already in playoffs, but their hopes of making it to the final, of facing SKT in 3 weeks, starting to look very, very meager. Yeah. Regardless, they want to play themselves into form. Even if they were to pick up a win here, they'll guarantee themselves 4th spot. The way things work, interestingly, is that if MVP win a single game, they're guaranteed 4th and side selection in the best of 3 for the wildcard match. If they lose 2-0, there will be a tiebreaker match because, of course, choosing sides so important, meta upon meta. So if that's to happen, our information, as we are to understand it now, and we'll find out, of course, confirmation from Kesper, I assume, then we expect that match to be played tomorrow after the games are done. So it could be a very long day of LCK tomorrow. Wouldn't be fair for them to have to play another game today, so would have to reschedule it further than today, but maybe that won't be, maybe it'll be a moot point. Maybe SKT will falter and MVP will win, but SKT had that big loss a couple ago, but have steadied the ship. They've looked a lot better since the loss to Samsung, beat the ROX Tigers, but they've dropped at least a single game in every set they've played in the last 3, and that's a good sign for MVP to secure 4th spot.
Yeah, so if they can come up with that win, that'd be very crucial for them right now. We're going to find out what they bring forward into the draft to try to secure that victory for themselves, because obviously MVP, so many eclectic champions in the pools of these players. Not sure what's going to happen here today, but SKT should be prepared for just about anything.
I mean, a champion ocean could be the story for both teams. I mean, Faker.
That's true.
It feels like this is the time where Faker is primed to show us something new. A year ago, just before the spring playoffs, showed us the Zillion, just like Flyer was playing, and was a master of the Zillion by the time we got through playoffs. I want to see something new from Faker. I was looking at his solo queue. I saw some cheeky Quinn and Aurelion Sol. Now, the Quinn was a once-off. The Aurelion Sol was a bit more, but let's look at MVP for the moment. Of course, only 5 players, and they're all enjoying themselves, mugging for the camera. They will be playing in the postseason. 6th place, and now potentially could be 4th place for them. Everyone's feeling good. I like the stare there. Very nice, Maha. And Max looks like he's over it all.
Got some little grin going on there on his face, but
Max
he's hamming it up.
Max is like, I know what I'm playing today.
Oh, they're gonna. Oh, here we go.
Giving the fans what they want. The bot lane synergy.
The true fan service coming in.
Doing a bit of a swapsies. Well, it is, of course, April Fool's Day.
Yeah, so just shaking things up for us here in the booth, having a good time of it all. MVP, though, let's see if they have as good of a time as they do in the booths when they're on the Rift in-game.
And SKT confirmed first. Does that mean they're going to throw in some of the subs? Nope, it doesn't mean that at all. We'll be seeing a strong starting lineup. Of course, someone will make a joke about Huni and Prophet, but Huni, Peanut, Faker, Bang, and Wolf. The on-paper strongest lineup for SK Telecom, going to be taking the Rift.
I like the back and forth where it's just like Huni was the problem and then Prophet was the problem just every time one of them suffers a loss. But Huni Peanut will be starting things off. No sign of Sky, as you might imagine. Still not seeing him in the mid lane. But you never know with Coma if SKT go up in game 1, or even if their backs are against the wall, maybe we'll see a swap come through.
I'd love to see at least a single game from Sky. Same with BDD when Longzhu play tomorrow. The fans, of course, English fans, demanding BDD and being denied so far. And Huni smiling on your screen. Peanut, remember, was replaced by Blank in the 3rd game against the ROX Tigers. Felt like they needed the insurance of Blank coming into the lineup. It's been just definitely not the first round for SK Telecom. When Samsung is on that big 12-game winning streak, SKT, you can see on your screen, have dropped 5 games in their past 5 sets. And okay, most of those sets of victory, but it's just not the pace that SKT was taking the Rift with in the first round, Rob.
Yeah, both of these teams suffering the most recent losses by the hand of Samsung, who've just been commanding LCK at the moment, though still from that second place spot weren't able to make it up in the first. But as you would predict, the KDAs, it's a bit like Gario in here. SKT just completely swallowing up MVP.
Yeah, Bang is #1 in the league at over 6 KDA. I think Kramer's third, might be second, I forget. Some of SKTs have gone down. They had multiple members around the 6 mark, and then of course the last series happened, and Prophet doesn't get a shout in because he is not starting game 1. But it's still certainly ultra class on the Rift for SK Telecom T1, hoping to see the new stuff. You never know how teams will approach when they're in a game where, realistically, doesn't matter if they win or lose. SKT, they got no problems with things like form, and here's that confirmation. If MVP takes a single game, no tie. But of course, if it is a 0-2, a tiebreaker will be needed to split MVP and a Freak of Freaks.
Yeah. So desperately wanting to avoid that is MVP. You can expect that, even if they were able to take off one game, if they don't find a victory, they can still take solace in the fact that they get to decide what side they want to start on in that wild card match.
Now, I was under the impression that it went match score, game score, and then head-to-head, and including game score and head-to-head. But was informed today that if it's 1-1 head-to-head, i.e. doesn't matter if it's 2-1, 2-0, one team wins one, the other team wins the reverse, then it is still counted as a tie. So they don't get into game score. If it was game score, then MVP would already be above a Freak of Freaks. So
that would be a pretty frustrating way to lose out if they have to play that best of one and then suffer at the hands of the Freak of Freaks.
Gotta say, SKT's running out of space on their jerseys for sponsors.
I mean, is it that shocking, really? Who doesn't want to sponsor the best team in the world, potentially?
Probably.
I have to say potentially now.
Oh, potentially. You're hedging your bets on SK Telecom, are you? How many more Worlds wins do you need, Achilles?
I don't know. We'll see if Samsung picks one up this year.
Could be.
Could very well be. We'll see. We're still a ways away from that one. In fact, as it turns out, Worlds is not around the corner yet. So have to figure out which team is going to be going to MSI.
Only the single representative, and who knows who it will be. Like you say, SKT and Samsung, both the likeliest of, but with the talent on some of these other rosters, we've already seen Argent Shield make the famous run through the Worlds Gauntlet a couple of years ago. There is enough quality, even in the wildcard match, to potentially go through the playoffs. It would be a Herculean task. I think the league is even more competitive in 2017 than it has ever been in the past, with all the stars returning. Got people like Peanut still waiting to hit their final form, to really hit the form that they've shown on other teams as well. Peanut's had some good recent games and a couple of head scratchers. And Peanut versus Beyond, a lot of interest in the jungle matchup, as both of these guys have been stars to watch in the past year.
Yep. See ADD and Huni here on your screens. Expect Rumble passed over in both of our games in the first series. Not going to be the case here. If it's available, both ADD and Huni will get their hands on that ASAP.
Roll over onto 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time. That means coaches in the booths. We're going to get live for our final OGN best of 3. Yep. Should be a fun one.
Yep, the game that doesn't matter for SKT means Kolma shows up in his casual wear. He's wearing 2 SK Telecom jackets over his t-shirt.
Maybe they just said they needed to sell some more jackets. They wanted to get them out there, in front of the fans. And the first ban Rumble. So even though ADD is honestly, of the LCK Spring 2017 Rumble debutants, I think ADD was the most impressive. He looked like he had a great understanding of the champion, but SKT decided to go for a junk ban. Or is it a flex pick ban? You never know with the Scion that ADD never plays anymore, and Max gets MVPs on. His quadra kill, never to be forgotten.
Well, it will not be, but yeah, a bit of a toss away perhaps here by SKT, or maybe really just uncertain what they would run into that Scion if it was available. But Malzahar, the follow-up here from MVP, still a lot on the board. Meal will be taken out.
And the champion
we see a ban on the Lee Sin?
And that's the champion I wanted to bring up, Achilles, is the Lee Sin that Beyond can definitely play. But Lee Sin and Rengar for Peanut and Beyond, respectively, have been the most impressive junglers. Beyond has shown Lee Sin many times and is good at it as well. But Peanut just cannot get access to Lee Sin. He's 9-0 on that champion, by far the best of them. But MVP already playing with fire, and they always have their own game plan. Scion support, Elise support, basically everything support. We've seen Pantheons as counterpicks getting killed early. Elise is going to be the ban from SKT, where does MVP go? Because all junglers are available. Even the Graves is available, and that means they don't necessarily prize one highly. They don't expect SKT to take Rengar because it's been not a strong pick for either SKT or KT. So I guess they're happy to go Graves versus Rengar or even mix it up with the Lee Sin. But even giving Peanut a sniff of Lee Sin is a big gambit.
They're taking their time with this one so far.
I
Seems
expect
like they'll
Ashley Sin.
Yeah, start things off with the Ashe here for Bang, so a lot of comfort. See if maybe they want to attack that ADC pool if we don't see one picked up here from Maha in the next round. But maybe foregoing the Rengar and the Lee Sin as the hover comes through on the Graves, and this is something that Peanut has been favoring a lot as of late. His last 3 games straight against the ROX Tigers played that Graves every single time despite the Lee Sin being available.
Still a surprise, though, to see Lee Sin not picked up and has been banned pretty regularly against Peanut. So taking Graves, which is considered the meta strongest strongest marksman from the jungle. Speaking of marksman, you have Varus going to be
no surprise
the
here.
Quintessential pick for Maha in recent times, and Syndra available. That's a surprise.
We could see this, but taking the Syndra this early on in the draft. Oh, God. The blind Pantheon, please. Coco.
Coco style.
He's returned.
He turned to China. He's blind picking Cassidy over there.
All right, if you're going to blind pick anything for Ian in mid, the Syndra is definitely the way to go, but Faker, there's so much available for him.
But I'm excited because MVP, as I remembered them 3 series ago before they started losing recent series, they were a pick comp team as Faker has been playing a lot of Fizz in solo queue. This is also a flex pick, remember, as Huni and Prophet have both been playing it as well.
I mean, we've seen this Fizz banned away from SKT. SKT themselves have banned it in the past. Now get their hands on it for the pick.
And for it to be a flex pick and having last pick is real power by the side of SK Telecom. It's a good laning matchup into Syndra as well, because you can play for Trickster through the ultimate.
Well, you can see that they're trying to get rid of some of these picks here with the Renekton ban going through in case that Nautilus gets flexed into the support role. There's an outside chance as well that the Syndra ends up in the bottom lane, but seems highly unlikely.
I think we've only seen one support Syndra this season, but you're right, it is a possibility. You can ult into E to get a big AoE stun if you're on form with that. 2013 strategies coming through. But just come back to MVP. They looked best on pick comps. Very standard pick comps. Think of Sion, Syndra, Ashe comps, and basically pick CC into objectives. And okay, overforcing objectives was a problem, but that's where MVP looks strongest. So there's a lot to like about the initial draft from MVP. A lot of comfort there. But I do like the Fizz, and I like it early, because now all of the warning signs are there for MVP. And I imagine SKT just take a support and make MVP sweat.
Yeah. Well, nope, they might not do that. They might just go ahead and lock up the Ahri. So Faker will be bringing that one out, expected to go up against Ian Syndra in the mid lane.
So let's talk about why they do this, because it goes against what I'm expecting, but they want counter pick for support for themselves. It tells you a lot that they want the bot lane insurance of knowing where the Nautilus is going before they go forward. And because Bang has actually struggled in lane a couple of times on Ashe, he actually played Ashe in both games and both losses against Samsung, I think they're just leaving themselves options and looking for the insurance for the 2v2 lane, which isn't usually the way SKT have played, but is surprising in this case. Rengar taken for Beyond, and then there's another power pick for them. And if you look at this draft from MVP, it's close to top 2 in every role in terms of power pick and tier list, and also champions they practice on. So a big power draft for MVP.
And then maybe the MF return here for Wolf, something that we haven't been seeing too much of as of late. Gets picked every now and then, but maybe we see this one come through as the quintessential counter to the Zyra.
I think they need a pressure lane somewhere, and they're vindicating holding on to support by actually looking laning focused. As you were saying, people have moved past the Misfortune because it feels like she was kind of solved in terms of team fights, even solved in terms of lanings. Can definitely be a frequent target of ganks from a pre-level 6 ganker, but it is Rengar, who's going to take a little more time. And if they have 3 lanes that can lose, because early in the game, Nautilus will outpush the Fizz before Fizz gets a couple of items and can start actually having some trading options. Syndra usually has lane pressure pre-6 on Ahri, and if you have pressure in all 3 lanes, the game might just end before you actually get your scaling going. So SKT wanted insurance somewhere, and drafting the Misfortune sets them up to at least have pressure in the bot lane.
The thing that I have to be concerned about here for SK Telecom is not having a frontliner. The Fizz will probably build a little bit tanky here unless Huni's really feeling cutthroat. but there's not going to be anyone like the Nautilus on MVP to just sit in the front and soak the damage.
Exactly. Fizz is in a team fight is usually going to try and ult a priority carry, and if not that, occupy the time of carry. Basically run at an AD carry and try to force them to be only attacking Fizz, who's very simply. And honestly, Varus is one of the champions that could potentially be zoned out by a Fizz. But the way SKT play this comp is Charm, Ash Arrow, Fish ultimate on the Fizz ultimate all on one target, the frontliner, take him out, and then actually have a man advantage. You're right. If they are just looking to have a reliable frontliner, they have not drafted one, and they need to play around that.
All right, well, we'll see if they can get rolling early on here. Expect Peanut to pay many few visits to that top lane, try to get Huni ahead on that Fizz so he can wreak havoc in the back lines of MVP. Let's go ahead, get onto the Rift, and see who's going to take game one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, as you might expect, lots of SK Telecom fans showing up, and what better way to kick off this series here? A very important one for MVP than with the Infernal Drake.
And I think this is really training wheels for SKT as well, because they've given MVP, a playoff team, a lot of comfort, a lot of power. This kind of reminds me of Faker back in the day when he had 3 bans, the Garen, Galio, Gangplank, Show Me Your Best, and SKT, back when they were SKT T1K or SKT T1 Team 2, way back in 2013, 2014, their best of 5 strategy was don't ban the champions the enemy wants to play in game 1. Beat that and then have that team be completely just downtrodden from losing with their strongest picks. And they don't need to win this match, so why not fight against full power MVP in their last stage game for 3 weeks? They do not play again until the 22nd of April, which is 3 weeks Saturday, which is a long time from now.
Yeah, lots of time to spend in that hyperbolic time chamber and try to get really prepped for the grand final, where they will very likely be meeting and facing off against Samsung. Saw what happened to them last time out earlier on in the week, so they need to be as prepared as humanly possible.
They got popped by Mickey's Ari, is what happened in that particular game too.
I say earlier in the week, but actually it was last week. And oh boy, it's SKT in here. I wonder if there's a mouse issue.
I hope not. I hope we only have a momentary pause, but something that's been pretty sparing has been pauses in general this season. No piggyback pauses was a definite upgrade for us.
Yeah, that was dark times. Piggyback pauses.
I need confirmation of what the issue is and no League of Legends to talk about, so we can just sit back and relax. It's quite hot here in the studio today.
It is, actually. Kind of wondering why the heat was ever turned on. Last couple days have been pretty, it's feeling like spring weather for the most part.
Well, we call it LCK Spring, but it was definitely...
It's a headset issue.
Ooh.
This is a new one. Okay.
Audio issues have cropped up, unfortunately, here, OGN Legion.
I had to talk about it earlier.
It's true. You did cause this.
I've doomed us.
You had one job, Achilles, not to doom us. I didn't even ask you to bring us to the promised land. I just didn't want to be doomed.
Crap. I really botched this one, guys. I'm sorry.
Where's Atlas when you need him?
I don't know. Sitting at home watching this.
Saying Australian words.
This awful mess. Probably wondering, like, man, how come Seth never gets 6 games?
You could call it a hot mess, which would be pretty literal, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
There's Bang on your screen with his Razer headset.
Not broken.
Nope. His headset's just fine.
Yep.
We hope.
Whatever model Huni's got, that's the bad one.
I feel like you're writing reader reviews for headsets, and Team Razer is sitting there being like, I need to tweet at this guy.
Oh, come on. I've used Razer products
MVP
for a
have
while.
Samsung headsets. That's a conflict of interest.
That is, actually. Huh. I wonder how that one works out. Oh.
Holy moly. Holololo. Interesting.
All right.
I don't know why I attempted to read that, but I did.
Something going on here for Huni.
It's a pretty intense scare for Huni. Intense stare, not scare.
He's really mad at this headset. It's like, you better work.
Maybe he's like, I really need to pull off the fizz. Aw, we can't see. the sponsor of that particular headset because it's a cheerful on it.
Oh, I wonder what it is with the G400 branding on the side.
So you're saying
or whatever
it's an MVP headset.
I might have actually missed the number, but I don't really care.
Oi, they could be us headset sponsor next season.
They could be.
We have Sennheisers for
Then
the
I don't
record.
care.
Sean Heiser, Sennheiser.
Sennheiser.
We have Sennheisers here.
Yeah.
Up the top. There's,
Ah.
there's a lot of crowd signs today. A lot of SKT love. Looking around the studio myself.
Not too surprising.
There's a no face in the.
I was just about
in
to
the
say that.
audience.
It's a little terrifying.
How is that not on camera?
I don't know. I think that we're getting it ready to go now. If I could see this crane.
It'd be
positioning
insane
properly.
not to show someone in full no face gear.
I don't. Yep.
There we go. It is really hot here, by the way.
Don't want that to be greeting you on the bus home later
No.
tonight.
No.
That's the stuff that creepypastas are made of.
No comment.
Yep. Not really sure where to go with that one. Good movie though. You haven't seen it.
Nope.
Because you suck.
That's me. When it comes
At
to
least-
Studio
at least
Ghibli, I
you're
got
owning it.
nothing.
At least you're owning it.
I haven't seen any Studio Ghibli movies. None of them.
Just terrible.
I've started a couple.
And how do you not finish them?
I have better things to do.
Oh my god.
There's League of Legends to be played, Kilios.
Ugh. Just the worst.
Can't help it. I'm sorry. I'm addicted.
I'm sure. I'm sure you're just spending all your time reading every post on Reddit right now.
Oh, I'm just totally.
It's just the best. I woke up this morning and I was just like, I want to, let me just check do my daily check of the subreddit. And then I was just so utterly confused.
I mean, we had Cloud Templar dressed as a girl running through the studio, so we also were going pretty hard on the.
Sure, but somehow
April
that was
Fools.
more. That's way more normal than the subreddit today. It's just it's a bit crazy. All right. Well, seems like this might just be an extended issue. So I hope you guys have a snack and have already used the bathroom because we're going to be in this one for the long haul at the moment.
You'd think they could just swap the headset.
Yeah, that would be nice.
You
They
think-
can have mine. I'll cast without audio.
Oh, but then it'll be Sennheiser. I'm not sure if that works with their sponsors.
They could just put some tape over it.
That's
It'll be
true.
fine.
Or Cheerful.
Yeah.
And now we're here.
Yeah.
Hello.
So I don't know why you still have your jacket on because, as said, it is.
Because this is our uniform. You're desecrating our uniform.
I don't. That's fine. It's the last day of the regular split, man.
It's okay. You've got way more capital than Atlas, who Caster Jones does not like. For his 6 games only.
Yeah, don't confuse the viewers. Castrogen quite likes Atlas, but he doesn't like being here for 6 games every single time.
Exactly. He doesn't like the omen that it brings.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Castrogen is also cursed, so it's
That's
kind
true.
of it's a bit of a two-way street
Dangun is
there.
definitely the lucky one.
Yeah, he is.
And I'm here for all the days, so, you know. I just
you get the best of both worlds.
Oh, yes, that's right. Also the worst of both worlds.
That's true.
By definition.
Yep. That's just how it goes.
Well, 131 games I cast this season before today. So far, only 2.
What's my count again?
You're 131 minus 16, so you're at 105.
There we go. All
Wait,
right.
115. You're
Okay,
getting
wait,
there.
Yeah, I agreed with you blindly
It's
on
been
that
a long.
math.
It's been a long season, guys. It's been a long season. Playoffs coming soon, though. First playoff is going to be next Friday.
Yep.
So 6 days from today.
We'll be bringing you that one.
MVP versus Afrika. Not 100% sure who's the higher seed. That's still to be decided from this series, and a tiebreaker.
And then we'll have an extended break because we won't be doing the quarterfinal.
Yes.
We'll be doing the semifinal and then the final. So you'll have the Gangnam Studio handling the match after that. So MVP or Afrika versus KT. So we'll see how that one goes. Then I'll
Somehow KT not making it top 2.
We'll start off the best of 5s, and that'll be pretty interesting to see how that turns out. KT in a best of 5, you never know. Maybe that's what they need.
I don't really know what KT needs. I don't know if KT knows what KT needs. And that's maybe the scariest factor. They all seem pretty matter-of-fact in their interview.
If you talk to anybody else, they'll tell you that they need a BDD.
Or a tank, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, that's true.
It's weird, because, I mean, they did their team interviews, and they all seemed very nonchalant, which I guess it's a good idea, not to just really focus on problems. But, yeah, really hard to read KT roster, of course.
So how are you guys doing? You
know,
come here often?
This is kind of a one-way chat, just so you know.
Oh.
We're not in the
I was waiting
piggyback room.
I was waiting for them to just start reading off the Twitch comments.
Oh,
to me on
really?
the
Yeah,
headset.
just have them read Twitch. How can that go wrong?
I don't know.
Also, reading.
I've had to do that before.
That's true.
Yeah.
You've played Hangman with Twitch.
Yep. We're not at the socks point yet, guys. I know some people are demanding probably to see the socks, but
I mean, it is hot in here, so
we'll give it another 15
this
minutes.
idea of taking off clothing is a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's true. Could start doing the tie a little bit.
That's a bit too much.
Maybe you pop a couple buttons on the shirt.
You know, that's what some people want, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope not. No one should want that. That would be breaking the user agreement with Twitch, actually. We'd get banned as a channel.
I mean, EULCS got away with Romain being shirtless most of the time.
That's true.
So I don't really know how that works.
Double standard.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Time to go report EULCS 1 and 2.
I thought you were going to say time.
Yeah, time to just rip my shirt open. It's all right. The split's done. We don't need the shirt
Oh, it's
anymore,
Hulk Hogan
right?
style? You can just go like this?
Yeah, I can just pull it out.
Okay.
It's already missing a button here, so I think the buttons are probably
You were working out all season just for this moment, right?
Yes, working out. I was bulking. I was bulking for sure. Was the
casting and bulking, it's all you do.
Yeah, I do the bulking diet without actually going to the gym.
Oh.
Works out really well.
You just eat a lot.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah. It's like the perfect diet.
You read the whole post about bulking, right?
So many calories.
You read all the points.
Yeah, it's just intake as many calories as possible. I heard that The Rock does 20,000 calories or something, 12,000 calories a day, and I was like, yeah, I could do that.
You're aspiring towards 20,000 calories.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the next Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I mean, you've got everything going for you apart from the bulking.
I'll be Seth Achilleos, Dwayne The Rock Johnson King.
Okay. It's pretty catchy.
Yeah. It'll be really hard to fit on my tombstone.
Well, if you're eating 20,000 calories a day, that's very relevant, actually.
I will probably be reaching that point pretty shortly, if that's the case. Oh, I hear some sounds.
Gameplay.
Oh, here we go. The podcast is over as we get into game. Hopefully we stay that way. Already some harass coming down onto Max. Chip him out to about half HP. SKT asserting their dominance. They're mad about the headset issues. They're taking it out on Maha and Max.
Mid lane is Faker back on Ari, which has become a pretty staple pick for him recently. Is that skill matchup against the Syndra. A lot of all-in if you can hit the charm. Jungle matchup most interesting to me. I talked about Beyond and hyped him up as a Rengar player. Got a health disadvantage and is spotted.
Alrighty, so blue buff going to be contested here.
He's level 3 though.
Yeah, seems like this is going to be surrendered here by Peanut. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, Huni. And started roaming down, but just go ahead and pick up that Scuttle Crab instead.
So
meanwhile, this is still bad times here for Max.
It's so important that SKT get the pressure in bot. We already talked about in Champions a little while ago now that MVP could potentially have had pressure in 3 lanes if not for the misfortune. Being very laning focused our SKT in the bot lane to draw some pressure. Yeah, Beyond undefeated on the Rengar this season. 5-0 on that pick.
Been a good one. Ian as well for the longest time undefeated with that Syndra.
Most recent game was the first loss, 8-1 on Syndra. Exhaust comes down.
Yeah, exhaust comes down. Charm connects in here. Faker still holding on to the flash gun. Trying to turn this one around. The Spirit Fire coming through. He flashes in. The orb will not connect. It was shorted.
There was an orb flash there from Faker.
Yeah, that was a bit misdone by Faker. Almost certainly would have had the kill on the backswing.
Yeah, it was a Q flash, and that means it didn't have the same extension as if he'd gone for a flash Q. Looking to hide an animation, but in the end, doesn't pick up the kill. Has a pretty big health lead, though, so should get the preferential back timer regardless.
Yeah, also has, the passives there, so he'll be okay to stick around for a little bit. But likely going to be the same start for both of these guys. Lost Chapter going to be a very desired item.
Interested to see how much damage Huni goes for. When we've seen the top lane Fizz being pretty much first item tankiness into just a Trinity Force full tank. Blade the Ruin King Trinity Force is once a build for Fizz, and Blade the Ruin King's been buffed recently. But a lot of that was around the time when Fizz had the damage amp on ultimate that affected both types of damage. No longer has that. So physical damage does not interact with the fish.
It's actually a double Doran's Ring start here, so not having the gold. Bringing those Lost Chapters off the bat.
Max really low in health in bot lane. It's just the reality.
Yeah, I mean, going through all of those biscuits already. Get a little bit back as he levels up to 4, but he's going to have to go ahead and recall. And this could give maybe Bang & Wolf some time with the turret. Oh.
Wow, the liftoff actually went over there.
Yeah, didn't stop it. Just a little too late to interrupt that one, which would have been a pretty crucial backstop if they had been able to pull it off.
Yeah, flash auto tackle probably wasn't enough for the kill, but regardless, a lot of pressure here for SKT in bot lane, and no summoners on either of the mid laners. More relevant for Graves, who has more paths pre-6 than Rengar does. But it's a pick comp and Rengar, so the excitement is expected from the moment that Rengar gets access to the throw of the hunt. We're seeing it as early as 6 minutes 11, and Beyond is certainly leveling very fast in this game.
As expected, AD going for his budget Rod of Ages here. Triple Doran's Ring. Kick things off. Try to sustain through.
Baker got 6 first.
Oh yeah, he's going to go ahead, dash forward with the Spirit Rush. Lands the charm. Orb comes through this time. One more hit would do it. No, actually, the last charge doesn't get it, but Peanut getting the killing blow with the smoke screen. First blood to SKT.
Writes itself. Smoked Peanut was just exactly what was on the menu there for it to take down Ian.
You know, I remember us specifically talking about that before, killing somebody with a smoke screen.
Oh, it feels so good.
And then we get it right here for the first blood. Smoked. Good arrival there by Peanut.
And the only ability that he could cleanly hit over the wall, remember, with how Graves' kit worked. Didn't have ultimate.
Maha going low, fires off a piercing arrow, get a little bit of damage back. But still, rough times here for Maha and Max.
Peanut's a really fun nickname because you can have the whole smoked peanut, you can have cocktail peanuts if he starts failing. What's your peanut of choice, Kilios? Honey roast?
Yeah, honey roast probably.
Very nice. Beyond ults.
Oh, that's going to be the exhaust coming down onto Bang. He'll flash away from the grasping roots, and he'll be all right to go ahead and walk his way back. Beyond still hovering around in the bottom lane, jumps in, gets on top of the Ash,
solo.
goes low. The heal comes out, piercing arrow connects as well, but Bang is still alive, and now they're going to try to throw this around onto Beyond. Beautiful end of the line into collateral damage from Peanut, comes up with another kill.
Was so overforced from the side of MVP. It was suspicious to see Bang walk up. He knew the ult was on him. Beyond could have put 1+1 and realized that Exhaust and the Graves at minimum were around. Nice punishment from Graves. And steal away Red as well, and this was avoidable from MVP. But it's been the sort of misplays we've seen very recently from them. Their controlled gameplay seems to be a thing of the past in recent weeks.
Yeah, and this is really going to fast-track this Graves build. Look at the steal away here on the Red. Could go ahead, go back, get a purchase in, and then likely just start soloing out that Infernal Drake, which would be a very nice start here for SK Telecom. Already up almost 2,000 gold.
I mean, everything is fine until Beyond decides to go in right now because there's clearly going to be communication that everything is up, and the only way you turn around as Bang is if you have your jungler in your pocket. Yeah. He was level 6, good respect. Most likely Graves would be level 6. Avoidable mistake. That's an unforced error in tennis terms for sure. It just has a flow-on effect in other lanes. You know, they were already losing bot lane now. Losing it even further in mid lane.
Here we go, yet again, Faker dashing in. The exhaust comes down, lands the charm. Ian going to be dead, tries to trade something back, but can barely get a scratch of damage in. He goes down.
Mid lane, they've got the pressure now. No longer is it Syndra owning the lane pressure. The 2 kills that have now come through in the mid lane. Peanut is massive.
Yeah, he's going to come around here, just chunks out Beyond with the collateral damage, taking him down to half HP. Hawk shot thrown out, so he has clear vision of both ADD and the Rengar.
Gonna get a control ward, gonna steal a blue, gonna get literally everything.
Yeah, he's just double buffing Beyond right now. Takes away his red, takes away the blue, he can pick up his own red to just get so far ahead in experience. As well as gold. Ash arrow now down on the max. Bullet time comes down right on top of it. As Bang finds the kill, he'll be taken pretty low by that piercing arrow and the help of the plants. But
2016 ROX Tigers special coming through from SKT's bot lane there.
The Fizz proxy.
That's exactly when you feel embarrassed, when Fizz of all people is proxying you.
Feels awful. I mean, this wouldn't be able to happen. You know, this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for Peanut chunking out Beyond. He would still be likely hovering around that top side of the jungle, so Huni wouldn't be able to apply this much pressure. But because of it, MVP is just suffering across the board.
But this is the flow-on effect of making demonstrable mistakes against SKT T1. It doesn't normally take a suicide engaged bottom for SKT to get an advantage. SKT is the sort of team that sees through of the hunt, knows it's down, and then plays accordingly in other lanes. But they knew through of the hunt was down. They knew the death had come through. They play off information oh so well, the all-in, as Ian and Faker both have their flashes down. You make 2 mistakes in a row against SKT, you can't be surprised if they choke you out of the game. And it's already 2,800 gold, and tempo and lanes that on paper should have been advantage MVP is almost panic stages for MVP this early in the game.
Yep. Peanut has not started up that dragon yet. back into the jungle, trying to get a little bit of gold. Knows that Beyond is in the vicinity. Might just be trying to wait a bit longer. See if Beyond shows himself on that top side of the map and then start up that Infernal Drake as a team.
What do we say in Champ Select? Comfort for MVP. Almost a blind pick comp from them, and already
he's 1,400 gold ahead.
The blind pick comp is being counted against them. Achilles says, yep, you can see the gold leads, 1,400 there, 900 in mid lane as well. Is there much more for MVP? And it sounds like a weird thing to say, given that we know MVP plays basically everything, but this is supposed to be their best. And so far, their best has been found wanting by SK Telecom T1.
Yep. Faker was spotted on that roam down to the bottom lane, so Maha and Max just cheating back, keeping themselves safe for the moment. Faker rejoins into this mid lane, can go for these roams. I mean, just spent the last couple minutes sitting in the river.
But this is almost
still is up in CS.
But it's almost like a twist of fate being ahead, because every time Faker exits lane, we already know that Graves has a massive item advantage over his opposing jungler. So Peanut can enter whichever quadrant he wants, and if Faker's wave clearing and then leaving lane, really no answer from the side of MVP.
Oh, when Ash Arrow comes out, Bang not going to find a target, but Max gets chunked out. Might just go down. Oh. Bang locked up, though, popped up into the air. The heal not going to be enough to keep him alive. He will get traded back on. Mooney chums the waters, won't find a connection onto Maha. Going to go ahead, dash forward, takes him out as Peanut actually finds that killing blow. And ADD now all
Faker
alone in no man's lane. Takes the dredge line away, but has to just go ahead and try to hug the turret instead. Charm connects, Beyond arriving. Faker taking up the turret at the moment. Dashes away the Spirit Rush, shows down the exhaust onto Beyond. As ADD does fall, Huni gets the killing blow. SKT will have to go ahead and peel back as Ian arrives. Nice charm, stopping him from maybe flashing it aggressively, but no turret going to come through for SKT yet.
Turret trading short of Bang, taking an extra shot and being condemned to death by the end. Almost picture perfect on the side of SKT T1. First access to bot lane for Faker because of getting those kills earlier in the game. And basically every lane has been compounded from the mid lane problems. This all started with Max just getting almost bullet time to death.
Yeah.
I mean, the Graves ult probably was unnecessary given the end, but understand for the secure. And even though SKT brute forced this, when you have an item lead in basically every role, you can take extra turret dives. You don't need necessarily to pull off the quintessentially perfect play. Faker hits every skill shot, so perfection was there at least.
Making up for that Q flash from the start of the game.
Now we're getting closer and closer to Silly Street. SKT probably going to have an Infernal Drake to complement a 5,000 gold lead at 13 minutes, and every lane on the side of MVP is losing.
Yep. First brick does come through in the end. So 7-1 is SK Telecom. Just that single kill that MVP was able to pick up onto Bang, stopping them from being perfect gamed at this stage. Infernal Drake going to come through. This is really just going to start the snowball even harder for SKT, and it looks like this is second Infernal Drake there.
And the thing to admire is that the pick that really seemed to win them the game as Ash Arrow goes wide.
Trying to zone him back. Faker, once this kill, goes in underneath the turret, lands the charm, but can't follow up with much more. They get the flash away from the Syndra, just in exchange for 2 ultimates.
Yeah, the pivotal pick, Achilles, has been the misfortune. Winning them the trades early in bot lane, they snowballed around that further and further, so leaving counter pick to the bot lane, getting pressure when they realized MVP's game. Great draft from SKT in the response of power picks from MVP. Now everyone's smiling.
Beyond waiting in the brush.
He's power farmed. That's what you can say about Beyond. Same level as Peanut.
So behind considerably as far as items, but when your Graves is 5-0-1, you should expect him to be ahead. See almost 2,000 gold in the lead here is Peanut. Black Cleaver just about finished for him.
WMAX AD Fizz didn't even mention it in Champ Select, but it is Ignite Teleport. Used to be the summoner spells of choice on Hecarim and top lane Fizz.
Faker definitely didn't read that Chakra's article on the Abyssal Scepter. Still just rushing that first and foremost.
At least you can say that Fizz will certainly be one of the benefactors in the early team fights.
Sure.
There's also value in having extra magic resist against Syndra and Nautilus. You do get extra magic resist from completing it. So I don't hate it. The other thing it does is it allows you to have both a refillable potion and a control ward in the inventory, so when inventory space is a consideration, it's not also the worst choice there either. So while I agree that mathematically there are better purchases, there can be arguments to go for the early Abyssal. I'm sure some people are still tilted.
Yep. Well, either way, doesn't seem to be harming Faker much at the moment. Still just growing that CS lead in mid, commanding this lane. Hasn't picked up a kill yet, but has those 3 assists that are helping him stay ahead here. Just whittling away at this turret, gets it down to just below half HP at the moment.
Yeah, it's just one thing to remember is that gold efficiency is a very important stat, especially for solo queue play. But slot efficiency can be very important in competitive play.
Oh, Ian getting charmed. Hoonie nearby, has chummed the waters, tosses it out, zoning Ian away from the turret, who throws out that unleashed power, but it's just gonna scrape the surface of Faker's HP bar. Now Beyond jumping in, trying to trade one back, has to flash away from the charm or else he would have gone down. And now Faker and Hoonie gonna go ahead and stick around in mid, take out that tier 1 turret. The top lane pretty prepped to go down as well. If Ben can get some more time with it.
Syndra just looks like a completely different champion when you're being jumped on from all different directions. If you're in a long lane with a gold lead, Syndra is oppressive. Miss your spheres and ult anyway, pick up the kill. But in this sort of game, Syndra just overextends and dies pretty instantly. Peanut is a monster already, has Black Cleaver and Warrior Enchant around the 14 to 15 minute mark.
Oh, this is a pretty disgusting display of what SKT can do when they get ahead. Second Infernal Drake going to be spawning in just a couple minutes now. And you tack that on to the leads that they already have. 16% extra stats is going to go a very long way.
Definitely the sort of performance that fans are looking for.
Oh, for sure, especially from Peanut, who has been pretty inconsistent in the last couple games. I mean, just getting swept under the rug by Haru when they faced off against Samsung Galaxy.
But I think it's important that it's a team performance as well. Sure, Peanut has been the star of this game, but they've been doing well in every lane. They've been vindicating the last pick, counter pick, and support. And it's at a time where people are getting really bullish about Samsung, about some of the competitors. And to reset the blue buff.
We just had to talk up SKT.
Oh yeah, and
then
they
ruined it all.
Lost some time, but I think it's important to their fans because you know their fans are going to have to deal with a team coming in with a series victory and a best-of-5 into the final. And you always need a contender. You always need a pretender. But SKT did struggle heavily against Samsung, but here are beasting MVP.
Yeah. See Beyond yet again getting junked out. Was able to walk away with a red buff, but it's just a slight little consolation prize as he's still working on his own Black Cleaver here.
And they can't even really place defensive vision because single members of SKT can walk up and sweep. And when you have a sweeper on Ari, Graves, and Misfortune, you know, think about that. Misfortune, if she's sweeping brushes, her team better be winning by a lot, or it must be a very defensive sweep. Ari also usually needs defensive vision to stop being ganked, but in a game like this, basically everyone from SKT is a raid boss. They sweep a brush, they camp it, they turn it into kills, so even the choice of Trinket shows you how far ahead SKT are.
Yep. Go ahead, pick up the Rift Herald, because there is not much else available for them. Not really prepped to go for those inner turrets at the moment, so they can pick that one up, give the buff over to Hoonie, so he can keep being annoying with that fizz. Haven't seen which way he exactly wants to go with the build, is recalling at the moment. Let's see what he decides to pick up here, has that Sheen on top of the Spirit Visage at the moment. Ash Arrow comes through, not going to catch onto Maha, almost certainly would have died.
We're at the point already for MVP where Beyond, Ian, and Maha going near a minion wave or even most of their jungle cramps is an overextension, and they all need farm to succeed. They all do best when overextending. And now, even your shallowest minions and monsters are considered overextensions, and that's why you can't really see a way for MVP to get back in, because they have an item disadvantage on champions that want to overextend for picks, and a pick comp with no pressure is basically nothing. It's completely nullified in itself.
Yep.
We're already at gank brush territory, and that's scary.
And it is. Peanut going in, trying to find some vision here. Clear some out at least. Along the backside of the pit before this Infernal Drake gets started up. Seems like it might not happen yet as the recall comes through from Faker. Big group up in the mid lane, 4 members nearby, 5 now with the arrival of Beyond. Looks like MVP are going to try to force up. onto this turret. Should get some decent damage in, but the wave is still thinned out pretty considerably. Wolf has bullet time available, so there's a plethora of options here for SKT to go ahead and get rid of those minions.
Ari finally getting back. Ash Arrow wasn't up, so they didn't really have initiation. Huni will look to continue to steal buffs. Remember, we already saw Peanut steal multiple rotations of buffs earlier. So has teleport, does Huni. Good teleport locations as well.
Faker waiting, finds the charm onto ADD. Still gets chunked out pretty decently, almost down to half HP as Peanut has started up this dragon. Ian comes around the side. Drake goes over. Peanut getting hit by that unleashed power. Still okay at the moment. That stun will not clip him. He's trying to kite back. The best of his ability, but gets popped by Maha in the end. Full time coming out. Not going to find too many targets. Ian's going to be the first one to fall as the charm connects and Fizz dashes in, taking out Maha. Both the damage threats from MVP have been eliminated, as well as their tanking front line. It's just Beyond and Max walking away with their lives, but SKT, they win out in kills. They get the Infernal Drake.
They just have so many items on all their members. Faker's gone an interesting build, Abyssal Scepter into Void Staff to allow himself to 1-3-1 the Nautilus. This is the sort of build you see from someone like a Rumble, that against a tank matchup will go Leandri's Void Staff to always have kill and pressure on a tank in the side lane. And now they can 1-3-1, and basically every permutation of 1-3-1 is categorically won by SKT, as MVP just starts off with the ult to get Peanut low, and they hope, okay, let's get a single pick and then reset. We got a pick comp. If we focus everything on Peanut, we'll kill him, and they do. Problem is, Faker will take out Ian. Huni is already able to do a lot of damage in the backline, can certainly tussle with backliners for days, and yep, there's just no way to play this MVP comp this comically behind.
Yeah. They were even able to hold the Ash Arrow for that long just to be able to pick off ADD at the end. So, SK Telecom, 8.8 thousand gold ahead at 22 minutes. Double Infernal Drake. There's been no turrets taken by MVP, just 2 kills thus far. So pretty damn close to a perfect game here for SKT. Chum the Waters just barely going to miss, about a pixel off from connecting onto that Rengar, which almost certainly would have been beyond losing his life. Again.
What to say, Kilios? These sort of games are...
Get good.
I mean, SKT don't need that advice, and MVP have shown on their day that they have some chances. Play the Ruin King Ashe means that, hey, why not a 22-minute Baron?
I know. I do like MVP quite a bit, but right now, there's a lot to be desired. Ian getting locked up. Charm won't connect. Throws out that Unleashed Power as Huni cheats forward. They'll get locked down by the Bola into the Chain of Corruption. Can they pop the Fizz? The answer is going to be yes. Nice stretch line from ADD. Helps lock him down long enough to get the kill. Depth charge thrown out just to stop SKT from advancing any further. It's just going to be a pick picked up here by MVP.
Only ever going to be a single pick. They had to use 3 ultimates on the single member. Throw the Hunt not going to be relevant, and the Zyra ultimate not necessary. So all they get is the gold, and their prize for getting a pick on Huni is a Raptor Camp, is a red buff, and only on their own side. Maybe push minions to the 50% point, and right down the middle of mid lane, because they really can't get any other objectives. They've all been taken off the map. Drake, Baron is not realistic, so it is the smallest of wins for MVP, but when you're this far behind, smallest of wins is all you can ever ask for.
Well, Baron, not yet been paid too much attention to.
Duelist build coming through from Bang. A lot more AD carries going Blade the Ruin King. Haven't been going Blade the Ruin King Hurricane, but been going Blade the Ruin King Phantom Dancer for 15% lifesteal and the reduced damage, and there's a lot of backline divers in this meta. Fizz, for example, on the side of SKT, but Bang's going to be respecting the Rengar in particular, and with 15% lifesteal and reduced damage from the Rengar, you actually do pretty damn well in all-in trades if you're not items behind. That seems to be the safety build. Will turn into double Zeal items with a Hurricane eventually, but Phantom Dancer first is the safety first, and when you're this far ahead, you don't need to worry about putting in AoE damage. You just don't want to die if you bang.
Yeah, I mean, he's working on that with an all-magic mantle as well to lead into that QSS, so really just making sure that he can't get locked down.
Could even just be a Hex Drinker and go into the second Zeal item.
That's true. He does have the longsword there, so maybe we see a Hex Drinker come out.
Hex Drinker offers more against MVP because the only pick CC you can QSS is the Grasping Roots and the Varus ultimate. Doesn't really give you much.
A stun on the Syndra.
Yeah, but then you take an ult as well, and then you're kind of done.
Sure.
Nothing against Nautilus, so there's arguments for both. It's mid lane.
All right, well, Huni comes into the backside. Ian is way too far forward. Throws out the Unleashed Power again, trying to chunk out Peanut. Won't be able to do it, and ADD got himself in too deep, following in with the Syndra, cost him his life. A double kill goes over to Peanut, 13-3 on the board. SKT say, screw it, we're strong enough, let's go ahead and just force up this Baron, or at least play the baiting game. Hawk shot comes out, Charm won't connect. SKT won't find the pick, but they very well could just go ahead and start up this Baron.
And he can take it for a while. It doesn't have much armor, so they still will take some damage. They don't even need all 5 members. Can see on your minimap, they're on Baron. Here we are, showing it full screen. Beyond is the same level as Peanut, so that's one thing they've got going for them.
Well, Beyond really thrives in these 50-50 chances. And Maha will go down. He jumps in looking for Huni, but he makes it onto the troll pole just in time to keep himself alive. Faker takes out the Rengar, and that will certainly be the Baron going over, unless Max can
he's done it
pull off
before.
his miracle steals.
He's done it with the Thresh hook.
We've seen it with the Thresh. We've seen it with the Lulu. Can he do it with Zyra? Be damn impressive, you have to say. It's going low. Won't be able to get it. Smite comes out from Peanut. So sorry, Max. Not this time around. Baron to SKT. Full control of the game as it has been since pretty much the start.
And there is also the seeds that kind of give an indication of where this Zyra is
leaving
at.
a trail of breadcrumbs for people to find
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh, Peanut from downtown. Well, he's going for the MVP today. 9-1-5 on the Graves. This is definitely a shut-up haters moment for him.
This time it was a flash charm. Maha was dead. Nothing he can do. Nothing MVP can do. Tried their best. If Max got the steal, I probably would have dropped the headset.
Yep. That would have been incredible, but can't get it in the end. Oh dear. Well, MVP. Likely just looking forward to game number 2. I mean, maybe they're probably not looking forward to game number 2, but they're going to be contemplating how they should approach it.
Valdez and LS are thinking about 7 games tomorrow. Looking increasingly like that. If you guys missed the start of the broadcast, if SKT 2-0 MVP, there will be a tiebreaker played tomorrow.
After Jin Air BBQ. For the
After
second
Jin
match.
Air BBQ hit the rift, true. Hey, sometimes the schedule doesn't work your way.
Sounds like a long night. Peanut. Thrill the hunt coming through. Beyond looking for the chase. Smoke screen down. Peanut makes it out fine. Meanwhile, Maha gets taken out. 1v2 here from Huni. Comes up with a kill. Just going to get a little bit of damage down onto that Nautilus, but don't think a kill's going to be coming out from that. But Faker, he dashes forward, trying to find Ian, but they trade it back. Will lose the flash. Beyond getting locked up, and that should just be another kill going over to SKT. It is. Bang. Finishing off Beyond. A 2-for-1. Faker just getting a little too antsy. A little too aggressive down there.
You see how many health bars Huni has on this tank Fizz. It's very, very tanky, so will not be going down to the Nautilus anytime soon. Doesn't even need to back. SKT pick up what they're looking for. That is the bot lane inhibitor. Go back to spend their burgeoning purse of gold. We're going to see a replay top.
Huni didn't even know Maha was here until he popped out of the brush. He's just like, oh, okay.
He got a bonus.
I'll just kill you then. Thanks for showing up.
And then Faker used his Q to get into range. Thought he could go for the all-in, but the moment the indicator came down, he'd already committed his first charge of the Spirit Rush aggressively.
Yeah.
And there was no turning around.
I think maybe if the charm hit, the Unleashed Power wouldn't have come out. Maybe Faker lives. Maybe he just dashes out safely. But they saw an opening. It wasn't quite there. It's close, though.
Faker's got a Lich Bane, and Huni's coming deep.
Yeah, he's coming in with the TP inside the base.
He wants a
looking for
Syndra.
Ian, and he's just like, oh, hello. Just, goodbye.
That's why you accept your fate. Ian can only smile.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wry smile there from him. It's like, yeah, there's not much else I could have done. Mooney's going to bring up the wave. Meanwhile, Faker going deep yet again. Lands a charm in on the Max. Gets focused out. One more hit would do it. Depth charge coming through. Oh, what a way to die. From downtown, ADD coming up with the kills. He tries to get back to the fountain. It's not going to work out. 3 members dead on MVP. The second inhib goes down. Final minions going to be bumped up by that Baron. It's do or die time here from Max and Beyond to try to hold on to the base, but you have to expect that this is likely going to be the finish here for SKT. Beyond jumping in, tries to kill off Bang, won't be able to do it now. Huni looking for Max, forced to flash into the fountain as he watches the base crumble around him. 30 minutes on the clock. SKT absolutely dismantling MVP in game 1.
It's the 28th kill of a 30-minute game. We almost got kill a minute. That's not Korean style, but this game derailed very quickly if you're an MVP fan, and SKT, no need to have big smiles. It's turned into a bit of a glorified scrim about 15 minutes in. MVP far too far behind. They had strong lanes, but that made very little impact after the early game where Peanut pathed well. Every lane fell behind, and then those strong lanes that could push ended up just being lanes that overextended and were lambs to the slaughter, to Huni, to Peanut, to Faker. A lot of assassins on the side of SKT and a lot of lambs on the side of MVP, and MVP now staring down this potential annoying match tomorrow where they have to clog up their schedule by playing tomorrow in a match that only decides seeding. And honestly, it's probably frustrating to both Afrika and MVP if we see it, because they have to play each other in a match with very little implication, only just seedings, and then have to play each other in a best of 3 1 week later.
Yeah. So definitely want to avoid that one MVP again. Just one game win would help them avoid that. But with the way that SKT played right there, it just seems highly unlikely that that'll be the case. Unless we see SKT really change things up, sub out everybody, bring Sky into the mid lane, maybe that's enough for MVP to find an edge. Well, it seems like it might just be another early night for you and I, Papa Smithy.
The opposite of Atlas. The reverse Atlas over here, which I appreciate when it comes to game times.
Would have been even earlier if we didn't have that long pause.
It's true. That much we couldn't impact, but SKT looking peerless, looking great. Trying to put back any of the doubters after their loss to Samsung, and yeah, as you say, looking like a 2-0 unless MVP can show us something different, because they got comfort, and comfort didn't mean much.
All right, well, maybe it's time to throw the strats out the window, go for some wacky picks yet again. We'll see if that's going to be the game plan here for MVP as they get ready to enter game 2. Want to pick up this victory, not to close the series, but to avoid that best of 1 tomorrow to tie break for 4th and 5th place spot. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2, see if SKT close this out or if MVP keeps their 4th place hopes alive. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Back in just a few.
Swerving in the cold rain, I can't feel what they're doing, there is no pain. Still neck to neck, but no gold chain. I think it's my time.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at the damage charts here. Topping off for MVP was actually Max on the Zyra, doing more damage than anybody else on his team. But on the side of SK Telecom T1, it's a pretty even spread across the board, you'd have to say.
Only Misfortune did not out-damage the Zyra, which lets you know that the spread was large and pretty even, like you say. Fizz almost running the Ahri pretty close, despite being a Spirit Visage first Fizz. A lot of incidental damage coming through from the Fizz, and a lot of chip damage and lane, of course, onto the Nautilus, so...
Working him down steadily.
Not all of it was the most relevant, but this was SKT running over MVP in pretty emphatic fashion. I talked about their previous trends of just giving the enemy their best picks and then beating it, and it feels like they did pretty close to that, as your MVP will be Peanut, who had a really good game. 11-1 and 8, double-digit kills for a jungler is always something to celebrate, and he smoked someone to death, so that was pretty damn cool. Look at this canister.
Oh, boom! Right in the head. Taking him out.
And then Beyond overextended, and look, Peanut was in the right spot. So the one thing you can say is, don't know about the overextension, but Peanut's pathing is another thing to be happy about there, where he's been second best to junglers like Haru and Score at different parts of the season, but he was the one dominating the pathing war in this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely just crushing Beyond, taking away his red buff, then shortly thereafter the blue buff, just his single presence was enough to push Beyond and ADD out of the jungle. He was so far ahead on that Graves, and consistently coming up with the kills. Faker as well. Faker played a enabler pretty much here, just lining everybody up off the bat, chipping them down low, and then Peanut comes in and scoops it up.
You wonder about playoffs when it comes to bans against SKT, because the Lee Sin looked like an important one. Now the Graves taken over Lee Sin means that at least two junglers that there are to fear from the pocket of Peanut. He's a good enough player, very gifted mechanically as well, for him to have plenty of other picks available in a best-of-5 scenario. Looking like we're going to have no swaps either, as we haven't heard that music.
Well, feels bad. No Sky today. Thought maybe we would see it, but it will in fact be Faker. See right there on your screen.
Oh, what a runners-up prize.
I know, right?
Another game of Faker.
Oh, I have to watch Faker. Ugh.
Life's hard sometimes,
This is
Gilios.
awful. It's the worst. No. Good times here for SKT fans. MVP, again, just one win. That's them that fourth place spot. But if that first game was indicative of anything, it's that MVP are probably just going to get shut out. That 2-0.
As you say, the victory holds a lot of merit. Stops them from having to play again tomorrow, which will be back-to-back games for MVP. The side choice in a best-of-3 is also very relevant, because there has been extended times where blue and red side were considered OP. I'm guessing we're going to have a couple minutes extra time, as teams can request extra time before pick and ban start. I believe it's 3 minutes.
Seems like that might be the case here, as the music is looped. Don't get that too often. So I'm just getting ready to go ahead, things squared away, and jump into this game.
My body's ready. Could be our 135th and final regular season cast, Gilios.
Yeah? I'm up there as well.
Been a fun one.
It has been. It was a split that went by like deceptively quickly.
It's also a split that delivered. You know, it had very high expectations. As now we're back. Hey guys.
Hello.
We're now back on screen, but we had very high expectations for this split. If you think about it, all the stars came in, the storylines were there, but the League of Legends backed it up. Some of those 3-game series we had between SKT, Afrika, KT, and increasingly Samsung were off the charts. We've had some excellent League of Legends in the regular season. It really feels like Korea has been the place to watch. It's been like that before, but it's been really exciting, reinvigorated, because it was always like, well, we know the League of Legends is good, but when the players started to go, understandably, a bit of the wind of the sails was lost. Marin coming back, all the KT players coming back. We've had the stars, and the action has matched it, which has meant this gauntlet is going to be just amazing.
Yeah, should be one of the best playoffs that we've ever seen.
We've had some great ones.
And we've had some pretty spectacular ones, but this is definitely looking like it could be one for the books. But here we go. Looks like everything's squared away. Maybe Coma was stuck in the bathroom. I don't know. Trapped in the...
I mean, casual Coma is just taking it to the max. Like, whatever. I'll get there eventually.
They can't start without me. So screw it. But alrighty. Coaches are in. So we're ready to go. Get this pick and ban underway and see what MVP strategy is going to be. Whether or not they're going to do something outside of the box, or if they're going to try to get comfort yet again, because that did not work out for them too well in game number 1. So likely going to see some variance in their strategy.
Sion, Camille, and Elise were the bans from SKT on the red side. Jumping over to blue. They're obviously going to be hoping for a Rumble or Camille, but it seems unlikely that either of those will be left available.
Sion, the first thing banned away.
Feels like Rumble
Maybe we
Camille.
just see the same ones.
Feels like Rumble Camille X is kind of the necessary bans on the side of MVP. They get one more situational ban, and then gonna have to deal with the power picks that'll still be left over. They start with a Nautilus ban, so it could be triple top lane ban, or maybe they want to look into leaving up the Rumble. The way you do this is to have the Kennen available, because ADD is 3-0 on Kennen this season. So I imagine MVP will ban Camille in this spot, and then see if SKT ban Kennen or not before they make their next decision.
Let's see. Taking their time with it for sure.
You want to drag. The only reason you want to leave up Rumble in this spot is because you can have the Kennen as a lane pick.
Sure.
So that's why I would like Camille banned here over any other opportunity, but they banned Syra. Interesting. They could still ban Camille last if SKT don't ban Kennen and have the Rumble versus Kennen matchups. There are multiple ways to force it. That's what SKT want to do, because the top lane pool is only short of Nautilus and Shen. It feels like a lot of the fighters have owned. They actually banned Camille on blue side.
So don't want to first pick that one.
If you want to try and go for the laning focus Kennen pick, you don't have to ban Rumble in this scenario, but you know that SKT will first pick it. Only is undefeated on Rumble this season.
I think maybe they just ban it, honestly. There's still a lot available here, but the Malzahar not been something too popular for Wolf, so I'm not sure if they're going to take it, but okay, they'll leave the Rumble up, so maybe the Kennen will be the answer if we see that Rumble come through.
You have to expect that if Rumble is taken in the first round, Kennen will be taken. If SKT had last action, then they could try and take it and ban the Kennen, but that's not how it works. So 3 picks available for the Kennen if SKT are expected to draft the Rumble. Nautilus banned away already. He's the other first pickable flex top laner. So there's Rumble. Although interestingly, they're going to give Peanut a bit more experience on the Rengar. 6-4 on the season, but he's been forced to ban Rengar against the best Rengar teams in the world. And maybe they thought ADD would look past Rumble, as he hasn't always selected it when it's available. They flash it. But for now, we'll not be locking it in.
Can just take it here in the second pick. See, they're trying to discuss this, figure out what the best course of action is. Because, I mean, we could see the Rumble come out from ADD, but that means maybe we just see the Kennen for Huni.
And it could just be Rumble Talon on the side of SKT, just in these 2 picks. You take Rumble, you are free to go for one of those 80 assassins in the mid lane. As Beyond will be taking the Lee Sin into the Rengar this time. It's been a pretty common jungle matchup as recent as SKT's first series of the season, where Umti's Lee Sin got a kill on Peanut early before SKT predictably took over that game.
Well, there we go.
When you see Rumble, you expect it to be paired with an AD mid laner. It doesn't have to be, but it's definitely been the trend.
And quick flash over the Olaf, but it will be Ezreal here for Bang. So supreme comfort for the ADCs.
That would have been a mid lane Olaf if we saw it. A Faker special from 2015 Worlds, I want to say. I believe that was right.
I think you're correct.
Now MVP, there's another choice. It doesn't have to be the Kennen. It could be the Rumble, which, again, expected to be for top lane, but is a flex pick.
All right, well, they just take the Fizz.
Yeah, the Fizz is a flex pick, but we already saw it picked in top lane. Syndra available, passed over this far, as MVP don't want to opt into that again. Especially with Ahri available.
Yeah, another loss tacked on for Ian with that.
Still 8-2, still been a great season for the Syndra. Into the second round of picks, support and mid lane for SKT. Can't ban out Faker, so support is usually the way you go. I take away some of the comfort from Wolf. He's played 13 games of Karma already this season.
It's been a big one for him.
I like how
Lulu's still on the table.
ADD has Teleport Smite as a summoners right now. Cinder Hulk Fizz, it's back, boys.
Oh, God, no. Well, actually, here we go. SKT are going to ban the Ahri themselves. Don't want Ian picking this one up. So, where do they go from here? SKT, do they want to just continue to try to ban out Ian, or do they want to throw something at Max? It's a bit difficult, I guess. Ban out Max is kind of trying to like ban out Faker.
The Ari ban also opens up Syndra as the blind pick mid laner for SKT. As we've already seen the Ari matchup a couple of times where you get a bit of jungle pressure, you get the first kill, and you can actually win that lane pretty comfortably as the Ari. Doesn't have to be a Talon, but still could be the Talon from SKT, so it feels like they have both options. That's what MVP decide to do. Recent trend has been to counterpick support on red side. We do go through ebbs and flows, no Nami pun intended with last picks though, as you can understand it being left for mid lane as well. Especially after Ian got bodied by Faker.
I think that might be the best course of action. Just go for a support here.
It's what I would expect given the potential flex pick nature of Fizz, but we didn't see that from SKT last time out.
Alrighty, well, we get the Thresh here for Max.
Follow conventional wisdom, leaving the counter pick for mid lane. And now, Syndra versus Fizz is not great. You know, you really can fall behind. You can win the lane if you get a lot of jungle pressure or you get a kill early, but a lot for the playful trickster to dodge, so where will Faker decide to go? Talon does a lot better into the Fizz without necessarily being a massively winning matchup. They certainly could go for Talon here. It's been a recent Faker pick, or he could show us something new.
Show us the Zed is what I want to see, but seems like SK Telecom might just be sticking in with the Syndra.
A Kingdom for an Aurelion Soul from Faker.
That too.
Playing in solo queue, but that's not shown it in competitive yet.
Yep, all right, well, not going to see it yet. Maybe that's a playoff pick for us, Papa Smithy. It's just going to be Syndra coming through. SKT's comp all aligned. Now, what do we get to finalize for MVP? Looking for that mid lane, unless they wanted to flex the Fizz.
Fizz, decent matchup, skill matchup for sure, but the Echo has been the staining matchup. It's been picked most commonly. Will be double teleport, double AP assassins, even if they're going to build tanky in many ways between the Fizz and Echo. And SKT. Let's see how they deal with the Rumble versus Fizz matchup that we haven't necessarily seen go as one-sidedly as it's been billed on paper. Feels like Rumble has always found a way in recent weeks, despite the plethora of counterpicks from Marin in particular.
Well, they just swap now, have 15 seconds before this is locked in, so see if they do another swap, try to mind game SKT a little bit here, but seems like it's going to be that Echo into the Syndra in mid.
20 seconds is reached now, and yes,
all right, so
no change there.
Yeah, Fizz top will be the pick here. So, all right, MVP. See how they handle this one. Uphill battle for sure. After that game one, Cooney getting back over onto this Rumble. A major pick for him.
I appreciate more data points on seeing the Fizz versus Rumble. The Fizz has taken Flash, not Ignite, like Hooney had in game one, so a little bit less kill pressure. And what can be a counter matchup might actually end up being a sustained matchup. Faker decided to blind pick the Syndra, even with Fizz as a potential matchup in the mid lane, and now it will be the Echo that we've seen many, many times into it. 1-3-1 will be very powerful for MVP if they get rolling, but they did the opposite of get rolling in game one, so if Peanut can have his way, if SKT can have a strong early game, MVP will find it hard to keep themselves in touching distance to pull off the 1-3-1.
All right, well, we'll see what Max can do here with this stretch coming back in. Last time out, was able to steal away a Baron. Most damage on the Zyra in game one, so likely going to be trying to put the team on his back and carry them to a win to avoid that tiebreaker tomorrow. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift, see if SKT close this out or if MVP will lock down fourth place. All right, well, some nice vigor there in the voices of the fans out in the audience, and another Infernal Drake start for us here, Papa Smithy, in game number 2. So quite nice to see. We'll still get some of that bloodthirsty play, and that No Face is still sitting in the audience.
Feels like a couple of Infernal Drakes have spawned in our booth right up here. And It is still very hot in Sangam East Stadium. The fire might be put out in terms of regular season games as soon as 20 minutes from now, as SKT smashed MVP in Game 1. There is that no face.
There we go again.
I feel bad for them because it's hot.
I mean, it's self-inflicted.
That's definitely Korean selfie level no face.
Yep. And now they're like embarrassingly hiding their face at the moment.
No face hiding his face?
Yeah, can't see it.
His or her face, we should say.
It's pretty poorly named. Kind of does have like a face going on there. See though, Invade coming through from SKT, trying to shove Beyond off of this red buff.
When he's battling against ADD and Beyond, who need to focus on the objective and it resets. Great job by Huni.
Yeah, they get the reset, and Peanut's just taking away these Raptors in the meantime. Huni will get jumped on. Faker trying to arrive now. He's going to pop the ghost so he can get there fast enough. ADD getting jumped on. That's going to be Peanut coming up with first blood already. MVP's train completely getting derailed just 2 minutes in.
I mean, Huni has the AoE advantage. Peanut as well.
Oh, dear.
MVP focused on trying to take the buff. When it reset, they realized that everything had fallen apart.
And now you have the TP into lane with nothing but the refillable potion.
Peanut's still around. We'll back from here.
The dive would be a little bit bold, you'd have to say.
Ian's going for quite the walk. He's like, all right, you guys can do it. I can do it too.
All right, I don't need CS. This is fine. Hook coming through. Max not going to find the connection, but Ian has the phase dive, jumps in onto Bang. Going to arcane shift away. The Devour's there from Wolf, and Ian's roam is all for naught.
Yeah, level 1 on the Tom Kench. Maybe that works, but level 2, your target selection options get pretty damn minimal.
I mean, same with the Ezreal, having the arcane shift to create that much more distance.
Like the idea. Trying to make something happen when everything went so poorly. Bot lane is top lane.
Bad for Huni. Couple more hits. Flash for Flash. Huni going low.
Proc. 1 health.
No, it's not going to happen. Huni dips so low.
He was 1 HP exactly.
1 HP. Ticks back up. Drops to 5 and then lives in the end. The Doran shield keeping him alive.
Not even close, baby. Not even close.
Oh, dear. Well.
Sometimes it's not your day, Achilles.
It's definitely not anybody on MVP's day at the moment. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
The lane counter picking up a kill, could have meant a lot for the laning phase of MVP. They need to have 2 people who can kill Rumble in the side lane, because then SKT have no options, and that's very possible when Echo and Fizz get a couple of items. Would have been accelerated, but not to be cruelly for the side of MVP. We've had 2 HP memes. 1 HP is a new meme.
That it is. That is, it's like finding a unicorn right there.
A very
So
weak
rare.
unicorn with 1 hit point.
Yeah. Well, MVP likely going to try to slow this down as much as they possibly can. So they've already given up so much. Almost 1,000 gold to the lead as SKT. Just 4.5 minutes into this game.
Still pretty easy to rubber band in terms of experience from the jungle, so it's not like Beyond is going to be multiple levels behind. Just a level right now.
Peanuts here, Huni. Pretty high up, trying to slow up ADD, but he'll just go ahead and troll ball away.
You need to see the commitment on the Playful Trickster to make anything happen as Beyond face checks Peanut.
Throw out the Sonic Wave, it's not going to connect, so now Peanut knows exactly where the Lee Sin is.
And it's about a wave behind because of his roam.
I mean, look at Beyond, 7
the
CS so far out of the jungle.
Even more impressive, look at where Faker's frozen the wave as well. He was really controlling. Nothing a melee champion can do. Short Ian can just spam Q off cooldown, but if Faker just tanks up a bit here and there, he will continue to have a very strong wave advantage in mid. Max and Maha going on a roam of their own.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold roam there. Go ahead and recall in the end. At least the bottom lane seems to have stabilized a bit here. Maha, even in CS at the moment with Bang. Goes back, picks up that recurve bow, as well as a refilled potion.
Usually people are competing for Raptors, but Peanuts decided that Krugs are his objective. It'll be the second set of Krugs from MVP that he's stolen.
Next objective might be finding a kill here onto ADD. Can't tell how close Huni is to level 6. ADD is a bit further behind. It's like they're just going to go ahead and recall, so not going to see any aggression from the Rengar.
2 sets of Krugs, nets him a Caulfield's Warhammer. No Warrior Enchant yet. When you're doing the proxy, though, you have a severe pushing advantage. So even though this lane is a good one for Fizz. It's good in kind of a situational way. In solo queue, when things like being able to have pushing advantage are worth so much less because you don't have as much coordination without voice chat. Certainly the Fizz just gets a couple of items, starts to kill, and the game's kind of over from there when the morale goes down, but exploitable in the early game. Feels like since Rumble had his damage cap against monsters and minions removed, you know, Rumble Jungle came in first and the minion one was removed, and then Rumble could push in lanes you could never push before. And that's when Rumble went over the edge, didn't take a numbers increase, it was just literally increasing a damage cap or removing the 50% damage.
Speaking of damage, nice little trade there from Ian. Gets a bit down onto Faker. Still going to be further behind, though.
First item buy from Maha is the recurve bow. Try and trim the wave. Does give a bit of physical damage on hit. Not the most satisfying buy, though.
Yeah, definitely not.
Still builds into what we expect to be a Blade of the Ruin King, but could be a Hurricane as well.
Speaking of ADC builds, build Water Cutlass here for Bang to start things off.
It's like a super Sheen.
Yeah.
Sheen first. We've seen from Bang. This is the first time we've seen no mana item as the first purchase. Peanut's level 6.
Still the hunt coming through. Beyond has that ward down. They can safeguard too. ADD's arriving, but Chump the Waters goes completely wide. Peanut doesn't want to stick in here. Oh, the blast cone. Gonna bump him back, and now ADD might just have the kill. Looks like he'll be okay though. Peanut able to eject himself. Has that flash thinking about the safety. ADD gonna have to do the same, but Unleash Power coming through for Faker, who goes low, and they actually trade this one back. Ian finds it. Mooney able to burn out the Fizz. Peanut wraps around from the side, jumps back in. Finishes off the Fizz, a 2-for-1 to SKT.
A really close one. Peanut had that level advantage, went super aggressive, hard at the paint, picked up the kills. The blast cone that thwarted him earlier in the year doesn't take him down. The Q blast cone interaction still hilarious. The gold just extends for SKT. Remember, must-win game for MVP. All they needed, single game win in this series to stop there having to be a tiebreaker for 4th spot.
Seems like that hope is dwindling away. 2,000 gold in the lead is SK Telecom, 8.5 minutes into this one. Feral Drake hasn't been targeted out yet, but there's already some solid vision control for them in that area.
I think has to be a bit more judicious with his mana, with no mana item.
Yeah.
Wonder what the last time was there was a game where an Ezreal didn't buy a Sapphire Crystal item first.
Gotta be a while ago.
Looking for the steal and Gromp. Nope.
Not gonna get it. Beyond though, I mean, look at this. He's still level 5, hasn't hit 6 yet. 19 CS to the 55 that Peanut's accrued, plus the 2 kills. They're gonna be feeling that one in these exchanges.
I gotta say, I'm still kind of agape over the Flash Tempest double kill earlier. The plus 600 for the Lee Sin. That was something.
That was pretty dirty.
Might have been a competitive first. The instant double kill with Tempest.
Now I want to see it happen with a pentakill. Some like Baron or Dragon fight.
I'm sure someone in practice mode can do that for you.
Has to be authentic.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, half the pentakills we get are not very authentic.
Yeah.
Where the 5th burst is like, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be part of a montage, I guess.
Well, Kramer got his. He just had the chase forward pretty deep. Right. Mooney now gonna get jumped on. Big equalizer thrown down. Beyond gonna dash back in, but just gets solo killed in the 1v2. Now with the arrival of Peanut, they should be able to trade this one back in. ADD goes down. A double kill to Hooney. And just gotta be thinking, you know, probably shouldn't have left up the Rumble.
The equalizer was actually really cool from Hooney. Did it defensively down, peeling towards the bottom right, towards the red buff of MVP, because he could kite towards it. And Lee Sin burned for another tick before he died to the Flame Spitter. But you're right. Teams get very creative thinking, okay, there's Rumble counters. And let me tell you, I play solo queue. I'm a big Rumble player. Named my dog after Rumble. Had a cute corgi named Rumble. Back in Australia when I was there, I had to give him up.
Oh, flash. Faker gonna juke the wrong way, gets dragged back in. Box comes down, he will fall. So does the turret in top, so first brick to SKT.
Nice to see a kill come through and give something for MVP, but again, people overthink the Rumble. Why not just ban it, respect it, especially from the specialists like Hooney, Marin, and Smeb. And even Marin has been guilty of trying to get creative with counter picks, and so far the win rate, listen, maybe one hit can work, maybe 2, but apart from that, every other counter pick has failed.
Yeah, the Mundo's not really something that works out too well in the top lane, as Marin has found out.
It does some things, but it needs such a specific draft that it feels like you give up too much to try and make it work.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, banning the Zyra was the really interesting thing that MVP did in the first half of the draft. And maybe if you don't ban that way, you don't dedicate 3 of your bans to Wolf, then you don't have to worry about that Rumble up top. You put Huni on something completely different.
And Tahm Kench, is pretty perfect for the scenario. Tahm Kench often banned against Ashe comps to stop the big power.
Sure. Said they banned Karma and Lulu.
Something about banning Comfort, but Wolf's been excellent this season. Faker's hit.
Ash Arrow, yep, finds Faker straight into the death sentence. He'll go down. MVP.
Working away some frustration.
Yeah, they're trying to find some victory here in the mid lane.
Hey, well, killing Faker's pretty cathartic.
Feels good, but everything else about the game is feel pretty terrible, you'd have to think.
And the Fizz, I don't know if he'll ever shape up to be relevant this game. Spectre's Cal and a Ruby Crystal towards the Spirit Visage being answered by full Leandries and Negatron. That's just disgusting on the side of Huni.
And Bang here just slowly chipping away at the start. Gets it pretty low. Peanut and Wolf sitting in the brush. They will see Beyond. So not sure how much they want to commit in for this. They don't know that he's recalling right there. So it looks like they will go ahead and just peel back, bounce over the wall, and start up that Infernal Drake.
Huni's a mid laner now. Walking down to secure the Infernal. Had a lot of Infernals and Mountains today. No complaints there.
Yeah, it's a nice little transition. A couple clouds were tossed in, but overall, it's been pretty satisfying. I don't think we've had a single Ocean Drake today.
I want to say you're correct. There's been some clouds, like you said.
And there's another one.
Stay away, Ocean Drake. If you can just bring 4 game nights, Infernals and Mountains, what do I ever need Atlas, Kilios? I'm a simple man. I see an Infernal Drake, I upvote.
I'm the same way.
SKT control still pretty damn good, but mid lane Faker's been dying a lot.
Yeah, he's been getting brutally murdered time and time again. 0-3 and 1 on that Syndra. Ian has the Proto Belt completed, so Brass is going to be that much more difficult for Faker to get through. You can see, though, turrets getting ready to fall in pretty much every lane. Ian going forward, trying to find Faker. Sees Peanut, has to go ahead and snap back with the ultimate. Himself out to safety.
Look for a re-engage with flash up. It can be burst from around 30% HP very reliably in one rotation by an Echo. That's why he recalls. Top lane is a side of an atrocity. If you're a Fizz fan.
Things coming out Beyond, knowing that Peanut is waiting in the brush. So I want to walk up. Peanut just shove him out of the river. Maybe play towards his bottom side of the map where Baja is way too far forward, has to flash away. TP's going to come through from ADD, immediately canceled. That was a bit wanting there for ADD.
And it was always going to be turned around from instantly, and it was after the skill shot had been dodged. So Peanut had already started to disengage.
Yeah, just a bit odd timing there.
Who
has
just
not been a series for ADD.
No. He's looked great. Definitely had some down games himself as well. As SKT really want this out of mid lane turret.
Parallel convergence connects. Huni gonna get kicked back in with the Dragon's Rage. Goes low, drops out the red carpet, and Beyond just gets destroyed. Devour comes through from Wolf. Ian almost goes down in all of this. Exhaust thrown in onto AD, trying to get that kill onto Huni. Won't be able to find it as the Death Sentence connects onto Wolf. Pops that gray health shield. Just out on the parallel convergence, just trying to get himself away. And Faker with the pushback takes out Ian. Almost has his unleashed power up. Was able to get that without the ultimate, and now SKT still gonna push back forward. Bang coming in. They find the lockdown onto ADD, but Peanut gets locked up with a death sense.
No one on SKT will die.
Almost goes down from that turret shot, but they're able to juggle it well enough to come up with the turret kill. The second to last outer turret to fall here.
This is what being fed looks like. This is a single clip that shows you that Huni turns around, ult.
Good God.
The health bar on Beyond disappears to one skill shot off screen, and Huni's damage. There's Wolf, always been known as the evacuation helicopter Tahm Kench. On point as well. It is epic that no one from SKT died. Everyone blinking, everyone trade tanking and having their flashes available. They just did everything correct.
I mean, Hooney's making the case right now for himself. 4-0-3, 100% kill contribution so far on this Rumble. He's just been going along such a thin line.
He has an Abyssal Scepter and Leandri's at 16 minutes.
It's disgusting.
I mean, he can turn around a 1v3 pretty easily.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Well, not a 1v3, but a 1v1. Shield coming out from the Dark Passage, definitely not enough to keep.
This is not normally
alive.
how Fizz versus Rumble goes.
Oh, ADD having to cut up towards the wall, and Peanuts coming in to cut him off. Come the Waters comes down.
We'll get
ADD
away.
Flashes away. He keeps himself alive, but has to blow the ultimate and the flash.
Well, this game devolved or returned into Game 1 territory very quickly.
That it did. 17 minutes in, 8-3.
8,000 gold lead as well.
I mean, the good news, I guess, for MVP is they're 1 kill away from tying what they had in Game 1.
The good news for SKT is that we're probably going to have Peanut and then Hooney win MVP.
And then we'll hear from the whole team again.
Sure, but I mean, the point more is that who have been the superstars? Faker and Bang, especially Bang recently has been.
Faker's won so many MVPs this split.
So Peanut and Hooney being your duo of MVPs is spreading the love to other roles. A lot of people calling for Prophet, a lot of people calling for Blank. So these two performing is very important for SKT.
Yep.
Because after today, it's a very, very long wait for the next SKT game. Will be 3 weeks tomorrow, the grand final.
They want to fight over this one. Death Sentence does connect onto the Rift Herald, but there's no way for them to follow up and take that one out. So buff goes over to Peanut. SKT, second game in a row that they picked that up for themselves.
3 weeks today, my apologies. Today is Saturday, 22nd will be the LCK grand final over in Incheon.
That'll be a lovely trip for us.
It's gonna be a great final.
It's gonna be a long day.
It is, but
worth it.
It's a super cool venue. Champions 2013-2014 Winter, the last ever Winter Champions tournament was played there. The undefeated season for SKT. It was against Samsung on that day, maybe against Samsung on this day as well.
How poetic.
Samsung has not made the final since their previous squad was, of course, Samsung Blue versus KT Rolster Arrows, the last time Samsung was in the final. Champions Summer 2014.
Well, they still have to likely get through KT Rolster one more time, but given KT's recent performances, should not be that big of an ask for Samsung.
Well, the only finalists of LCK ever, the LCK era 2015 spring onwards were ROX Tigers in their many different names, SK Telecom and KT. No other team ever made the finals, and still a chance KT will get there, but based on recent results, unlikely.
It's going to be MVP.
It could be MVP. An optimistic man. I don't know what betting odds you give MVP. They're going to be low.
See, they're playing like this because they're going to sandbag real hard during the
See,
gauntlet.
these jokes are way funnier when Atlas is here, because he's an LPL caster previously.
Is he? I didn't know that.
Both of us knew something about sandbagging. We had the famous Oscar night in 2015 spring when two teams were trying to lose.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
There was some interesting replays from that game.
Yeah, because the winner had to go against EDG, right?
Yep. That was some interesting throwing for seeding.
See, I know something about the LPL.
Look at you.
The only other knowledge I have is that Uzi is good sometimes.
Uzi's good a lot of the time. Too greedy sometimes, but still one of the best AD carries in the world. He's on holiday right now. He has an injury. Wasn't playing in the RNG series earlier. Heard he was out in his hometown in his Porsche 911, so League of Legends player's doing all right.
Such a bad injury.
He can still drive.
I'm not allowed to walk on this, so I just have to drive everywhere with my nice Porsche.
I assume it was a wrist injury, given that he couldn't play.
Seems likely. ADD, though. Get taken out the safety by that Dark Passage.
That's going hunting.
Wrist injuries are certainly the plague in most esports communities.
Unfortunately, it seems wrist injuries and collapsed lungs is kind of the two.
Yeah.
Which is always a bit frightening to think about.
Pawn's like, don't forget about my back.
That's Pawn specific, though.
It's a legit problem.
I always like to check in on that because, you know, we've certainly been critical of his performance at times this season, and you never know of the ramifications, some of the medical stuff on the side of KT, but I always default to, well, then why isn't there a sub if that's a serious problem? But we're only completely speculating. We have no insight. I feel like half the time we're told it's fine, and the other half we're told it's a big problem. Depends who you talk to.
So basically it means that no one actually knows.
Well, they're not telling.
That too could be.
No real upside into telling people, to be honest. If they look down on Pawn and he performs, then it's great, right? You prefer they took him lightly, regardless of the reality. The fire in this game is certainly backed off.
Yep.
SKT, the moment that they turned around what looked like a botched turret play in emphatic fashion, it's just been pushing down lanes. They completely control all the wards, all the jungle camps. The only farm MVP gets is the ones that push towards their base, and Ian's getting frisky.
Yeah, trying to come in on the backside here. Snaps back in, jumping on the Bang, works him down to half HP, and takes the Dark Passage out. The turret has fallen, though.
Yes, Hooney.
Another objective over to SK Telecom. Hooney pushing forward. Massive Flame Spitter, shoving AED back. But we won't see that Equalizer come down yet.
And we're getting to territory where MVP haven't even been around Baron in 3 minutes, so Baron will become a more and more realistic objective for SKT.
So far, it's looking pretty decent here.
No one on the side of MVP has the items to fight against SKT.
Nope.
Hooney's been sitting on 2 items since 16 minutes, and nobody has 2 items on the side of MVP.
We're going to see a really late Triforce started up here for Bang. Just gets a sheen now. So if you thought he was doing some pretty decent damage already, then he ain't seen nothing yet.
Speaking of ain't seen nothing yet, Bang hasn't seen any combat. He's still a private when it comes to this game, 0-0-0, waiting for his first big fight. Bot lane hasn't been consequential. Saw a couple of roams from both the MVP bot lane and the MVP mid lane, but hard to lock down a Tahm Kench lane, Tahm Kench Ezreal especially. Is this how it'll end, Achilles?
Seeming like it.
A very long season. It has passed relatively quickly, given all the excitement in both round robins. I hear the Abyssal Voyage. Remember, they do have Abyssal Voyage and the Rengar.
So looking for Ian, who's going to try to maybe just trade one back here to the best of his ability. Snap back, not going to connect on the Bang, which means that he is going to be dead before Icy goes down. And Ezreal finally finds a kill.
Peanut wants the red, goes in because he had his W.
Away, kicked in to the boxes. Peanut getting slowed up, trying to create some distance here with the Q, but won't be able to do so. TP coming down, Hooney has dropped that Equalizer, gets a bit of damage in. That's going to lead to a double kill here for Faker. It's popped to the side from the blast cone. Can he find it? Yes, he does. The triple comes out, and that should almost certainly be Baron for SK Telecom as they all walk over there.
It's a massive Equalizer. Everyone standing in a line trying to kill Peanut. Means they were very easily taken down. They have no smite, so an element of risk here. We know.
All right, chum the water steal.
We know that MVP does have vision, so, you know, there is a way for him to steal this and get out. Has flash also.
Control ward comes down, trying to deny as much as they possibly can. TP's coming through from Ian, who has respawned. And SKT, they're so close to it, but they don't want to risk it. They go ahead and they peel back. They're just going to let this heal up.
This is what we call a disciplined, experienced team. Why risk it? If they lose Baron, there's a chance the game is extended. If they don't force the Baron, they are massively ahead. The kill score confirms that. We know it's over 10,000 lead. You don't have the smite, take the precaution. No need to risk it. SKT pull back. They lose nothing from not finishing off the Baron. They'll retool, get some gold. Peanut got crazily aggressive here. It's because he had his W available to cleanse away CC. He thought he could get out. There was no way to do so. The Equalizer in a good spot. Was able to be disengaged off, but hey, 2 ticks of Equalizers already.
Yeah.
Deletion damage, and people flashed over it. Nice little triple over the side of Faker. We can see picture in picture. Drake was picked up as well.
Yeah, so double Infernal Drake now here for SKT. So some pretty crazy damage going to be coming out. And oh man, we ruined it. Ocean Drake for the first time today.
Game might be over before it's claimed, then we can pretend we didn't see.
That's very true. Maybe SK Telecom can give us another 30-minute victory.
The game's on a 6-minute timer now. Otherwise, we'll look silly. SKT wouldn't like that.
Well, it's about a 4-minute timer.
That's true. Well, I mean, it just went down. It's 6-minute respawns, so We'll get there. It'll be fine.
Oh, I'm talking about 4 minutes for the game to be over in 30.
Ah, I was thinking more before the Ocean Drake spawns.
Gotcha. Okay, well, both works.
All right. Please, SKT.
That'd certainly be one of the earlier nights that we've had, if that's going to be the case, though. Granted, you know that interview is going to take a while.
That's true. We do have to talk to 8 people. I hope we get to talk to Sky.
Yeah. So how's it been collecting salary and sitting in the back room?
Faker avoids a couple of skill shots, amusingly. No pick CC going to hit Faker today. Did in the early game. Was 0-3 at one point, I believe it was. Maybe 1-3, now 5-3.
Yeah, he was 0-3-1.
It got better.
It did get better. But for MVP, it only got worse.
It's kind of hard to have drama about Faker because there's never a, is it gone? Or like, is he struggling? 'Cause he's always gonna be amazing. The longest like bad run of form I saw was 3 matches.
He's just like immune for the most part to negative criticism, you'd have to say, just because of the legacy that he's established. But it's like Bjergsen does pretty poorly for a couple games. Bjergsen's washed up. TSM's gonna lose everything.
Well, people say that about Faker, they just don't really believe it.
Or they're just blindly raging about it because they hate SK Telecom. Like that guy on Reddit who just really hates Bang. He's so overrated. He got like 3 pentakills in 1 game. Like, no, it's just terrible.
It's the internet. They only speak in extremes, Achilles.
That's true.
Well, they're going to do this very fast.
They are burning away at this one. Redemption's going to come down. That would be one hell of a steal if it was able to happen, but not going to come through. Peanut as the smite. 2 kills picked up again for Faker, stretching further ahead. 7-3-3 now on that Syndra. And MVP, this should be the final nail in the coffin.
We'll see if they can push through. It's still very early. 30 seconds on Lee Sin, 20 or so onto Max. Minimum an inhibitor. We'll see if it takes any more objectives as Peanut's already popped the throw of the hunt. ADD's bot lane for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with that one.
Probably should have reacted a bit faster, but, you know, reality was they were going to lose the inhibitor whatever happened.
Oh, there we go. One more hit will do it.
Even run in the Baron buff minions in top lane as well.
Yep.
Make the gold lead comical.
Go ahead and get rid of that one. Ian just trying desperately to scare them away with a phase dive, but is too terrified himself to go for it. ADD stunned up by the Syndra, makes it up onto that playful trickster. Last auto attack, not gonna take him out. You can see the heal and the flash coming through will take him away from the true shot barrage. ADD makes it out with his life, but it's definitely a group effort to keep him alive.
The good news was that SKT had 12k in the bank, so the gold lead's actually, in terms of items, only 4,000. Unfortunately, they're probably going to recall and spend that gold, and then that's gone.
It's just dirty.
There was 3 people at over 2,500, someone over 2,000, and then 1,500 on Wolves, so they're bowling, you know?
Definitely are.
When your wallet's just too damn large.
Max with a double null magic.
Look at this, spending some gold.
Still 3,000 there on Faker. Almost 3K on Huni.
He wants a death cap. Straight up death cap.
Just holding out for it. It's not too far away. Sell that refillable potion.
I think it's, what, 36 or something for a death cap? I forget, it's a lot.
Was it 1250, 850,
435,
and then the combined cost is 800 something?
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of gold.
34 to 38, I believe, somewhere in there. So that's a pretty big straight-up purchase that I imagine Faker is trying to swag his way to.
Bang still doesn't have the Muramana. Stacking up. It's got to be pretty close here. It's 30 minutes into the game.
This started Bilgewater.
So it was a late tier.
Tier was, I think, after 10 minutes. You're right. Can't be too far away. Peanut's just been a jerk most of this game in terms of overextending.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Doesn't care. Just going to sit in the parallel convergence, get hit by that death sentence. Doesn't mind at all. Just going to let the rest
Golf
of
clap from one fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellently
You
done.
got the turret.
It was fantastic. Against all odds.
SK Telecom T1. Story as old as time. SKT rocks up. Couple of skill shots are thrown. SKT wins. If you're into reliability, being an SKT fan is very reliable. 2014 accepted.
Yeah. It's kind of like being a Patriots fan. Watch American football. Maha just going to take all of the damage as Unleashed Power rips right through him. This is the last stand here for MVP, and it's not looking good. Ian snapping back in, barely gets any damage down onto Wolf, but he is able to execute Faker in the backside of the fight. But that's 4 members dead, ADD, all by himself, trying to defend. Won't be able to do anything here to stop SK Telecom from shattering the base, from taking this series and forcing MVP into a tiebreaker tomorrow.
Tiebreaker will make things a little bit interesting tomorrow, as they had good matches but not necessarily implications.
They're holding off. They want to kill him.
They do. They want to pad the KDAs. SKT had a training match, nothing more, nothing less. MVP will have to play tomorrow, which is definitely not something they would have factored in. And SKT, we will not see them for 3 weeks. 3 weeks Saturday is the grand final. Be a brave man to bet against SKT, but let's see how Samsung does in that match as well. And the whole gauntlet itself has teams that could go there. I feel like every team short of MVP could have a massive one and win the final. I find it hard to believe that with the extended dip from MVP that they could actually take it all the way to the final. It's on them to write that story. That narrative is still to be written. We're closing the door on at least OGN's part of the regular season, dominated by SKT. Recently, Samsung being the hot front runners, and especially KT up in the air about where they're at. So very interesting gauntlet primed up, but not much to talk about at this series. MVP just didn't really show up at all.
Nope. Completely absent from the game here today. So MVP, they're going to have to give it their all. Win that best of 1 against Afrika. No best of 3 for them to try to bounce back, to learn from mistakes.
I'm not even
come out swinging.
I'm not even willing to say that. Do you give your all? What do you do in a best of 1 against a team?
True.
You're playing that team again in 5 days for massive stakes. What do you do? I don't have a good answer to that. Do you play the subs? Do you? Well, maybe he doesn't have subs. What do Afrika do? Side selection, it feels like, has fluctuated week on week. There has been 1 or 2 that have been, you know, red side especially has been seen as the superiorness, but a best of 1 where you show too much and then get side selection and lose doesn't necessarily strike me as a smart choice. So I'm really unsure what happens when it comes to that best of 1 tomorrow.
Well, we'll find out, I guess.
Hooney's happy.
We'll be watching from home. He should be happy. He's probably got himself an MVP after that performance there on the Rumble. I'm excited to see what the damage over time is.
Twitch is going to plenty of time for SKT to stream on Twitch as well. Twitch is happy. One of their sponsors.
Yes.
Razor's still trying to find out if it was their headset that was the problem.
Ad revenue. Yeah, we're not really sure who's what the exact issue was with the headset, but either way, maybe we need a shipment of new ones going over to the SKT house to get them prepped for those playoffs.
And even if we're down on MVP, remember that this year was big for them. Kept the same roster, finished 6th, you know, so close to Gauntlet last year, made it to the Gauntlet this year. They are now a finals team. That cannot be taken away from them, even if recent results haven't necessarily been so hot. As we look at the damage dealt to champions, and well, Syndra was killing people, that for sure, and I think Rumble had I think this is a really good Rumble game from Hooney, but 7-0 on the season, no surprises there.
Yeah, absolutely stellar performance for both he and Faker, despite the early bumps in the road there for the Syndra. Was getting taken to pretty hard by Ian on that Echo, but overall, Faker, he ends up showing up in the later stages of the game and just helps seal the victory for SK Telecom.
So. Wolf's Time Kench also always a highlight. He's always off screen, jumping in with the Devour. Still, we will see Hooney as the MVP. The moment that he pulled off that turnaround under the turret, I think he was feeling pretty good about it. Was counterpicked by the Fizz, which is starting to lose the title of counterpick.
I mean, even just this level 1, just distracting MVP, getting that red buff to leash back into the pit.
The releash was so critical.
Like, so good, and the wraparound comes in from
level 2.
Makes for that first blood easily coming in.
And you know, teams have canceled scrims from less. This is Hooney getting away on 1 HP. Trust me, it was 1. I was checking. You see it in the replay. The equalizers were on point. His Flame Spitters honestly felt like mini equalizers. He was so far ahead. 16-minute Liandry Abyssal is mind-boggling damage from a Rumble. Frontliner, killing people left, right, and center. Good performance from Hooney, but we knew he was a great Rumble. He established that over the season, like Crown established that he was a top player on the Syndra. So I think teams learned what they knew already, ban Rumble.
Yep, definitely has to be the case here. So still, you know, not even dying in this situation. He's taking up the turret. Doesn't matter. Wolf's there to back him up.
Training day stuff for SKT.
Yep.
Played at a glacial pace because once the early game had concluded in both games, we already knew the winner. Just waiting for the Nexus to explode. So congratulations, SKT. Second time ever in LCK history they will be waiting in the grand final. No pesky ROX Tigers to be taken out in the grand final. They'll be waiting, they'll be watching, and if we've learned anything from competitive League of Legends history, you give SKT time on a settled patch and they win every time.
Yeah. So 3 weeks for them to go ahead and practice up. Should turn them into an even more formidable opponent. So the other teams, they got to be sweating, even Samsung, despite their recent 2-0 victory. But that being said, final game here for OGN, final game for SK Telecom. So let's hear from the team in its entirety. So Joel, take it away with the translation, and best of luck. It's a long one ahead.
Pretty sure it's going to be a long one ahead, but thank you very much. But this is the interview translations with Joel once again, and we are here with SK Telecom with another 2-0 victory. We've seen a lot of those over the split as they confirm themselves as a top team in LCK this split, and we're here for them with the entire team for the interview. How do you feel, Pina, about the win? Just the split, overall, I feel like, it's another victory, but I feel like this split essentially really went really fast for us. And everything just flew by for us, and it was a wild ride for sure.
SKT 멤버들 중에서 피너스 선수만 예전 락스타이거즈 시절까지 쳐서 3연속 결승 직행이에요.
And including your past season, Pina, you're the only one in SK Telecom who has been to the finals for the 3 straight seasons. Yeah, I think as you all know, it's all due to the fortunate situation with teammates.
선수는 다른 얘기를 한 적이 있었어요. 그 SKT가 대부분 스프링 스플릿에서는 썩 좋은 성적을 거두지 못했어요. 밑에서부터.
And the history with SK Telecom is that Spring Split hasn't been to their ways, and in the past history of SK Telecom fighting for the Spring Split finals, and they didn't really get the results they wanted. I don't really think about that too much. And the fact that our current result is that we're heading to the finals, that's just what it means for us, and we don't really think about anything else.
그리고 제작진분들이 여기 알려주셨는데 오늘 피너스 선수가 혼자서 굉장히 일찍 부스에 들어와서 계속
One of the producers told us before the game that you came in extra early today, to practice a little bit more.
저번 경기 이제 코치 당하고
Before the previous match, it was a really disappointing performance in my standards, and I really wanted to improve that. So any extra practice time that I could get, before the game was really needed for me.
그동안은 리신이랑 앵가 플레이는 진짜 맹수 같고 정말.
We've seen a lot of Lee Sin and Rengar plays from you, while spectacular ones from you, but Graves is something that we've really been surprised by your plays today, really blowing off on that champion. But anything to do with concentration or any kind of difference that you felt today's game? I never felt that experience was an issue with those champions, but in the first game, I think it was really due to my teammates really helping me out and really making me look better, to be honest. And the smoke screen kill was an extreme surprise. It was the first in my career. And Faker, you're nodding right beside him. And we want to talk to you next. Faker, how do you feel about the win, first of all? I really wanted to have fun today, but the coaches really wanted us to play hard. And regardless, it's a win nonetheless, and I think that's what all matters. And today you're really on fire, more than you are in the past games. And it seemed like even the second game you were behind most of the early game, but you came back strong in the late game. Well, isn't it obvious? But with the last hit nowadays, I think I just kind of purposely leave it and miss the last hits. And that has been shown through practice. So I think that's why I'm passing up the kills a little more nowadays.
아리와 신드라로 멋진 활약을 보여주셨습니다.
And Ari and Syndra were your picks today.
신드라를 상대하셨고 우리도 신드라로 에코를
And you faced off Syndra and Echo with those champions respectively.
팬들 사이에서 그리고 전문가들 사이에서도 의견이 많거든요.
And there are a lot of talks about those champions that you picked today, and you're seeing if they're really good. But what do you think of those champions?
일단 1대1로만 놓고 보면 신드라가 좋은데.
Well, Ari and Syndra matchup. Syndra is a better matchup, better in that matchup, 1v1. But I think team contribution, the way you can contribute to your teamwork and the team fights, and I think that's a little bit stronger on the Ari.
네, 약간 1경기랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
I think the second game also goes the same way.
네, 이제 에코가 돌아다닐 수 있는.
I think Echo is a little bit better, you know, at roaming around, but I think it's Syndra is better with the team contribution.
이렇게 말씀해 주시는 거죠? 참 신기합니다. 네, 그렇죠. 아 그리고 페이커 선수가 약간 어떻게 보면 아쉽게 정규 시즌 MVP 포인트에서
And Faker, just by a short margin, you didn't get the regular season MVP. But did you have any thoughts on that? You know, letting it go to Crown this split.
확실히 이제 스프링 시즌에서 되게 잘하는 모습을
I think I just watching Crown play throughout the split. I think he did a really spectacular job this split. And maybe I deserved it, but
오늘 경기에서 혹시 내가 받을 만했다. 그렇죠.
did you feel like you should have received it today?
저는 1경기는 주실 거라고 생각했고요.
In the first game, I thought they would have gave it to me today,
맞다고 생각을 했는데 안 주시더라고요.
but they didn't.
네, 그리고 2경기도
And the second game too.
1등 했는데
I had the most damage dealt, but they still didn't give it to me. But I still understand why they didn't give it to me, because I know Huni did a spectacular job throughout the game.
다른 선수들 표정이 좀 되게 약간 재밌는 것 같아요. 어떤 표정인지 좀 미묘한 그런 느낌이 있습니다. 자 그러면 이어서 훈이 선수와
And we want to talk with Huni next.
훈이 선수 오늘
And Huni getting pumped up.
하신 것 같아요. 아무래도 탱커보다 딜러를 더 좋아.
And it just seems to me that just overall you go with the DPS champions rather than the tanks.
한번 탑을 잡았으면 딜로 끝내야죠.
I think if you're a top laner, you have to go damage. That's my philosophy. And Ignite Fizz was a surprise for us, but do you think that's a viable choice?
피즈는 점화예요.
I think Fizz, if you're gonna pick Fizz, you have to go Ignite.
상대 그 탑라이너 분께서 피즈 하셨는데 점화 안 들어서.
And I've seen the opposition Fizz pick out the next game, but didn't pick out Ignite. I think that was his mistake.
많이 피즈를 해봤는데.
I've played Fizz many times, and Ignite and no Ignite is a big difference, and you have to get Ignite with Fizz.
좀 심한 것 같아요.
So there's a big difference on that one.
확실히 좋다라고 생각하신다는 말씀이신 것 같습니다. 그리고 두 번째 경기에서는 진짜 명장면이었죠.
And second game was a really it was a crazy game. You know how much health you went down to? Yeah, I saw it. It was 1 HP. It was pretty crazy.
아 이거 진짜 점화했으면 죽었잖아요.
See right there. If that was Ignite, I would have died.
그렇죠. 저 점화했으면 갔어요.
Nah, I would have gone. I was gone, man. If that was Ignite right there. See, but Fizz, you need Ignite. Wouldn't you have not fought like that if the other Fizz had Ignite? I think I still would have. You know, I would have just been greedy and probably just died right there.
요즘 루시안 메타가 돌아오고 있잖아요.
And Lucian is coming back to the meta, Huni. And you know, with the Bloodlust, you can work with the Lucian, and there's so many ways that you can make the Lucian work, Huni. What do you think about that? Well, personally, I think it's worth one game of Lucian. And just like, you know, get the Lucian, but I wanted to. But, you know, the higher superiorities, they have the say in what I can do and what I cannot do. And cannot do is that for that question. I think I want to show, finally, a good side of myself. And, you know, so even with the last game where we could have played a little bit more fun, I think, you know, having a win today does translate over to the playoffs. So I think a win for us today was important, nonetheless. And Rumble is seems to be a mastery pick for you. What do you think about it? Yeah, Rumble is a top tier. It is an S tier champion right now in the top meta. It's the 0th pick, if you know what I mean. What does S stand for? Isn't it better than A?
American?
네, thanks man.
You guys probably understand that one.
라는 말씀이신 거죠?
그리고 제가 또 이제 숙련도가 제일 자신 있는 챔프.
And regarding the mastery, is one of those champion is Rumble.
럼블만 하면서 살아왔던 것 같아요.
I think I've just been playing Rumble my entire life basically, and I think Huni does equal Rumble in a mathematical equation.
할 때마다 잘 나와서.
And I think every time I pull it out, it just turns out to be a good result. So it's a very trustworthy champion of mine.
네. 역시 전승 계속 이어 나가시길 기대. 마지막 질문 하나만 더 해보자면 최근에 훈이 선수 옛날에 재밌는 영상이 좀 화제가 됐었어요.
The last question I want to ask is a funny video of you. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, there's no way to forget that. Do you have any thoughts of recreating that video with SK Telecom? Yeah, there have been a lot of talks about that video, but I'm kind of afraid that the remake actually might happen. But I want to return as a cool model of SKT. And moving on, we want to move on to Bang. We want to first of all hear about your win.
오늘 이겨서 좋고
I'm very happy about the win.
결승전만 남았는데
And I think the only game we have right now is left is the finals, so I'm very happy.
좋아요 2연타네요.
네.
네, 알겠습니다. 애쉬와 이즈리얼로 또 활약하는 모습을 보여주셨어요.
He played the Ashe in Israel today. And Ashe is still considered to be the top tier ADC.
오늘 저는 두 번째 경기는 혹시 루시안 쓰지 않을까?
But Israel was a kind of a surprise for where we thought you would have played Lucian instead for the game too. But is there a reason for the pick?
몰락한 왕의 검이 상향이 돼서
Yeah, with the buff of the Blade of Ruin King.
안 좋았던 점이 6렙을 찍었을 때
What wasn't good about Israel was after level 6, the 1v1 phase against other meta ADC weren't that great. But I think that weaknesses has been covered with the new item buff and with Lucian though. It's not good. I did play Lucian against Longzhu recently, and I think I heavily regretted that. I don't think it's not that good. Don't play it, guys.
이거는 약간 닌자의 신발 냄새인가요? 아니면
Is that due to the Ninja Tabi? No, it's just Lucian. It's just not good.
할아버지기 때문에 루시안 좋지 않습니다.
Yeah, I can tell you the same that Lucian is not good.
루시안의 메타가 아니에요, 죄송한데.
I have to say that Lucian is not meta right now. I don't know what you guys are thinking. It's really bad.
요즘 메타에서 원딜 뭐가 제일
What's the best ADC then in the current meta? I think Varus still. Kog'Maw.
지는 별로고.
아, 지는 대회 때 좀 나오는 거 봤는데
Jin
왜 하는지 모르겠어요.
comes out often in competition nowadays, but I don't know why people play it.
템 바뀐 것도 그렇고.
I think with the recent changes with the items
불꽃이 또 너프가 됐고.
and with the Deathfire Touch nerf and the armor pen nerf as well, I don't know why people would play Jin. And the fact that it's an armor pen, native champion, I don't know why people play it. It's weird.
본인만의 생각이 역시.
It's a personal opinion, right?
맞습니다.
That's very true.
이라고 생각 안
아니요,
했고.
주관이라고 말씀드린 거예요. 뭐 디스 그런 거 전혀 아니죠. 이번 스플릿에서 1000킬 달성하시면서 멋진
And you
찍으셨어요.
achieved your 1,000 kills this split.
기억에 남는 에피소드 같은 게 있나요?
Do you have any specific episodes that you remember from your career?
했었던 건 기억이 난다 뭐 이런 것이라든지.
그 1000킬 영상 저 정말 만들어 주셔서 감사한데.
Oh, thank you so much for making the 1,000 kill video.
님이 말씀해 주셨던 게 있는데
But
이게 좀 잘못 나간 것 같더라고요.
what the coach said about my Israel, it was a little bit misinterpreted.
때부터 코치님이 제 이즈리얼 스크림 때 한번 보시고.
And I think that was before Ezreal was ever really meta, and the coach saw it, and he said that I think my Ezreal is the best in the world. But you gotta understand the timing of when he said that.
영상에서 보면은.
And it seemed like when you see in the video, it seems like Ezreal was completely meta, and everybody was playing it. And even compared to all those players, that my Ezreal was the best Ezreal in the world. But that wasn't really what the coach said, but it was just when it was completely off meta. That's what he said. So it's very important for you guys to know that. But I don't think it was ever problematic, Bang. And it's still a very viable thing for you to say that you are the best Ezreal in the world.
코치님 얘기 나온 김에 코치님이 또 오늘 만우절이라서 그런지 약간 뭐 재밌는.
And with April Fools, we still want to talk about the coach. That I think he's been playing a lot of jokes on you today. Do you feel like he really wants you to be like that?
잘 모르겠어요.
I'm not sure.
네, 코치님이 결혼을 하시고 싶으신 것도
But with the
있겠지만
coach, I think
연애를 하고 싶어 하시는
I
것
think
같아요.
regarding marriage, if you want to ask, I think he's more interested on dating. Yeah, I think that's his first priority there.
백 선수와 얘기를 나누다 보면 또 이제 김정현 코치의 얘기도 많이 나오고 또 둘만의 그런 에피소드도 있기 때문에 이런 질문도 한번 드려봤고요. 자, 그럼 이어서 울프 선수.
And lastly, we want to move on to Wolf and transfer the microphone.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello.
생일 축하드립니다.
Happy birthday, Wolf.
멋진 활약 보여주셨는데 울프 선수는 언제나 참 뭐 MVP도 조금 안 따라주고.
And Wolf, you know, you always lack on those MVP points.
이런 것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
And how do you feel about that lack of MVPs?
근데 그 문제는 물론 저뿐만 아니라
I wasn't a happy birthday. It was a congratulations on the win, by the way, guys. No confusion.
문제라고 생각해서
But yeah, I think, you know, with the MVPs, I think it's important to win the game rather than to get the MVPs.
좀 깜짝 놀랐던 게 울프 선수가 굉장히 격하게 막 뭔가 불만을 토로하고.
But you don't really seem like that off the stage, where you seem to complain about not having getting enough MVPs.
KDA가 그 제가 경기 전에 귀뜸을 해주셨는데.
Yeah, I saw that before the game that Core JJ, when he got the MVPs, he had a deathless game and he got the MVP for it. So I thought.
그 장면에 제가 죽을 뻔했거든요.
But you know, when I saw that, I was so jealous of that. But
그래도 좀 어시스트를 못 먹는 챔피언이랑 탐켄치가.
I think, you know, with the Tom Kench, that it's really hard to get assists if you know the champion well. And with the KDA that didn't die and did so well, kind of sad.
KDA 1등도 욕심이 났다 이 말씀이신 것 같네요. 그러면 1경기에서 유일하게 노데스였던 거 혹시 아세요?
Did you know that you had no deaths in the first game?
최대한 안 죽으려고 게임했어요.
Yeah, I think today I really didn't want to die, and that's all I was focused on today.
그랬으면은 좀 죽더라도 뭐 시야 좀 더 먹고 뭐.
And then, you know, I think if it was a rather unimportant game, you could have said that, you know, even if I die, I could have just said I died, you know, putting some vision on, but
사실 미룬 건 없어요.
But I think I'm okay. I didn't really expect anything from it.
언제나 탐켄치를 잡으면 또 존재감을 보여주시니까. 그리고 울프 선수 하면 또 서폿계 대부이자 뭐 서폿을 대표하는 선수잖아요.
And you are really a representative of all the support players. But what do you think of the current champions being played for support?
근데 뭐 여러 뭐 약간 뭐랄까 영화나 뭐 무협지나.
You know, with any kind of movies or animations or anything like that, the basics is the most important, and the fundamentals are the most important things. And you know, those that stick to the basics, stick to the fundamentals, turn out the winners at the best.
대머리 나오는 펀치 쓰는 그 친구 있잖아요. 그 친구도 이제 기본을.
And there's a character in one of those animations that, you know, he sticks to the basics, and he turns out to be the winner at the end. And I'm kind of like him.
저 개인적으로는 벨코드 서포터와 럭스 서포터 이런 픽들은
And
전략적으로
if there's any Vel'Koz or Lux support, can it be a situational pick as support? What do you think about that?
생각이 어떠신가요?
What do you think about it?
저는 그렇게 좋지 않다고 생각해요.
I don't think it's that good.
이유도 딱히 없는 것 같고.
And I think it's one of those champions that why would you have to pick it, you know, over anything else? I'm sure, you know, there are positives to those champions, but with Karma and those meta champions, and I think, you know, depending on the players themselves, those champions can really shine. So I don't really prefer those champions.
저는 안 쓸 거예요. 네, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 마지막으로 SKT를 대표해서 응원해 주시는 팬 여러분들과.
And do you want to say anything to your fans out here today?
다들 네. 페이커 선수가 약간 다들 좀 웃지잖아요, 사실. 뭔가 말씀을.
그러면 언제나 대표는 저죠.
Well, I guess I'm always the one to say that. I have to be the one to say it. They're doing rock paper scissors to decide who should say the last words. So Peanut gets the microphone. He gets the last say.
스플릿 거의 뭐 주인공 역할이었죠.
네. 결승전 제 이제 네 번째 결승전인데.
It's my fourth finals already.
네, 좋은 경기력.
And thanks to, you know, the wonderful teammates that I was able to look much better than, you know, I could have been. And I really want to, you know, break all the criticisms or any kind of doubts that people have about our team, and we want to really just do well and hopefully pick up the win in the finals. And that's the end of the interview. And sorry about the Wolves' misinterpreted birthday, but back over to you guys.
Quite all right. I suppose we can forgive you for that one. Just play it off.
Herculean translation performance by Joel today.
Yeah, absolutely. In it for the long haul in both of those interviews. But, well, you'll say it's an April Fool's birthday surprise there for Wolf.
And a special shout out to Joel, because remember, in previous seasons we've had multiple translators, so having just one guy, he was here for all 135 matches as well.
That's
so
very true.
Great
Didn't miss a single
translation
one.
from him as SK Telecom. It looked like a scrim, honestly, against MVP. Not a scrim that MVP will be watching the VOD of either. Depressing stuff for them, but the implications are very interesting. So the way it works, guys, is that we go match score, of course, wins first, then game score, and MVP and Afrika are equal on both those. Then we go head-to-head, and it's not game score in head-to-head, it's only match score, because that's 1-1. There will have to be the tiebreaker game after the 2 best-of-3. So tomorrow, to catch you guys up, KT Longzhu, interesting series, especially given KT's struggles. Expected to 2-0 very comfortably. Jinner BBQ, that could be a late one.
Yeah,
and
that's
then bonus.
That's the one that really throws a wrench in all of it there, is that Jinner BBQ series with the cherry on top, Afrika Freaks versus MVP, best of 1. To close out the night for those guys over at the Gangnam Stadium. So they can
that
have,
closes
fun
us
with that.
out for regular season, and we got to send our energy to that Gangnam Stadium, because that's going to be quite the day tomorrow.
Best of luck to those guys, LS and Valdez. You're going to need it.
You are certainly. That's an endurance day, because you're going to have to get over the hump of a Jinner BBQ series with nothing on the line.
It's all right. They get some time off. We got the wild card match. They're doing the quarterfinals, so they have some time to recover.
Okay, but that time is not relevant on the day when you've had the Jinner BBQ series for 3 hours and you have to reset for what should be a high best of 1.
Yeah, should be. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully MVP can step up their performance. Not really sure what to expect from Afrika as well, but they've been on the up and up. We'll see if they can carry that through, net themselves 4th place at the end, and get their choice of sides to start things off with the wild card, and that'll just be happening in about a week.
And you get to start playing the prediction game. First game, Afrika versus MVP. Afrika, you'd say right now. Afrika versus KT. I have no idea. I don't know who wins Afrika versus KT. KT's recent form so hard to read.
Yeah.
Samsung versus SKT, you'd think would be the final, but so much can change in 7.6. More things will change that too.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. That's it for us here for the regular season. We'll see you guys for the wild card. So make sure you set your calendars.
Next
have
Friday.
all those gauntlet dates next Friday. Papa Smithy and I'll be back. We'll see you then.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us
In
down.
a world so shallow, we got a shot at some by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us